Good morning, members. The House will come to order. Members, our prayer will be led today by the Honorable Randy Forbes, former Congressman for Virginia's 14th Congressional District. He is the guest of Representative David Faulkner, and we are very appreciative for his work, and thank you for being with us today.
Would you join me in prayer, please? Lord, thank you for these men and women who give their time and talent to serve the residents of Alabama. Thank you for blessing this state and the nation in which we live. Forgive us, Lord, when we forget that you created everything we have. Forgive us when we forget you know more about the governance of men and women you created than we will ever know. Forgive us when we fail to seek your wisdom on how to govern. Today, we ask that you would bless those serving here with the wisdom and strength they need to do your will. And today, we ask that you bless the state of Alabama. And today, we ask that you bless and protect the United States of America. For it's in the name of Jesus that I pray. Amen.
Amen, and thank you so much, Congressman. Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by William Cole Wagner. William is 3 years old and attends the pre-primary at Montessori Academy in Montgomery, and he is a special guest of Leader Ledbetter. And William, the floor is yours, young man.
Children, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job, Cole. Great job. As a matter of fact, we might just let him take over the speaker's gavel up here and let's move through. All right, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Alexander, Allen, Allman, Baker, Ball, Bedsole, Blackshear, Boyd, Bracey, Brown C, Brown K, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Coleman, Collins, Crawford, Daniels, Desmukes, Drake, Drummond, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Estes, Farley, Faulkner, Faust, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gaston, Gavan, Gray, Greer, Grimsley, Hall, Haynes, Harbison, Hassel, Hill, Holmes, Howard, Hurst, Ingram, Isbell, Jackson, Jones M, Jones S, Keel, Kitchens, Lawrence, Ledbetter, Lee, Lipscomb, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, McMillan, Meadows, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Reynolds, Rich, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sanderford, Scott, Sells, Shaver, Shed, Shiver, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Sorrell, South, Stodhagen, Standridge, Stringer, Sullivan, Treadaway, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wingo, Wood, D, Wood, R.
All right, members, there are 60 members having answered a roll. A quorum is present, and the House is ready to transact business. First order of business will be the report from Committee on Rules.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 22nd Legislative Day and finds the same to be correct. Representative Mike Jones, Chairman.
And the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington, Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the Journal for the 22nd Legislative Day be dispensed with and that absent representatives be excused for this legislative day.
All right, members, you've heard the motion before you. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion is adopted. And the Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After looking at this calendar that we're going to be on, I realize today is going to be a trying day, but I want to clarify things to people that sit in the gallery. A lot of us are going to come to the floor and speak on the first bill that's on the calendar. And I want you to know we're not speaking just to hold up the calendar, but we think that it's an awful bill, that it infringes upon all the freedoms of spreading knowledge to our children in school. And that is most unfortunate that some people would bring forth a bill, Mr. Speaker, that they know they were never taught hate in their school. They were never taught, I don't think, I never was, taught to hate another race because of different events that happen in this country. But I want to especially express to Mr. Speaker that we're not coming to prolong the calendar, but we have major issues with the first bill on the calendar because we think that that bill is offensive. There's a couple other bills that's on the calendar that deals with election. There's another one dealing with election that we think has bearing on the very process of campaigning. And so we're not here just trying to for show. We're here because we think that it is to the detriment of the people that we represent. I represent a diverse group of people. They're all hard-working men and women. Some are black, some are poor whites, some are middle-income people. And I think that this bill that's coming up, the first one, is one that is not the truth about America, nor its teachers. And I just cannot perceive any teacher in the classroom that taught us or anybody else that would teach us to hate another race of people. But I want to bring that to your attention, and maybe you'll be slow to bring the cloture motion on us. Appreciate you listening.
And thank you, Representative Moore, and we've always been a deliberate body, and I will respect the debate and the comments that will come.
I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let's move on to the next order of business, and that'd be, Mr. Pro Tem, we had no announcements. Okay. The clerk will now be receiving reports from standing committees, and we'll be receiving those throughout the day. And the House is now in the position for the introduction of bills and resolutions, and we'll be receiving those until the clerk completes his paperwork at the end of the day. All right, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers. Personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of upset about the calendar here. I get the calendar. I got it last night, of course, but you know I'm going to come upset about it. I'm not upset about it, but now I'm going to ask that the calendar be read in length. I can do that. I want every bill read in length. Not every bill, but the calendar rather. I'm gonna try to swap the calendar around. I'm going to make a motion to move the bill, top bill, down to the last bill. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do, and because I can do that, and then I can talk about it for 20 minutes. 10, if you recognize me, 10. So, but I kind of find it kind of odd. I'm more concerned about the crooked rate theory, but I'm also concerned about House Bill 563. I need to get some understanding totally about that because of the fact that if this is to eliminate certain things, if I could get a full understanding about 563, because the fact that if this is to eliminate certain things that go on at the polls in black communities, I need to know. Because we do, by the ballots, by sample ballots and all that kind of stuff, I understand that's what it's about. By sample ballots and using sample ballots in different places. I need to get a full understanding of that, so that's one of my primary concerns. Those first two bills are my primary concern. And I just want to inform you that I'm going to do it within the rules, okay? And thank you.
Yes, sir. And Representative Rogers, we respect that, and we'll operate under the rules and make the motion. I understand. As long as that motion's in order, we'll accept it. I work very hard to try to be fair.
I think you do. I'm not questioning your fairness.
Well, my fairness was questioned the other day, and it's my concern.
I'm going to inform you what I'm going to do. I'm not.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, members, we've got some special guests. We've got the Miss Williams' 5th grade class at Little Ridge Intermediate School in Fort Payne, and they are watching via live stream this morning. You are the special guest of Representative Nathaniel Ledbetter, so we could all give them a wave and say thank you for attending through the technology that we have available to us today. We would also like to recognize some visitors that's in the gallery with us in person. The Pioneer Electric Cooperative Youth Tour, students from House Districts 67, Representative Chestnut, 68, Representative Jackson, District 69, Representative Lawrence, and District 90, Representative Sales. Would y'all stand up? Our tour group right here behind on the left over here. Good to have y'all with us as our special guest. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's move to the next order of business. We're going to go to the Senate messages, Mr. Clerk. And I want to call out the first bill on the Senate messages would be Senate Bill 191.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to Senate Bill number 191 and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on the part of the Senate, Senators Albritton, Weaver, and Smitherman. Signed Patrick Harris, Secretary.
And Chairman Klaus, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I will move to accede to the wishes of the Senate and go to conference.
All right, the motion on the floor right now is to accede to the wishes of the House Conference on the Senate Bill 191. The chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. We'll recognize you next, Representative Gavan. Representative Gavan, we'll recognize you next. Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield,
Yes, ma'am.
could you tell me where the issues are?
I don't
with
know
the-
what they are yet.
You don't know?
I don't know.
They didn't give you they didn't give us any information on what the problems are?
No.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
can someone provide me what the issues are related to this particular?
When we come back with a conference report, we'll know.
No, but it would be nice for us.
Normally, there's been times that we don't know what the issues are until we come into conference. And of course, you've seen that in the past, just like I have. So we're just going to have, it's one of those issues where we'll have to see. The conference made their motion, they passed it, now it's down to us. He's acceding to that. So let's go to conference and see where we are. I wish if I had them and the chairman had them, he would share that with you, I'm sure.
Somebody, somewhere, ought to be able to tell me what the issues are.
Listen, I'm with you on that. We're just at that point to where we're going to have to exceed and move on. Let's see what we end up with. As a matter of fact, I think you're going to have a seat at the table on this.
But I'd like to know what I'm about to eat.
Yeah, I agree. I can't argue with you.
Me too, Representative Hall.
I'm sure the chairman and I are together on this too. We know for sure we're not gonna concur though on something we don't know about. That's why we're doing what we're doing.
And so I know I'm just talking. I'm not just talking to hear myself talk, but I do think it is as I continue to see and look at what is happening it is important. Nothing, no reflection on you, no reflection on any, but it is important that as we start to move in terms of what I see happening and how we are moving in terms of presenting our calendars and everything, it is important to have as much information as possible. I think that if we can in some way make sure that information is provided as we move forward, I think it is so important for everybody to know. We should have some idea of what's going on. Thank you. I know I'm just beating a dead horse, and I'm sorry, dead horse, but we'll keep working on this. Thank you.
And the chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan. Okay. All right. Then let's move on then. And members, we're ready to vote. We're going to vote on the motion to accede to the wishes of the conference committee. If you're in favor of this motion, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 93 yeas, 0 nays, 3 abstentions, and the motion is adopted, Chairman Klaus. And I believe that we need to go ahead and appoint a committee. The committee will be Chairman Klaus, Vice Chairman South, and Representative Hall. So, Representative Hall, just let us know what the menu says when you get there, so we'll know. All right. All right, Mr. Clerk, that's got that message out of the way. Let's go to the next Senate message, Senate Bill 111.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to Senate Bill number 111 and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on the part of the Senate, Senators Albritton, Justine, and Singleton.
And Chairman Klaus, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we'll move to accede to the wishes of the Senate and go to conference.
All right, members, you've heard the motion before you. If you're in favor of this motion, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 94 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions, and the motion is adopted. And, Mr. Clerk, do I need to name them again? All right, same names. We're going to go with Chairman Klaus, Vice Chairman South, and Representative Hall will be on that committee. All right. Let's go to the next Senate message. Senate Bill 106 will be the budget.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to Senate Bill number 106 and requests a committee on conference.
Chairman Klaus.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll make a motion to accede to the wishes of the Senate and go to conference.
All right, members, you've heard the motion before you. If you are in favor of this motion, your vote would be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 94 yeas, 0 nays, 3 abstentions, and the motion is adopted. The conference committee for that will be Chairman Klaus, Vice Chairman South, and Representative Hall will be on that committee. All right, Mr. Clerk, let's go to the next Senate message, Senate Bill 108.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to Senate Bill number 108 and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on part of the Senate, Senators Albritton, Livingston, and Smitherman.
And Chairman Klaus, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'll wish to accede to the wishes of the Senate and go to conference.
All right, members, you've heard the motion before you. If you're in favor of this motion, your vote will be aye. If you oppose, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 96 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions, and the motion is adopted. The conference committee will be Chairman Klaus, Vice Chairman South, and Representative Hall will be the members of that conference committee. All right. Let's move now back to the order of our business here on the House floor. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington, Chairman Jones, for a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
All right, clerk, receive the resolution.
House Resolution number 175 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
All right, the question is the adoption of the special order calendar. And the chair recognizes now the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracey, first person speaking on the special order.
Thank you to speak with the gentleman. You.
Absolutely.
What's up, man?
I thought you were going to start singing that song again, but we're
No,
good
not
so
today.
far.
We're not singing those songs today, brother.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, man, because the more me and you talk, we start to kind of talk about what kind of legacy you're going to leave as the chairman of rules. What kind of legacy you going to leave us, man?
I think that's really for members and for others to determine. That's really not for me to determine.
But sometimes we drive that, and I can't understand why is it that it seems like once a week or so we have something moving with these calendars. Like what's up with that? How is it that we keep getting to the point that some bills just appear to be more important than everything else because we keep getting a calendar, and you like me, I like to read my stuff, right? I get my bills, I start reading it, and then all of a sudden, I get a whole nother calendar that basically said none of these other bills are as important as what we're gonna put at the top of this calendar. Why are we not just putting this stuff at the top anyway?
Well, let me start by saying 2 of the first 4 bills that you're referring to were actually picked on the calendar that was originally picked. And so they're not new bills. They were actually already on the calendar.
2 of the 4. What about the 2 of the 2?
So the other 2 bills were added.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what was the price? Why would they add it? What's the importance of those 2 bills to feel like not only should they be added to the calendar, but they should be at the top of the order of the calendar? Just like in baseball, sometimes you try to get base hits right at the gate. You put somebody pretty good up first.
So once again, and you and I both been doing this a number of years. You understand exactly what we're doing. We're trying to get these issues that sometimes have more heavy debate. Frankly, it's my recommendation that we deal with those now, that we don't wait till the end of session to deal with those heavy debate issues. And the reason's obvious. As we get closer to the end of session, obviously the SB-HB crossing becomes an issue. And it made more sense to try to take care of this before we leave for the break than it would to come back after the break. So that's one reason. Now, the other thing, and I'm sure you noticed this, Rules doesn't normally publish a calendar until we adopt a calendar. But to show good faith, once I was aware that we were making this shift, I actually went ahead and instructed my clerk to publish this calendar to both the committee but also to all the members.
Talking about last night.
Yesterday.
The substitute calendar.
We published it at roughly 4:30 or 5 o'clock, somewhere in that range.
For the substitute calendar.
That's correct.
So you saying that we should be grateful that you gave us an opportunity?
I didn't say grateful, but it is but I agree with you that you prepare for and read bills. Representative Hall prepares and reads bills. I mean, a lot of us do.
Right.
And so once again, to show good faith, I wanted to get the proposed calendar out a little earlier than we normally would do. And it was entirely to try to give that extra time to make it available. And since there's only 2 extra bills, that's the reason. I mean, the other bills,
Only 2?
Only 2. Only 2 additional bills.
That's not just 2. That's not very
lengthy bills.
That's not 2 10-minute calendar bills.
Well, they're definitely not 10-minute calendars.
Yeah, so when we say only 2, we have to like put that in perspective.
Well, they're not
talking about
actually
2 bills
lengthy
that's
bills.
going to carry us a ways.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, as the speaker indicated, I would expect there to be some heavy debate on at least a couple of these.
Answer this for me.
Some of these bills I wouldn't expect as heavy debate.
So the first bill, so do you feel optimistic that we're going to do the whole calendar today?
I do.
Okay. So for the first bill, when did that bill come out of committee? Because I know I read some things about a 1-minute committee meeting on that bill.
So the committee amendment was posted March 15th.
Okay.
I believe.
So that bill came out of committee
Actually,
on March 15th?
The fiscal report was done March 14th, and the committee amendment was done March 15th.
Okay, so that bill has been out of committee all of less than 2 days.
I think that math is correct.
Okay, so that bill has been out of committee all of less than 2 days. How many bills have been out of committee prior to that we hadn't got to yet?
I mean, obviously hundreds.
Hundreds.
Right.
So,
but as you know,
so this bill is so important that it just jumps hundreds of bills that are already out of committee and in position to be placed on the calendar. So this bill didn't just jump 20 other bills on today's calendar. This bill jumped hundreds of pieces of legislation to get to the front of the line, because if it had the level of importance that evidently, clearly it has today.
Well, let me clarify.
Then,
there's actually not been hundreds of bills that have cleared committee. There have been hundreds of bills filed.
Okay.
Well,
let's just talk about the ones that clear.
So out of the 500 bills that have been filed on the House side, there's roughly about 503, 504 bills that are filed. About 258 of those have not cleared committee.
So that means half of them did. So we probably passed less than half for that. So that's still a couple hundred. So not only is this bill way more important to clearly whoever picked it, because I know usually when I say who picked this bill that's going to cause us all these problems today, you always defer to the speaker as the person that...
Well, actually, I'm not going to say that today for a reason.
Not today?
No.
So every other time we have a divisive bill...
No, I don't say that either.
First or second on the calendar...
No, I'm not saying that either. What I am saying is, anytime I'm looking at the end game for the session. That's part of what I'm doing as rules chair, is looking how things are laying out days in advance. I try to set us up for the end of session, frankly, to where we don't get as bogged down. And I know how sometimes the Senate and the House get into a tug of war at the end.
Right.
And so I try to avoid bills that would contribute or make that even worse. Mm-hmm. And so it was my recommendation, actually, that if we're going to take this bill up, it needed to be before we go on break. And so that's why I recommended.
And I'm gonna tell you what I thought about it. Since that's your rationale for it, I'm gonna tell you my rationale for why I think that the bill came. I think the bill came today because you knew we would have some issues with it, and you felt like maybe spring break will be a cool down period for everybody. So maybe you felt like, you know what, let's go ahead and have this fight now, and we're gonna let everybody cool down, and maybe they'll forget about it when they come back. Is that not more of the rationale? Because that's what I feel like it was. Because if I was you, that's what I would have done, hoping that...
Well, you should be rules chair.
Oh, no, I mean, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. I live in a reality. But what we need to do is just realize that all the time people don't cool down. A cool down period doesn't quite work all the time for everybody.
But I also don't think the bill you're referring to is going to be just a partisan debate. I actually think there's going to be some pretty healthy debate around completely on this bill. I mean, this bill is one that, in good faith, it should get some debate. So I would expect that.
Okay. Now, I'm not gonna blame anyone. I feel special. I'm getting notes from the speaker today. Your friend Mac. Is that like my friend Mac truck about to run over me today?
Well, he's smiling.
It said your friend Mac. That's all I could think about is a Mac truck. But you know what? I got nails in my pocket. If a Mac truck run over me, you might have some flat tires when you get through today. So, I look forward to going a few rounds and having some discussion. So I'm going to save all my conversation about critical race theory for the sponsor. Because the sponsor of this bill, he don't sponsor many bills. And he picked a firecracker to sponsor today. So I got my, I bought some insoles for my shoes from, it's like Copper Fit. They got these new insoles that it make it feel like your feet get massaged.
Right.
So it just make me feel like we just gonna roll all day today.
Well, I also encourage the sponsor to have some comfortable shoes on today. So
That's great encouragement. That's great encouragement. I have an extra pair of the Copper Fit, but just out of courtesy for the sponsor, I'm gonna hold those back. So I'm not gonna share those with him. But it may not be a bad idea to pull up a stool today. Bring him a bar stool to sit on, because it's gonna be that kind of day to day. But I'm just really interested in knowing a little bit more about it and just seeing y'all perspective of it, because I know my perspective. Thank you for your time.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. Let me recognize some guests here as we move through this. We want to recognize the leadership from Cleburne County. You are the special guest of Representative Jenny Shaver. Cleburne County, would y'all stand up for us, please? Good to have you with us. Good to have you as our guest here in the State House today. Thank you. Special guest of Representative Jenny Shaver. Also, we have the youth leadership with Central Alabama Electorate. Where is this group at? Autauga, Chilton, Elmore, and Coosa, right up here to our left. Good to have y'all. Special guest of Representatives Van Smith, Will Desmukes, Reed Ingram, Kelvin Lawrence, Representative Bedsoe, and Representative Holmes, and Representative Robbins. So thank y'all for being with us. Y'all are special guests of ours today. All right. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
I love those apple Laffy Taffies.
that's the ones you pick.
Of course.
Okay.
And a couple of cherries. Representative Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was about 2 weeks ago I mentioned some witch's brew and ob nude and hocus pocus and all of those things we learned about and with some of the nursery rhymes in school. And then we get back to today, this calendar, and it just takes me back to that dialogue that we had, which was a pretty good conversation. And then I think at one point this session, I asked you about the special order calendar. And,
Yes, ma'am.
we hear these terminologies here, and we get so accustomed to hearing them without actually knowing and understanding what they mean. Although you explained it and gave me some insight, I still went back to just the singular word, special. The special order calendar.
Yes, ma'am.
And now we're here today with another special order calendar proposed by the Rules Committee And the first thing I noticed on this special order calendar is HB 312. And I'm somewhat confused about HB 312. And for many, some of us have come to know this as a CRT, a critical race theory piece of legislation. But I'm going to ask you just to enlighten me as to your knowledge of HB 312 to help me understand the urgency of this particular bill jumping over all of the major bills that we have out here. I've never seen a session where so many bills just move from the little engine that could to the little engine that ultimately would and then did, and it's over. So can you help me understand HB 312 and the urgency and what makes this bill so special to be on the special order calendar?
Well, I'm going to let the sponsor get into the weeds on it. I don't actually remember seeing the term critical race theory in the bill.
But again, it may not be noted, and that's why I said we hear things and we see things.
Right.
But ultimately, it's either one way or another, or one thing or another.
And so,
and in this bill, education and training, diverse concepts for teaching of the concept of certain circumstances allows teachers to accept. So help me understand what this bill means.
And once again, I review the bills. I do all the bills. I think the wording that's used in the bill for the description is prohibition against divisive concepts.
So do you think teaching about history and race, the realization of things that happened in this country from basically 1619 to the present is one of those concepts?
And no, ma'am, that's not what it says.
Okay.
It defines divisive concept on page 3, but if you then look over, and I'm trying to find the exact page of the other language, because it specifically has language in it that if you're teaching, if teaching is being done on any issues that might have been in the definition part of a divisive concept, as long as it's being taught in the context of a bigger class, so it's just one portion of a bigger class, and it's taught in that context, then it's specifically allowed.
But is race not typically taught in a bigger, broader, on a bigger or broader scale?
Well, you know, I'm going to be honest. When I was, and it's been a long time since I was in school, Representative Gufan, it's been quite a while. I don't remember there being a class where we really went into issues of race in a class, but I was in the 80s when, you know.
And I guess that's the thing that, you know, I've been thinking about since this issue of the CRT has come about. And ultimately, for those who don't know what the CRT, it really is a concept where individuals actually teach and discuss about racial issues from the past in order to move forward to correct those things and those matters of the past. But some folks have taken it to say that there will be individual teachers in the classroom that will talk about how white folks treated black folks and call white folks out for all of these things, which they had done. I mean, it's a known fact. Discrimination exists, racism exists. This bill is not going to stop it from existing. But the critical race theory is really to help bridge the gap, to talk about those issues, and to come up with ways in which we can move forward in unison throughout this country and exist black and white or whatever race. So that's why I'm concerned about the word, those concepts, because again, this is a ruse for something that's just not being said, and the bottom line, that's what the CRT is. I mean, why it has been turned into something else, I'm not sure. And I started not to even speak on this because I've been trying, I got a lot of other things going on, and I just really don't have time to treat some of these issues right now.
And I actually don't think you and I probably disagree on as much as you would think, because I actually have a similar approach that I don't think we should be excluding or crossing out any of our history. I think the way we should be learning our history is exactly the truthful way it occurred, which is not good necessarily for any one particular
I agree
person.
wholeheartedly.
And so I don't think we should get rid of some of the statues that we've gotten rid of, because even though they may, for some, may be a bad thing, it's part of that knowledge of that history
It's
that we
still
learn.
hard.
It's
And
part
I
of
don't
our
have
learning.
I don't have a problem with that one way or the other. I believe that we need to talk about 1619. I think we need to talk about Jamestown.
Well, if you
I-
look at some of these very things you're talking about, they actually contributed to where our Constitution was designed and derived,
Exactly.
which got us to where we are today. So I think ultimately,
But
you and I agree on these things.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, we still have individuals, and some still exist even in this house, that still, regardless of how we have, unfortunately, these come by y'all moments, that in their minds, black folks, and I'm only speaking my truth, and again, I don't ask anyone else to amen me or not, that don't feel like everyone is equal. Not even just with regards to race. Sexism exists. I mean, a woman in some men's mind will never be better or greater or smarter. But I would shudder to think what this world would be like without a woman.
I would have to agree with you on that.
Because we're the only ones that can I get an amen, my sisters in here? But the realization is, because it's one thing, it's a lot of things a man can do, but one thing he cannot do is bring life into the world, carry it 9 months, and most of the time feed it, keep it, raise it, and then re-raise it again over and over, because mama is going to always be mama. But, I'm just concerned, again, with how some of these pieces of legislation, some of this sponsored legislation has come on the calendar, jumping above, leaps and bounds. I mean, doing flips and cartwheels, and the next thing you know, it's at the top of the calendar. So I'm just trying to figure out after all these years about this special order calendar. And all I see when I come in here now is that word special. What makes these pieces of legislation so critical and so special that they are moved instantaneously from the bottom of the pile to the top? They come out of committee so fast, it gives me whiplash. Every time before I can do this, it's like the bill is here.
And the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo County, Representative McCampbell. And Representative Campbell, is he on the floor? In the gallery? Here he comes. Chairman Jones, he'll be up in the gallery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Yes, sir.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, you have one of your beauties again today. I tell you, I was sitting there watching TV last night, and I said, well, let me look and see what my tomorrow is going to hold for me. And lo and behold, I reached over, and all of a sudden, I had a nightmare. And so I cut it back off and said, maybe it'll get better in the morning. But I woke it up. I woke up this morning, and it was still there. And so now I'm actually holding the real product in my hand. You know, I heard you say something, and I really have more of my questions for the sponsor
Yes, sir.
of the bill. But as we look at it, I heard you say something in terms of your perspective.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's very important. My parents were history teachers,
Yes, sir.
and both of them, you know. So I have a real love for the history.
As do I.
stuff. And you know, I was speaking with one of my colleagues. I guess it was either earlier this year or last session. And he and I were just talking about history. And it's amazing the history that he talks about and has. That's Representative Dismute. Do you understand? He has a collection of Confederate buttons and all sort of artifacts. And it was so amazing for he and I to converse on that issue. And I think what we need to be looking at as I think about this bill, it doesn't allow that diverse, you know, it's trying to take away that diversity in terms of our different heritages and how we actually talk about them. You know, those are the things that you know, I may not agree, may have a bad feeling about the Civil War. But I also understand that some of my ancestors fought on both sides
Yes, sir.
of the Civil War. You know, there are things that he and I were able to talk about that had we not been able to actually sit and converse and talk about those differences, then I would not have the appreciation for his feelings about it, as well as he wouldn't understand or have the appreciation of my feelings about certain areas, certain things regarding the history of America. So as we bring this bill, you know, and as I say, it's more that I will want to talk to the sponsor.
Yes, sir.
More so than you. But you just happen to be standing there now, and
I understand.
you are a perfect opportunity for me to say exactly what I have to say right
sir.
now. But then we go into those next three bills on the calendar.
Yes, sir.
Is it three or I think it, let me look. I dropped my glasses. Let me look here. We have election bills, and I'll call them, well, one of them, that HB 225, you know, it'd be great if that one was up top, wouldn't it? That one right there is when you look at that bill, I think that
Doing well.
that representative actually brought a very good bill. It's something that encourages the participation of people in our electoral system. You know, there are a number of people that are unable to get to the ballot box to vote on that one Tuesday that we have. So to be able to vote absentee and to not have to have your notarization and have to have two witnesses, you know, that's actually a good bill that promotes participation in our electoral system. So I'm kind of looking forward to that one. Wouldn't you agree that that's probably a good bill?
Well, the bill only speaks to one specific variable. And the variable is if you're overseas, it's mainly directed to military that are overseas. This is based on a federal act. And the voting method for our men and women in the military is that it's an electronic voting system that's set up, I believe, through the federal government. And
well, you know,
so
and that is a great thing. So I think
But they use their military ID, is my understanding, as their verification of identification, which, as you know, is a photo ID with their identification numbers, their military ID numbers. So,
and you know, that's one of the things I think we need to talk to the sponsor about. We may also need that because you have to send in a photo ID anyway.
Representative Campbell, I think there's a young lady's about to bring some stuff up to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. If she doesn't find a way up here, I'll come on down to see her. But, you know, I think that would be a great move toward encouraging and increasing voter participation in our system. You know, and don't you agree we need to be encouraging voters to participate?
Well, I don't think there's any disagreement that we want as many people who are eligible voters to vote. I mean, we want that. But they also want to make sure that people that are not eligible voters, by that I mean people from other states, people that are deceased, people that have lost their ability, legal right to vote for whatever reason, that we also be protective of that as well.
You know, and we have a system called My Votes, that My Vote system. You can pull it up. It'll tell you where you are to vote, who your representative is, who your senator is. It even tells you if you are qualified to vote. You know, so we have systems in place that can make sure we are getting good legal voters. But yet and still, we're coming up with things that would kind of discourage people simply because they are thinking one thing and find out something else. I discovered some people that were qualified voters, should have been able to go on and vote, but because they had not hadn't voted in the last 2 presidential elections, you know, had nothing else that would have prohibited them from voting. They were now off the voter rolls. So we had to get them back on the voter rolls, you know. And so when people discover these things at the last minute, I think we need to begin developing something that allows us as a system, if we want everybody to vote, to correct that then so that we are not punishing them for something that they didn't know. But I appreciate your time, but I'll spend more time with the sponsors of the bill.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Chair thanks the gentleman. Members, we've got some special guests in the gallery we want to recognize. We've got the students from Tallapoosa County Government class from Dadeville High. Are you in the gallery there? Would you stand up if you're back left over here? Good, good. It's good to have y'all with us as our guests. You are the special guest of Representative Oliver and Chief Tuggle. So it's good to have y'all with us today. All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. And gentlemen, yield?
Absolutely.
I came down to the lobby in the hotel real early this morning. I was trying to catch you for breakfast so I could discuss this. Since it's going to be quite lengthy, I thought we'd do it over there.
I had to speak at a thing across the street at 7 a.m. So that's.
Oh, okay. Well, I watched a long time. They thought I was down there looking for someone.
I did look for you when I came through, though, just to see if I
saw you going out the door when you went. But my question had to do with the calendars, and we've had several special order calendars that have been in question. My question is, do we consider the real good necessary bill that we're not going to get to because of the top four on the calendar? Do we ever consider that?
Yes, sir. I mean, obviously when we pick calendars, and most of these bills are still picked, the rules members themselves each have one pick. And so, and there's members of both sides of the aisle that are on Rules Committee. And so it becomes those members who they choose as the priority bills. And it's basically each members on each side of the aisle. And frankly, you may not be aware, I've picked Democratic bills in the past that were my pick because they were a good bill that needed to come to the floor for a reason. And I'm sure that there's been some some Democratic members who probably have picked a Republican bill. That's happened as well. So Rules Committee, that's one thing I've really enjoyed about Rules Committee is that the members do look at that issue as to what's important for the state, and it doesn't always align with party lines. Sometimes it crosses party lines.
When I look at the order of the bills, I can't fathom anything you would like about being a Rules Committee. It seems to me that where we are is, we had a discussion about taking a break. We're not going to take a break today and come back.
No, we're once we conclude today, and it is our intent to move through this entire calendar. So we're not looking to just move a bill or two. We're looking to move the calendar, and the reason is this: after today, we basically have about 3 more session days to really move HBs to the other floor for them to have serious ability to move out and be passed. And so, it's in my opinion, we need to work. If we're going to get some HBs across the way, we need to move them.
Well, I'm always concerned about when we take a break, because when we come back, we usually be dealing with another calendar, and I just didn't want us to change this one out today in the middle of what we're doing here.
Well, upon adjournment, rules will meet again today, as we always do, and we will we'll pick a calendar for the Tuesday that we return after the break.
Well, as I look at the calendar, and I'm not going to mention the bills. I spent all night putting together some information on the bills. I was going to talk to you about that this morning. We didn't get a chance to talk. You probably wouldn't have made your engagement if I had talked to you about it. But as I see it, the bills appear to be those that stimulate lengthy debates, as I see it on the calendar, and at least the first 4 bills, anyway.
The first bill, for sure, I would expect some extended debate. Actually, the other 3 bills afterwards that are basically election bills, I don't actually expect all those to be as lengthy debate because some of them, frankly, are just technical changes. They're also, one of these bills is actually, I thought, fairly simple as far as what it touches. And so I didn't look at those as being as controversial. I thought if you actually look at them for what they say, there's really not as much there to be anybody to be concerned about. They seem to be in good faith. But yes, I did expect some extended debate on the first bill.
Yeah. As far as the special order is concerned, I was concerned about the question that Representative Bracey asked about how do we prioritize bills on the special order. There are some bills that I see on the calendar that I consider to be very, very important and some very timely to be on the calendar.
Yes, sir, I would agree. That's one reason we hope to finish this calendar today.
Yeah, and with the time that we're going to spend here talking about the calendar, and then with the time we're going to spend on the first bill, and possibly 2 more, some of the time we're going to spend on those, I'm concerned that we'll get to those, what I consider to be very, very important bills.
I can say this. I know it's the intent of both the speaker and myself that we're planning on completing this calendar today. Because if we're going to move these HBs, and some of these, I agree with you, some of these HBs, I also agree they need to move. They're good bills. And so it's our intent to move this calendar in total.
Okay. Well, I can give you some advice on the calendar to make it move quite. If you're taking suggestions on the calendar, I'll give you some suggestions on the calendar where we could be out of here. But I know that you consider this a priority. The bill on top of the calendar, I don't consider a priority. And the reason I don't consider it a priority is because, to me, I consider it to be a regressive bill and not a progressive bill. I consider it to be a bill that makes our state start addressing something that doesn't exist in our state anyway, and will probably never exist at the level of K-12 anyway.
Well, the whole issue of the term critical race theory, and you know this, and I know this, it's actually, it's a graduate level discussion issue that's used to bring up a bigger picture issue. It's not actually has never been intended to be used in K through 12. It's never been intended to be used in daily life. It's actually, the whole reason it evolved was to create a discussion at a graduate level course. And so, as you and I know, that's how it evolved. However, for whatever reason, our society has turned it into more than what it was originally designed to be, and that's part of the problem, I think.
Well, you know, the reason I mention that is because we often wound up dealing with issues that really don't exist. I mean, they exist in some people's minds, but in application, they really don't exist.
I think the term and what critical race theory really is, frankly, I think it's kind of been hijacked over time, and it's turned into something different. And so it's a term now being used for a concept that is not what it was originally designed to be, and it has become divisive because of that.
Well, it actually, in my opinion, it was a name that people picked up for something else that they couldn't describe.
I would agree. I think it was intentionally being used because it has a divisive nature to the name, and I think that's part of why it's there.
The one thing that interests me about it, though, was that usually when we have a synopsis, we have a definition for what we're dealing with. I hadn't seen one yet.
There is actually definitions in the bill itself. It starts on page 2, I believe, of the bill, and the very first definition is divisive concept. Yeah. And it goes into quite a lengthy description of what that intends.
But the problem with that is that the teaching of critical race theory really talks about the results in today's societies of some former things that's taking place. But that is not what I see as the effort here. The effort here is to really control some portions of the education system on what they teach and really how they teach. And so if we are going to do that here, then we could save a whole lot of money and we just become the state school board. In the legislature here, it just seems to me that what we are addressing are issues that we have a structure already in place to address, and from my understanding, state superintendent has addressed in Alabama. And it seems to me to be overkill, but using a name that is not really being used at all in our public school system.
So I will say this, the bill itself actually addresses more than K through 12. It addresses higher ed, it addresses employment, employer issues, and so it is much more broad than just simply K through 12.
Well, when I come back to talk to the sponsor of the bill,
yes, sir,
I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience with that in the military.
Yes, sir.
Because this is not the first time this theory has come about. In fact, it was put together by the military. So I'm going to talk a little bit. I don't have but a few seconds. I couldn't talk to you about it.
Yes,
but I appreciate the time.
Anytime.
Thank you, Speaker.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Alexander.
Done away with the cage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm just like my colleagues and everybody else. Today, as I look at this calendar, one that really just catches my eyes is HB 63 and HB 225. But HB 63.
And that's the pre-filling of the fields on those absentee ballots, right?
Mm-hmm. So explain that one to me.
explain pre-filling?
HB 63.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, as always, I always try to let the sponsors take care of the weeds. But
I know, but you're good at it. You know all of them by heart. You can just read them off at the back of your hand. Just
well, it's really, I think it reads as simple as it appears to be. It's whether it's absentee ballots, and I think that's, I'm going to be specific if I can. Registration applications and the thank you, and the absentee ballot. So I knew it was two things.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So it's actually two things, and that's why I was looking to make sure I knew I was saying correctly. It's the absentee ballot issue, but also the registration application issue, and it's basically saying that not to have pre-filled fields of information in the top of it. The person who's actually required to fill out the form. There's exceptions. It can be done with the consent. So if you have somebody that's simply unable to write or unable to type for whatever reason, then with consent of the person that's the person who's on the application, then it allows somebody to help. And so it doesn't prevent someone from helping somebody. It just means you can't basically hand out droves of pre-filled out forms for people to sign without them having an opportunity to look at it and give consent.
Okay.
And that's the kind of the crux of it.
That's the gist of that one.
Yes, ma'am. And it does put a penalty on this for individuals that do this. It's a Class C felony. Class C felony is punishable by 1 year and a day to 10 years.
Okay. Now, just suppose a nursing home. And just give you a feel with the nursing home. Thank you, honey. That's my friend, you know.
She's very prepared and she's ready for this bill.
I'm good with it. But just like a nursing home, if they take out the time and just put the address in, this address in the voting precincts for the individuals that's in the nursing home that want to file that, when they go around, then all they had to do is just fill their name out and put their information in, but where they live at, due to the fact they have not been living there a year or whatever, supposed to have that already typed out or pre-formed, just like you go on the internet and you get application.
Well, once again, and I can't say I know exactly what nursing homes do. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as the person with whom it is signing the application or the applicant
okay with it,
as long as it's with their consent,
okay,
and they're knowledgeable of it, well then that's okay. So there's a way for that to be done to where it's not improper. The issue is with consent. But when you just mass produce, pre-filled in ballots,
I understand that. Yeah.
That's a whole different ballgame.
Now it's one on here about the poll workers. Poll watchers, poll workers cannot.
I believe that's 239. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That they cannot assist like they normally do now. They can go in and assist a person that cannot read, write, or need help. Now, what does this one do? Tell me about this one.
Well, this one's one that it's not as out there as it appears.
Okay.
So right now, the way our code is set up, there's a difference between the rules or the laws that deal with a municipal election and a non-municipal election.
Okay.
And all this basically does, it syncs up to where the same rules and laws that apply to municipal elections match up to non-municipal elections. And so that's the real big difference. The reason why you don't usually think of that is usually in municipal elections, they're nonpartisan. However, in some cities, there is some partisan nature to municipal elections. But basically, that's what this does. It syncs up those two differences in those two different type of elections.
Okay, so with it doing that.
And I'm going to let the sponsor give more details. I'm not the sponsor, but
I know, but
my read of it,
let
that's
me
what
tell
it
you
appears
something.
to
But you're the
be.
attorney, though. You're a darn good attorney now. You're gonna make sure every T and I is dotted and every T is crossed. You're gonna make sure what they turn in, or everything is right. Even when I put something in, you're gonna say, okay, now this here is already over here. Now I know how you do.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
So,
that's my
and
view.
I appreciate you doing that. I'm not here to scun you or scold you or nothing like.
And that's one reason why I did
not.
not see that one as being as controversial as some might think it would be.
Okay.
Because once again it's syncing up to those areas of election law.
So now, I think the part I have a problem with is the poll worker. will
there's a
not be able
difference-
to assist.
There's a difference between poll watcher
Poll
and
watcher,
poll worker.
yeah.
And I think the main
Poll
thrust-
watcher is inside, the poll worker is outside.
Well, and I'm going to let the sponsor get into the weeds once
Okay.
again, but one is can be partisan and one is not because of their duties and they're sworn in by the probate judge and so forth.
So they cannot do it.
Well, the ones that are not partisan are the ones that sometimes aid people when they're going to the poll booth or whatever they need. They don't vote for them, but they may assist people, and that's very common, and that's very normal. But you don't want someone who has a bias assisting because of the very obvious nature of what can happen.
Correct.
So the specific descriptions in the bill would include a candidate or someone who worked on behalf of a candidate or someone who might work on behalf of a party of a candidate. That would not be appropriate for those type of individuals to be assisting someone in a voting booth, and because of the very nature of the potential conflict of interest.
Okay, let me ask this question then. Suppose a candidate is bringing somebody to the poll to vote, a ride to the poll. So one of the individuals get off the van to go in to help that individual. Then what is?
Well, and once again, you can't really give just one general thing and apply it to every situation. It's pretty much situational. It's not uncommon. So, I used to work in Birmingham decades ago.
Yes.
A long time ago. And it was very common during like bond election, elections that dealt with bonding issues or something like that. It's very common back then that the mayor's office would set up locations, usually churches, that would assist by busing people from the church area, that community, to the voting booth.
Correct.
And oftentimes, they would, and then bring them back and just keep that rotation going. And I'm sure that there's probably somebody on that bus, suggesting or encouraging people to support a particular issue. That's one thing, and that's not necessarily a problem. The problem is that when that person follows them into the booth and they're partisan, they're conflict, they clearly have a conflict, and they're actually in the ballot box assisting somebody with their vote. Or if they're pre-filling out a ballot and handing it to somebody else. That's where you're crossing lines, and that's where we're getting away from the equity and the fairness that's intended with our ballot system and our election system.
So now if you give them a ballot and say, okay, take this in with you and follow this ballot, that's crossing the line.
No, not necessarily. So a lot of people make notes, and I know a lot of people in all our communities will go get a sample ballot from their probate judge's office, and they'll go through and kind of pre-check what they want to do, and they do it by calling friends and whoever they trust on elections that they don't know the candidates.
Okay.
And so that's not a problem. That's just, we do that all the time. That's taking notes so that you know what to do when you get in the ballot box. It's a little different though when you've got someone who is working for a candidate that walks you in and starts helping you vote, basically. Okay. That's clearly a line of conflict of interest that's probably not a good thing.
So in other words, you need somebody that don't have on a candidate T-shirts, non-biased.
And that's where you get into the workers that the probate judge brings in, and that they're instructed, they go through classes, they understand what they can and can't do. They're trained on those issues. That's the poll workers that we routinely see. And they know where those lines are, they know what they can and can't do. They're trained on that. And we have a system to protect on those situations. It's the ones who are outside of that can be more of a concern.
Okay. So now just say, I know I got about 10 minutes. If I walk my sister in, and I'm not even on the ballot, just to help her, it's okay.
Yeah, if you're helping your sister, and she needs your help, I don't see any issue with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am. Thank the lady. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Clark County, Representative Jackson. While Representative Jackson's coming, I want to recognize some guests we have. Miss Webb and Mr. Bugsby and David Jones from Citronelle Elementary, 4th grade class. Would y'all stand up? Let us see where y'all, right over here to the left. Good to see y'all. Good to have y'all with us today as our special guest. You're the special guest of Representative Shane Stringer, so I hope you enjoy the day with us today. Also, we have in the gallery Mr. and Miss James McCutcheon. Dana and James and the boys, Jesse and Seth, y'all stand up. Let us welcome y'all. James is my brother, here with the family, and his son Nate is working for us today as a page. Good to have y'all with us.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, you said that was your brother?
I'm sorry? That's my brother, yes.
He's better looking than you.
Well, I agree with you. I'm not even going to argue on that.
I'm messing with you.
No, I'm not messing. He's true. Yeah.
Hello, is your wife up there? Is your wife up? Is Mrs. wife?
Yes, she's there. Miss Dana, right there. She's the pretty one on the left right there. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition. You know, I couldn't help but to put my light on early, and I finally got called upon. I love it this way.
The list was long.
How many minutes?
The list was long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I got 9. Ooh, let me finish this right quick. As we sit and listen to your chronological knowledge and of the order of this calendar that we have today, we're going to be voting on in a moment. There were some things that was brought to my attention that relates to voters' rights and suppressing voters' rights. Now, the last speaker, my colleague from Birmingham, was questioning you about the absentee challenges that's facing us. And I understand where you're coming from with that on the calendar. And the first bill on the calendar is what has been dubbed CRT. And it's troubling that we here in this body going to be educators enough, professionals enough that we can dictate to educators what to teach, what history they can teach and what they cannot. You know, there's a quote said, "A person that forget their past is soon to repeat it."
Yes, sir.
Now, if I hadn't been taught about my ancestry and the struggles that they had gone through to accomplish the things that they accomplished, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. You know, when I look back and think about, even in the word of the Lord, Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7, I believe, so wisdom is the most principal thing. Now, how do you get wisdom? Through knowledge.
Correct.
And Solomon said, get wisdom and get knowledge. But in all of that getting, get an understanding. Now, I'm not getting a good understanding of why we don't want people to be taught their history. Now, can you explain that? Can you? I mean, I'm going to listen for a moment to see if you're going on the right path.
Well, and I think, once again, I'll always defer to the sponsor of the bill. I'm not the sponsor of the bill. I'm sure he'll be very capable to come up and get into more details. I don't actually read it to say the same thing you're saying. I do read this to be, and it's definitely not applied. It's much more broad than just K through 12. It also includes higher ed. It also includes outside of education. And so the application of the bill is not just what everybody thinks it is. It's not K through 12 only. As far as the terminology, it's prohibition against divisive concepts, and it then goes into quite a lengthy definition of divisive concepts.
I understand that.
So
I had to live through all those divisive concepts.
Well,
and they helped me to become a greater person.
And you and I, just as I mentioned to Representative Gavan, I think we actually have a lot in common on how we approach this is, you know, how you gain wisdom, and I agree with this, it's through knowledge, but also through experience.
Exactly.
And so you put those two together, and you hope that between the blend of that and some faith in God, that you'll have some wisdom at the other end of it.
Well, if you take one of those away, if you take the knowledge out of it, then it's going to be even tough.
I think it limits the amount of wisdom you bring to the table. I agree with that. So, as you know, I'm not one for Xing out our history, no matter how good or how bad. I believe that our history is what got us to here. And if we don't understand our history and learn about our history, then just as you said, we're doomed to repeat it.
See, can you see what's happening in Europe? Can you see what's happening in the Ukraine? See,
well, I mean, what's happening in Ukraine and what's happened in many different countries over the history of the world is that it's not unusual. They'll come in, a new power will come in, And to take power, they will try to completely destroy and decimate all historical markers.
Exactly.
And the reason they do that is, once again, it's a power issue. It's to gain control and to kind of reset what history is. And that's what
it's doing is keeping people in a vacuum and not knowing who they are and not appreciating themselves. You know, and let me say this from my experience. You know, I read in the scriptures, Lord, I've been granted that 10, and I'm looking for that reasonable strength to get 40. But when I look back in my heritage of my grandparents, their parents, and the parents before them was slaves, and you go back to their ancestry from the Congo. I found out that's my heritage coming from the Congo to America, and bringing the DNA that my ancestors brought here was determination. The voyage from there to America and the 1619 Project began that. And what happens growing up in segregated South, Jim Crow, myself.
And the hour's time has ended. Go ahead and finish your statement. But we finished the hour debate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. See, it was troubling for me because you haven't experienced the water fountains in the bathrooms and can't walk on the sidewalk.
Actually, I'm a little older than you think. I actually do have some memories when I was young of some of those same things.
I mean, those things, what really I don't want my grandchildren to have to go through.
Yes, sir.
And I got 5 beautiful grandkids, and I pray for them every day, and I hope that their lives will be better than their granddads. But this doesn't make it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Chair, thanks to the gentleman. All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the resolution for the special order calendar. All in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, I think the ayes have it, and we adopted the calendar. All right, the special order calendar is adopted, and let's go ahead and go to the first bill on the special order.
On page 42 of the calendar, House Bill number 312 with amendment by Representative Oliver relating to education.
And the chair recognizes Representative Oliver.
Thank you for the recognition.
Yes, sir.
This is a bill that would prohibit this state and any of its political subdivisions or agencies from promoting or advancing certain concepts regarding race, sex, or religion in certain teaching or training. That would also include to adopt or believe certain concepts regarding race or religion. Also would prohibit public institutions of higher education and their employees from promoting or advancing certain concepts regarding race, sex, or religion, except as part of teaching about doctrines regarding race, sex, or religion as part of a larger course of academic instruction without compelling students to assent to the concepts. This bill would prohibit public K-12 schools and public institutions of higher education and their employees from using or introducing courses of instruction or units of study directing or compelling students to adhere or to affirm certain concepts regarding race, sex, or religion. Why do we want to introduce this bill? We believe that it is unfair, illegal, and undermines the value of individual equality as provided for in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to teach, endorse, or train certain divisive concepts as described in House Bill 312 based on race, sex, or religion. No state agency, including K-12, post-secondary colleges and universities, state agencies and their affiliates may teach, train, or endorse the divisive concepts described in this bill. This bill does not violate the First Amendment. Similar bills have passed in other states. It does remove divisive language, for example, critical race theory, from textbooks and training materials. It does not prevent educational discussions. It does prevent any student, employee, contractor from being pressured or punished for disagreeing with divisive language. And if there are no questions, I would ask for the BIR.
All right, I believe that's the first question we'll have to answer is the adoption of the BIR. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Limestone County, Representative Crawford, first person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
If you had said no, you wouldn't yield, what does that mean?
Well, you mean that I'm not a very nice person, or?
I don't know. But I know, now I did some research what that really meant. And when you say you'll yield, it means you'll listen to the other person's argument. So, but I often wondered if you had said no, I had to go back and sit back down or what. So I was just sort of wondering about that. I know this bill has come a long ways, and I know you have had conversations, input from higher ed and AEA and I think agencies and whatnot, and they all in agreement to what you have put on paper. Is that correct?
I would say that everybody has had the opportunity to provide their language. And at this point, whether people like it or not, I can't answer, but I can say that everybody has had an opportunity. And we have listened and we have included as many people as possible.
Yes, I think so. But it doesn't prohibit teaching anything about history or any facts of
Absolutely
the matter.
not.
And I would hope we encourage more teaching about history, and doesn't prevent any programs in schools doing Black History Month or anything like that. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, good. I was thinking that was the case. And it also doesn't prohibit debate and discussions on issues. So what you're really are saying is that you don't want anyone to take their belief and teach it as knowledge if it's not a proven fact.
Absolutely.
That's about as simple as this goes. I had read some of the concepts, the one that one race, sex, or religion is inherently superior to another race, sex, or religion. I can imagine anyone in this body that would want their child or grandchild being taught that because of their sex, they are their race or their religion, that they're inferior to anyone else. To me, that was wrong. We come a long ways. I know women didn't used to be able to vote. Black folks didn't used to be able to vote. And we've come a long ways. But I think the people that I've heard make their arguments, I'm not sure if they read those concepts that are divisive. But it only limits, you aren't really trying to define CRT. You're just defining what a divisive concept is. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're hoping that isn't taught in our school. From time to time, I noticed we have certain things that we don't allow being taught. I think yoga was one of them that we went through, and now we're allowed to have that in schools. But I think the bill is a good bill, and what has brought you to this point of why you're offering this bill for us?
This is started a year ago. It's 6 months of work by a lot of really smart people, 2 busloads of lawyers. And it's done with the intent of making the classroom equal, making the workplace equal, and provides protections for every student and every employee.
I think that's correct. Well, thank you for the bill. Thank you for yielding where I could talk. I appreciate that.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris, second person speaking on the B hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you said some of the divisive words, race, religion, sex. Can you just give me a little bit more about that?
Well, to put it in context, you'd have to look at the divisive concepts that we described.
Just give me a couple of them.
Okay. That an individual solely by virtue of his or her race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously.
So when you talk about some of the words that need to be removed, right? Because that's what we're doing, right? We're going to remove a few words from the book in order for us to be able to teach it. What are we doing?
That's not what this bill does.
Okay, so what are we doing? And because you got a classroom, right? And you got teachers who have to teach, and we are even going up to higher ed. So what words are being taken out that you say that's there? Because something has to be there in order for it to be taught now. So what you want to be removed that's dealing with race, religion, and sex?
And that we're not removing anything that I'm aware of that's currently being taught. What this does is it prevents these concepts from being used in school or taught in school.
So are they being taught now? Because I remember having a conversation and you said they were being taught.
Right.
So I'm asking you now, what words should be removed from the books based off of what you're saying? You're saying that something now is currently being taught, even though we have a lot of people who are saying that it's not, but you're saying that it is being taught in our school currently, dealing with race, religion, and sex. So I want to know what words are being taught that you would like not to be taught.
Well, the words that I just described there, that an individual solely by virtue of his or her race or sex is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Okay, so let's go with the word oppressively, right? So you want to take that out, right? So what else would go with that when you're dealing with race? That'll be removed.
I don't know.
Because when I think about oppression, I think about like when you're saying one person is more inferior to another, I think about slavery. So I'm asking you what words that goes with them, those concepts that should be removed, because we're saying that we're not going to take away teaching history. But we got people that's in education that's saying it's not being taught. We have the superintendent who came to our sit down and said, I can guarantee you that it's not being taught. But you're saying, yes, it is. So there are some words there that you have to know and see that you would like to be removed. Just give me a few words. You saying oppression. See, those are just words that we dance around with. But when we say slavery, oppression is there. So I'm asking what words, just come on, just say what words that you would like to see dismissed.
I'm not sure what you're trying to get me to say. All I'm trying to do with this bill is to say that these divisive concepts will not be taught.
So is slavery a divisive concept?
Slavery is something we can talk about or teach in school.
Okay, so but if you break it down, literally, if you break it down, would it mean anything dealing with that?
There was one line in here that dealt with slavery, which we're removing by amendment. And the reason is all the things in these divisive concepts are factual and finite that can be proven. The line that we had in here that, and I will tell you what if I can find it, that dealt with slavery, that with respect to American values, slavery and racism are anything other than deviations from, betrayals of, or failures to live up to the founding principles of the United States, which include liberty and equality. While I may believe that, I can't prove that, and other people might disagree. So that needs to come out of this bill.
Okay. Okay. And again, I kept hearing, I heard someone come up and, well, I guess I know we can't say names seriously, but to actually agree that, some things should stay so we won't have to repeat. I understand the need to try to move in a different way, but what are you going to do when it's coming to, because you and I had a conversation and you said that it creates activists. You remember? So you don't think that the bill that you bring in is going to create activists?
It's designed to prevent that.
No, it's designed to create. And it's going to create a lot of more people hitting the ground running because you have your concept of what you're saying that it is. But when you start peeling back the layers and understanding those concepts that you're naming ties completely to race and religion. There is no way you could talk about slavery without talking about race, without talking about oppression. There's no way you could talk about it.
No, we can.
How?
This bill does not
Explain
prevent
it.
you from talking about any of those things.
But I'm just saying what you're saying, your divisive concepts. So slavery is not considered a divisive concept?
You have to read the entire sentence.
Well, read it.
Well, in this one, what we talked about in this one was that with respect to American values, slavery and racism are anything other than deviations from, betrayals of, or failures to live up to the founding principles of the United States, which include liberty and equality. Most people would tend to agree with that statement, but because it's not something that everybody might agree on, then we decided that would be better to remove.
Okay, so to you, because I know what critical race theory means to me, so I want to know what it means to you. Without you picking up your bill, just tell me what critical race theory means.
This is not a critical race theory bill.
What is it?
This is a bill that talks about divisive or discriminatory concepts.
Okay, so y'all basically the same thing. So the divisive concepts, again, that's coming, and we want to actually remove words because that's what it says. We did a round table. You remember the round table?
Sure.
Sit down, talk, and we had some people to come in and give their professional opinions. And for some reason, even after we sat and we had the round table discussion, the bill was removed from ed policy and taken somewhere else. A lot of other things have changed since then. I guess the dancing and the playing with the words, but they still mean the exact same thing. So I guess I'm just gonna have to say that if we are gonna truly move forward, it's a lot of stuff that we come in here and we try to pass, or we pass. Some of it is good legislation, some of it is bad legislation. Some stuff we know for a fact because we're not actually listening. We just want people to hear what it is that we're saying without sitting down with other folk to actually see, what does this mean to you? How does this affect you? What would you like to see? But no matter how many times we come down and we try to express how it feels or what it looked like to us, then you give us this wordplay and everything's supposed to be just fine. And it's not. It's not. We come in here constantly, and then we'll see somebody out, and it's a lot of times folks don't even agree, but they still have to go along with. And I say at some point you got to stand up. You have to be able to stand up and say, I don't agree, and I'm not going along just to get along. That has to be something that's said. And that's why it's so great to be a Democrat. is so great because we don't have to if we don't want to. We express the way we feel, and we don't have to just follow if it's not meant to be. Just something to think about. I'll be back.
Thank you.
And the chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan County, Representative Stadhagen. Third person speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, as you know, I had the pleasure of serving on the Caucus Platform Committee, and this legislation was on our agenda. And it was in my committee as well in state government. So we had some good conversations, had some good debates, and I'm looking forward to the further debates today. But I want to thank you for grabbing the reins on this, for taking charge, and looking forward to the debate today. But it's good legislation. I appreciate you supporting the caucus agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England. Fourth person speaking on the BR. Finally got to you.
Thank you for the recognition. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just want to get this out real quick. So you said this bill doesn't have anything to do with critical race theory?
It's not a critical race theory bill. It's a divisive language bill. Critical race theory could certainly be included in the things that we would try to address.
So it is. So this bill is.
It could be
designed to prevent critical race theory from being taught in classes. Right?
Not necessarily critical race theory from being taught, but the concepts that would come with critical race theory.
You know, people say that CRT stands for critical race theory, but it really stands for can't really teach, because the divisive concepts bill would really keep teachers from actually teaching. And one thing that I thought was really interesting in your conversation earlier is you said consciously and unconsciously. So our concept here, divisive concepts, a lot of people are biased or prejudiced because unconsciously, they carry these things with them, right? So really the only time you could identify that bias or prejudice is by actually having a conversation about it. Wouldn't you agree?
Probably.
Yeah. So if you've got a divisive concept and you carry your prejudice or a bias with you that you don't really know you have, isn't that the purpose of public education, to identify those biases and those prejudices in order so we can kind of work through them, so when you go out into the public, you don't carry them with you anymore?
I'm not prepared to answer that because I don't know that I believe that. So.
Do you think you personally carry biases or prejudices with you?
I think everybody carries biases and prejudices about all sorts of things.
Subconsciously, consciously, unconsciously, whatever. You think they both, right? Would you agree with that statement?
Once again, I would have a very difficult time putting it in this context.
Well, this is the context. It's divisive concepts. Divisive concepts are those things that you believe draw on biases and prejudices, right? Isn't that right? Stereotypes.
Right, I hear you.
Okay. So if we are discouraging conversations about divisive concepts, aren't we discouraging conversations where people will determine those unconscious biases and prejudices and overcome them?
There's a reason that is in terms of divisive concepts, and that's not something that we feel should be done in the classroom.
Sure. I mean, yeah, we don't want people to actually critically think about these things. We want people to just accept.
It depends on what's age appropriate as well. And that's the reason I'm so slow with the answers. It's a little.
There's another reason you're slow with the answers, and they didn't necessarily do with that. But you know, if you take this, let's go on down the road here, because I think you're being sort of disingenuous about what this bill is designed to do, and I think you're being disingenuous about what the purpose of the bill is, because you know it's amazing that we're here. And we're you know, thanking you for bringing the bill as like something that we've discovered, and this is something that we came up with. But it's the exact same bill that's being passed all over the country, and it's all people who have similar beliefs about what they believe should be taught in classrooms and what shouldn't be. And interestingly enough, what's sort of driving this conversation isn't about accepting blame or responsibility. It's stopping conversations so we can't determine, for the purposes of these conversations, who's responsible for what. And there's a fear that's inherent in that. And the fear that's inherent in that is what drives these conversations. It's why we're down here talking about a problem that doesn't even exist. And to the point, you said age appropriate. This bill tries to stop you from talking about divisive concepts when you pay for the education. I mean, when you pay for it, like I want to go learn about what the history of America and how we evolved into what we are right now and how it played a role in that, and I can't even pay to learn about it. So, I mean, age appropriate, sure, but this bill doesn't necessarily just talk about elementary school children. It attempts to stop you from learning about these sorts of concepts even when you pay for it. Like when you go to college and you say, I want to take that elective, and I want to learn about what role race played in how we developed as a country. But let me ask you another question. In terms of a divisive concept, who makes that determination?
These divisive concepts, are you talking about in terms of saying that something a teacher used or
Yeah, who
an
makes
employee?
the determination of something is divisive? Would you agree that something that's divisive to you may not be to me?
Absolutely.
All right. So who is the final arbiter in our conversations about what is divisive and what isn't for the terms of your bill? Who makes that determination?
That would be done by the local school board when we're talking about education.
So the local...
And it would be appealable, of course.
So something that's divisive in Tuscaloosa County may not be divisive in Macon County.
The fact that it could be arbitrary is something we've considered.
So, well, actually, it's not arbitrary. It's actually the exact opposite of arbitrary. Because if it could be different everywhere, then that means it's not. It's subject to it's subject to your interpretation. So that's not arbitrary, actually. Because if you have some arbitrariness in the definition, that might actually help us here. But see, the thing is, because you talk about conscious decision-making and unconscious or subconscious decision-making, you're getting into elements where you're, as a bill, trying to anticipate conversations and then try to stop them. It actually tries to discourage thought. It actually tries to discourage conversations that come from those thoughts. So, I mean, we talk about small government and all this kind of stuff, but now we're at the point where we're designing legislation that is designed to stop people from thinking and then having conversations about those thoughts. Now, you know, there's bills all over the country like this, and I'll guarantee you won't. Alabama sets a pretty high bar on on unconstitutional activity, but this one right here, this probably takes the cake. Because you're going to find that some of the divisive concepts that generate the conversations are actually going to ensnare what is just normal conversation and then try to stop it. And First Amendment, many cases, a lot of Supreme Court precedent out there talks about prior restraints on free speech. This is the poster child bill for prior restraint on free speech. Government telling you what you can and cannot talk about. And not only can and cannot talk about, but also anticipate what it's going to be and then try to stop it. I don't know what is more unconstitutional than that. And for all the freedom-loving patriots around here, I figured free speech would be something that you celebrated and protected, not went after. But we got two bills in this session, one that could potentially arrest you for protesting, and you got another one here that's trying to stop you from even talking about stuff that we may not like, stuff that makes us feel uncomfortable. But you know, as Americans, you know what makes us comfortable? Being uncomfortable first. And you cannot legislate and protect the sensibilities of people you don't even know, and you can't determine what's divisive for those folks either. Just like you can't hand a school board member, well, today in Tuscaloosa County, discussions about white supremacy are divisive, so we're not going to allow that to happen in our classrooms. Because somebody may feel uncomfortable, or somebody may feel like you're blaming me. And see, again, if this is about America and about the First Amendment and freedom of speech, speech creates uncomfortable situations, because that's the only way you're going to grow. That's the only way you're going to develop. And again, this sort of legislation will continue to allow the dead to bury the living in the state for eternity. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the BIR for House Bill 312. If you are in favor of the BIR, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted? And all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 71 yeas, 28 nays, 0 abstentions, and the BIR is adopted. All right, with that in mind, then let's go to the committee amendment that is on the floor. And Representative Oliver, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. On page 4, delete lines 5 through 10 in their entirety. On page 7, line 4, after from, insert the following language: providing any instruction in furtherance of satisfying any accreditation standard. Or on page 7, line 25, after act, insert the following language: any disciplinary action or termination of an employee of a public institution of higher education shall remain subject to relevant policies established by the institution.
Members, you've heard explanation of the committee amendment, and we are on the committee amendment now, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale County. Representative, you want to wait and speak on? Okay. The chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun County speaking on the committee amendment. Yeah, if you want to speak on the amendment, just keep your light on, and then we'll address it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I listened to your amendments, but I have an additional amendment, and I think the protocol probably should deal with yours first, or do I wait until we complete with that one before I present the one that I have?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. What was the question?
I have an additional amendment.
All right, well, let's get this committee amendment off the floor.
We have to get this one off, but I want to comment
Yes, ma'am.
on this one too.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Let's stay on this one on this, then we'll call you back. Okay.
Representative Oliver, I understand those that you have, but just like we want to teach what's correctly in schools, and I love what the previous representative said, that it really means can't really teach. That was kind of striking to me. And I'm wondering if all the years that will the legislature teach me at this stage how to teach better than I did in all of those 45 years and 6 months.
I doubt it.
But back to your amendment. That is too much to digest 1, 2, 3. So I have a simple one on page 8, but the speaker has given me the proper rules and protocols that I really know. My rules chairman has taught me that. So I'll stop and let us get yours off. Then I'll come back with mine. But then I do have some discussion on this, Mr. Speaker, because I could stand here all day and all night by myself addressing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, ma'am. Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson County, Representative Hollis, speaking on the amendment. Okay, all right. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond, speaking on the amendment. Okay, all right. If y'all could turn your lights off, that way I've got the right people, then you can turn it back on when we get off the amendment. All right. And the chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at, I think this is the committee's amendment that you were just
Yes, ma'am.
giving. On page 4, deleting lines 5 through 10.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you delete on page 4, you delete 5. When you delete 5 through 10, you're deleting the meritocracy or traits such as hard work or racist or sexist. That's coming out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So with respect to American values, slavery and racism, anything deviation from that you're removing that.
That'll be deleted as well.
And then number 3, that is you're including agencies and political subdivision of the state of Alabama. It says school districts, public K-12, institution of higher ed. So now help me with this deletion when you do that. How does that, what is the status of the bill at this point? When you remove that information, because you come down to that an individual should be asked to accept, well, you're talking about which starts on I guess these would be considered number 2, divisive concepts, right? All of these were the following things starting on page 3 down to 14.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is the difference now that has been removed from this bill?
The reason they were removed is because the divisive concepts, we tried to make them provable and finite and factual. Even though we may agree with J and K, they are not things they're subjective, that people could have different opinions on.
So if you go back to page 3, line 5, why is that word divisive concept, why was that chosen as a key definition for this bill?
My choice was discriminatory concepts.
Yours was what?
Discriminatory.
And what is that?
That was the way I would have described it originally. Divisive concepts have been used in several other bills.
Okay. So how is a divisive concept differentiated from any other number of divisive concepts?
Just a name.
All right, so when you discuss it in politics, or let's take politics for an example. How is divisive concepts used in politics? It's a good one.
In policy,
Politics.
politics.
Yes, sir.
We're trying to avoid that here. This is to prevent compelled speech.
You're trying to do what?
Prevent compelled speech.
Prevent compelled speech in a free speech country.
It is this First Amendment right to be free
Right.
from compelled speech, though.
In what way?
That's the First Amendment. It's a guarantee.
That you, okay, and so you're saying, okay, so when you look at that, okay, how do you, I would take, even if I take it from politics, let's take society, divisive concept in society. What is it?
Once again, divisive concepts, meanings are malleable. It could mean a lot of different things. In this particular bill, divisive concepts are specifically the things that we have named here.
What about religion?
Religion is one of those things that it's a very complex topic, like many others.
Taxes.
I'm sorry?
Taxes.
Absolutely.
You know, okay. Sports teams.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, but so I was looking at that as you looked at what you're taking, what you are doing with taking this out. So you're saying you're removing this because it makes you it gives you a much more comfortable feeling? Is that what that does? Okay.
No, the reason we're taking it out is we believe it's subjective.
And as we
And let me make sure that you understand that there are many different opinions that are in this bill, and a lot of research has been done, and we all didn't agree on every point.
Oh, I understand that well. I understand that very well. It's just that as we look at this and as we look at way things are moving and how this becomes a major issue for discussion for today, for your agenda. And then when we think about this, as we look at the process by which we find ourselves in, those are us that are in the minority caucus, find ourselves in on each day as we talk about different issues, and the number of issues that sometimes are the issues that are the ones that causes you to feel like, why is that necessary? What makes that important? But let me go on. As you remove that, when you look at this bill with what we did in the what you did in committee, how does this make this bill better?
It removes something that I believe is subjective language.
So
it makes it more finite.
All right. So when you look on page 4, what was I looking on these starting at letter J, line 5. When you say American values are subjective, slavery was subjective, racism is subjective.
Those terms alone no, in the context of the
But even if you read, if I read in furtherance of satisfying an accreditation standard, help me with that.
I would tell you that is from the folks we've talked to in higher education felt that was important to protect them.
And what do you think that meant? What did that mean?
Well, there may be requirements in certain courses that trying to stay away from these divisive concepts might be difficult. We're trying to be as amenable to the First Amendment. You know, the First Amendment rights are guaranteed. So there's some things we cannot exceed, and that's what that is trying to protect, particularly in higher education. We are limited as a body from what we can do that would have any effect on higher education.
And the lady's time.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. All right, the chair now recognizes the lady from Jefferson County, Representative Gavant, speaking on the amendment.
I was trying to listen to the discussion relative to the amendments. Can you help me understand what this amendment does?
Primarily, it puts in some more protections for higher ed, and it removes 2 of the divisive concepts.
What are the protections? Because I think that's the thing that alarmed me. I heard you mention protections several times. So what are the protections with regards to higher ed?
If you'll look at line 18.
Line 18
on
where?
The amendment.
Page what?
7.
Okay, because here it speaks to page 7, line 25. So which one is it, 18 or 25?
This is an addition that we put in there that comes in at the end, which says that any disciplinary action or termination of an employee of a public institution of higher education shall remain subject to relevant policies established by the institution. That means they do everything like they always have, and this legislation does not affect that.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand, what are you trying to do as it relates? Is this a safeguard for you or whoever is in support of this legislation that would further prohibit a person who is in higher ed from, I guess, acting or participating in this type of dialogue or discussion?
In higher ed, you can't participate in the dialogue. You can't prohibit that. A teacher in higher ed picks his own curriculum. He teaches what he wants to teach.
That's what I
The
thought.
only thing we're trying to prevent is compelled speech by a student.
And what is compelled speech?
An example would be if you were a teacher and you gave a student an F because he disagreed with you on some theory you believed.
Okay. So, hold on. So you said compelled speech was what now?
Compelled speech, definition of compelled speech.
I'm just trying to get the clarity.
For clarity, it would be compelled speech would be forcing someone to assert or affirm something that they did not believe, or to repeat something they did not believe.
Okay, because I've never thought of compelled speech to be that, but I'm just a little bit, I don't think that's exactly what it is, but I'm not here to embarrass you or to put you on the spot today, so I'll let you have that. That's not exactly what compelled speech is, and that's a very critical term that you're actually throwing around right now. And for bills like this, these are very serious bills that have serious implications. And what we should try to do, and let me just say, that's one of the rudest things I think that we do. And I've done it once or twice out of 12 years, is walk up to the microphone when someone is speaking. I just try my best not to do it. I've slipped once or twice, but I think sometimes if you start putting these folks that walk up to the mic on the spot, I think they'll stop doing it, because if they want to talk on the bill, then they need to turn their lights on, and then they need to come up here and they need to take their own 5 or 10 minutes to say what they need to say. Because when you take on these responsibilities of these bills, you ought to know what you're saying. But anyway, so I'm just concerned because I continue to hear the word compelled speech, and just trying to get the clarity of this amendment. Hopefully I'll get a chance to speak on the bill and get a few pointers out with regards to that. Typically, a compelled speech is a protected speech or a protected right to be able to say certain things. And I'm hoping with this legislation that we're not taking away a person's right to still be able to express him or herself, and especially on a collegiate level. That's what makes collegiate level education so great. It moves you past the secondary education into an arena where you can talk, you can analyze, you can critique, you can meditate and participate in a setting that affords you an opportunity to be a grown person. And you talk grown folks conversation, and you speak more truth to power without being put in a situation in which your speech is prohibited because it may be offensive to someone. I believe that people should be able to say what they want to say. I may or may not like it, but I believe you are entitled as a grown man to say what you need to say, whether I receive it or not. You know, there's been a long debate for years, what's obscene, what's not obscene, what's offensive. But I do have some serious concerns about the legislation as well as the amendments. Me knowing college students the way I know them, I don't think this bill is going to stop them from expressing themselves, not in this country that we live in today. And I don't think that there is going to be a professor that's going to allow themselves to be policed to a point that they would prohibit that expression of thought, of sentiment, and of debate in their classrooms when it comes to race. As I stated earlier, the issue of race exists. It's going to always be here. Are you familiar with the Middle Passage?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with the Middle Passage?
From 1619, maybe?
I just asked you if you were familiar with the Middle Passage.
No, ma'am.
Okay. That's bad if you're not familiar with the passage in which white Anglo-Saxon Americans took to Europe to bring black enslaved people back into this country, to take them from state to state and barter and trade them off. That's a history. You don't even know. That's the history of slavery. You're passing a piece of legislation that you're saying now that you want to, in some way, stop a discussion about something you don't even know anything about. You don't even know what the Middle Passage is, and I wouldn't even tell anybody that. At the end of the day, we're here again. We talk about history, and I don't care what anybody's history in this room is. I really don't. Because I consider myself to live or have lived in an era in which I see racism. I've been a part of racism. I've gotten past it, and I accept it. I accept it. And I don't try to run from it. I may not like it, but I accept it. But what I have a problem with in this house is that we constantly try to take away a person's right to have a voice. Because I know that's been the case for me for the last few years. But you can't silence me. I came here free. I'm going to leave here free, regardless of what and regardless of who. And even with the God concepts, you know, I'm going to pray. No, don't pray for me. Because I serve a God that's greater, and I serve a God that's just as great as your God. But again, I'm concerned about this bill. I'm concerned about the amendment, and I'm also concerned that I'm standing here speaking to a gentleman that racism begins with the issue of slavery here in this country and what that history means, and yet you don't even know what the Middle Passage was here in this country and what it means to African American people, from which our ancestors were brought here on a slave ship, brutally attacked, beaten, raped, maimed at times. But yet you bring this bill and you don't even know the history or don't even care enough about it. That says a lot.
All right. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. Members, we're still on the committee amendment, speaking on the committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will yield.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've gone over this amendment, and I think that the worst part, because the first part is you're deleting things, but the overall thing when you're talking about higher ed, and I've heard some of my other colleagues that have come forth, when we leave transition from high school to higher ed, most times that is to broaden our horizon.
Yes, ma'am.
And we learn things and concepts that we might have just touched on, but we didn't go into deep thought about it. And that's the critical aspect of it. That, and when you're talking about what's taught on a higher education level, and you're talking about critical race theory, you can have critical economic theory, you can have critical math theory. But the critical part of it usually comes up when we dissect either an event or some type of situation. And in dissecting it through a critical nature aspect on a college level, what we normally would do is if we're talking about slavery, then the critical aspect of it is why did it happen? What was the impact? How do we make sure it doesn't happen again? That's the critical aspect, not all these things that for some reason I've heard talk about on the TV and what people think critical race theory. From elementary school through college, through graduate school, I've never had an instructor come and teach me anything or present anything to me to tell me to dislike another race or ethnic group because of an event that happened in society. So I looked at that, and then to say that we have to minimize it when it gets to that level of education where we go in depth so that we can understand better about the aspect of the greatest experiment on earth is democracy. And so when we go to college in the various classes that we take, and if you're just an undergrad, you might hit it on one level, but you might go in more detail in a graduate level. When you get into that graduate program, and you might delve more, like to give you an example, when I did one of my graduate school thesis and what I had to do, I was looking at economic development of small black businesses. So then you look at what problems do they face? How and why are they facing those problems? And what is the impact on society because of the problems that a black business might face? How do we solve it so we don't have that to happen again? So at the end of the day, when we're talking about the critical nature and what type of discipline people on a college level will receive, I think at that point we might as well stay in elementary school. Because once we go to college, we're looking to expand our horizon. We're looking to look at different aspects of society and life from a different perspective so that we could better understand it, with the ultimate goal is that we make this society and the democracy experiment that was began with the start of this country. We have to understand it. We have to understand where our pitfalls were, and truly slavery was a pitfall. And it was something that's always going to be a dark shadow on this country until we decide to let's talk about it. Let's figure out why it was needed, why a certain group of people were selected to be slaves, but at the same time on the same plantation, you had white indentured servants. So on a college level, I'll probably have to look at the fact, what was the difference between blacks as slaves not being able to buy their freedom versus a white indentured servant that did the same work, but they were able to buy their freedom. So now I have to analyze that critically to see what was the difference. How do we prevent even whites who had to buy their freedom, why did they have to buy it and why could they buy? So that's the critical aspect, and I think that as we deal with the critical race theory, somebody, and the whole process was written by a white person. We didn't start it, but we got to fight to make sure that across America, we understand that that ability to entertain a thought process from a critical nature to dissect it. It's just like in science, we'll dissect a frog so that we can look and compare the internal organs of a frog, and we might compare it with a pig, or we might compare it with an earthworm or a human being. But that's a critical aspect. The dissecting of that animal is a critical aspect, just like the dissecting of events that have happened in the United States. That when you did the Trail of Tears that related to Indians, why did it happen? What was the impact on American society because it happened? How do we make sure it doesn't happen again? That's your critical aspect. And for us to go on our college level, because I'm sure when you were in elementary school or high school, did any of your teachers teach you to hate anybody?
No.
None of mine either. They presented the information as it was, and they were real cautious only to introduce. As we go to high school, we might get a little of it, but then you more into world history and the impact. Then when I get to be an undergraduate person on a college campus, I'll delve a little bit more. But to get to that critical aspect of it where I need to dissect it, whereas in science we start dissection in high school, and in some elementary schools they're starting it earlier. But when I get to that graduate level, then I will look at critical race. And if it's critical race, to look at what happened.
And may I say a word?
Yes.
This does nothing to stop critical race theory or its teachings in post-secondary.
But it's never taught in elementary or high school. So why would somebody believe that lie? No teachers didn't teach you, did they? Your teachers didn't teach you in elementary school?
Not until post-secondary.
Okay, so why are we worried about K-12? That's the break to dissect an issue or an event in American history in elementary school or high school would be cruel and unusual punishment, especially in high school. The hormones are raging. You ain't got time to think about much or nothing. You're just trying to make it through. So why would we continue to spread a lie? And that's what it is. And those of us that believe in the living God's word, we understand that's something that we should shy away from, just spreading untruths to people. In our society, we have people that are strong-minded. You have people that are weak-minded. You have people that are in between. But your weak-minded part of the population, as it has been portrayed, that this is what, not, I think when you're talking about in a post-secondary situation, they're even talking about, I heard one commercial where it talks about they're training their employees to talk hatred. I ain't never been on a job, and I taught freshman science, but I never had anybody to come and tell me that I had, in that process, I need to teach hatred. That's nothing that we would do. And the reason I'm coming forth is because we need to drop this bill. We need to remove it. It hurts people who are weak-minded and believe we who are the lawmakers of the state of Alabama and lawmakers across the country would press and move forward a lie. I met a young man at the pharmacy yesterday. And the one thing he said, you can't believe nothing your legislators say. I don't care what side of the aisle. Then we bring forth this as a lie. Nobody is teaching our children to hate. The divisive concept, nobody's teaching that in classes. Nowhere. So why would you stand here with this bill? I think that we need to just carry this bill over indefinitely. And you know that, and I know that, and you might be pressured to go forward. But you're doing a lot of harm to a lot of students and people in the United States.
And the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the
Yes,
gentleman
sir.
yield?
Yes, sir.
So I know we had a lengthy discussion in an education policy meeting that was called to have a discussion about your particular piece of legislation. And at the time, you described, when you were told repeatedly by the state superintendent and others that critical race theory is not being taught in our K-12 system. But then you insisted that...
No, there's a correction.
Excuse me?
The superintendent said it was not in the curriculum.
He said it was not taught. I was there, and you was there. So I don't know whether you had your listening ears on or what, but everybody else in the room heard it. So, and I'll continue. So they said that it's not being taught in K through 12. And then you went on to say that, well, activism is being taught through activism. So, and I'm trying to understand where is activism being taught in our system that then causes one race or one group of people to feel bad for things that have happened. And so I'm just trying to understand the purpose of this piece of legislation and why is it, what are we trying to hide? Are we trying to just erase history and things that have happened? For me, as someone that's a former educator, I think that teaching concepts and teaching people about what's happened in the past helps them not repeat the mistakes of the past and acknowledge it and move on. I've never been taught to dislike anyone or hate anyone, and nor have my children not being taught that. And it's not in the curriculum at all, and so therefore I'm held accountable for the curriculum that's in front of me, and my job is to deliver that at the highest level possible. One of the things that I am concerned about with this piece of legislation, in high school I took advanced placement courses, AP courses. I really think that this legislation will have a negative impact and basically, I would say, eliminate AP courses long term. And I'm not saying that, and others have, and as I listen to it and as I look at the legislation over and over again, that this is a very dangerous and a very slippery slope that we're going down. And there's a lot of unintended consequences that I don't think we're thinking about. Now, for me, I'm not sure what's motivating you, but it's certainly concerning to me that you're focusing on all the damn problems we got in this state. You're focusing on this issue. You didn't introduce anything that deals with suspending the gas tax or removing tax off groceries or anything that's promote growth and opportunity in our state. I don't see you dealing with any of that. You've chosen to make your legacy for your children, grandchildren to read about you of being the guy that stood up that tried to erase history in the state of Alabama and control what's being taught in the state of Alabama. My daughter here, I'm really glad she's here today to be able to witness not the things that have happened in the past, but the things that are happening today that's repeating, where we're repeating our past by trying to carefully craft and control the messaging and what content is shared for people long term. And so these are the type of things that keep me up at night. When folks like you introduce pieces of legislation like this that clearly divide, and that's going to cause a further divide even in this chamber. It's already causing a divide racially. It is. And so I don't think you understand the unintended consequences that you're causing, not just with this legislation, but this legislation being drawn out for so long, for several months, even back in the summertime, where we're talking about something about trying to control content and what's being taught. When is it going to stop? I thought that we're focusing on allowing, not necessarily having government intervene in the lives of other professions or even in education. But this is an example of overreach. This is an example of really impacting the First Amendment. And so I'm not understanding ideology-wise, and I've studied different political ideologies, but this one really concerns me. This session has been about a lot of things that are counter to the ideology that I thought that many of us and others believed in. But we're headed down the wrong road. We're headed backwards. We're headed to the pre-1960s. And I'm not going back there. Okay? And so the things that I've been taught growing up is never to dislike or hate anyone. But the reason I fight so hard for equity and opportunity and fight against systemic racism and things of that nature and policies is because of the things that my grandparents and others have encountered during their lifetime. But I don't hold any race or any group of people responsible for that. I hold those individuals in the merits of those individuals that actually participated in that. I don't hold their family members or folks that I interact right now. But we talk about growth and opportunity, but this is not giving Alabama, this is giving Alabama another black eye. We can provide all the incentives we want. We're not going to get the talent in the state that we need to fill the jobs that we have as long as we continue to introduce senseless, ridiculous pieces of legislation like this. And no, you may not think that this legislation doesn't impact a group of people, but it does. And you may not think that this legislation, in the eyes of many of individuals like me and others, that it's a racist piece of legislation. And you may disagree with that. And I think that you really believe in what you're saying. But hell, to me, the racists think it's racist. Because if you look at the content that's being taught in general in our schools, we're not teaching anybody to hate. But this piece of legislation is going to have educators and is going to impact academic freedom. And professors and educators in general are going to be afraid to teach anything. We had a lawsuit being filed because a person felt that because their child was being taught black history, that it was critical race theory. These things are senseless. It's ridiculous. So why are we focusing on things, and I restate this, things that doesn't help us? It doesn't bring us together. It divides us. And this piece of legislation and those that are supportive of this legislation is going to change my interaction with everybody in this chamber. I'm just telling you. Because you can't smile in my face and pat me on the back and support these type of efforts that's erasing history and that's marginalized a certain group of people. No way. I'm not putting up with that. I'm not dealing with that. Because if this is the priority, if this is what you think is going to make Alabama better, then shame on you. And shame on everybody that's supporting this piece of legislation. And so I repeat again, is that you have a decision to make today. But understand that I'm taking notes, and I'm realizing when you talk to me and tell me, oh man, you're a good guy, I like you, you don't. You don't. Because these types of pieces of legislation have a bigger impact on me than you can ever imagine. And how am I now, my daughter, who is in this chamber today, how am I able to explain that to her, since the leaders of this state decided to take on an issue that really is about erasing history and controlling what's taught and what's not being taught because a certain group of people feel bad? They shouldn't feel bad. They should use this as an example to move forward better and stronger. So this, as I stated before, this is ridiculous. If this is this is a priority for us, with all the other issues that we have going on, we're looking at the pump, we're looking at a lot of folks that are in poverty, folks that need health care and opportunity. Education is not at the level that we want it to be at. Recruitment is not where it needs to be, whether it's recruiting an educator or an engineer. But when these things happen and you go outside of the state of Alabama, folks look at you crazy as if, and I said, we're not the Alabama that you've read about in the past.
And the gentleman's time.
But we are.
All right, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, will you yield for a question? The purpose of your bringing this legislation, will you explain that to this body and to those who are listening by way of the internet? Why Alabama needs this legislation?
I could say it in the simplest terms, which would be to keep people from teaching our kids to hate America and each other.
Who teaching kids to hate America? What schools in this state that allow hatred to be taught in the classroom? What schools? You know, what's troubling me, sir, is that when I read the preamble to the Constitution, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Has that ever been fulfilled?
Not for some people, obviously.
One nation under God, indivisible, with liberties and justice for all. Has that been fulfilled? Why do we have to have a civil rights law? And we have to have a civil rights law because of racism, discrimination, disallowing a people of certain race to have equal access. And here we have been struggling as a state, trying to build a reputation. You only see us when you go outside the boundaries of the state. People are always saying, man, what's going on in your state? Why are this happening? And I'm asking the question, why do we need this? Who are teaching hatred in the schools? You know, growing up, and I was going to talk about it earlier during Jim Crow. Do you know it was against the law for my ancestors to know how to read? Do you believe that?
Yes.
And you thought that was right?
No.
And the trouble is that when I was a boy, 4 and 5 years old, I couldn't be on the sidewalk when a white person was on the sidewalk because it was the law. It was not right, but it was the law. I questioned my mother, and I asked, why do we have to get off the sidewalk? She said, that's the white man's law. We can't be on the sidewalk when they're on the sidewalk. And then as I grew, I saw separate water fountains and colored here and white there. That was not right. So we had to have civil rights laws to make us to a point. And the government had to threaten cutting off federal funds for some of this to happen. It never happened from the heart. See, when things happen from the heart, we don't need these crazy rules. And I'm troubled by this in 21st century, that we have to go back and relive 57 years of progress. It hasn't been but 57 years. That don't seem like, you know, a little longer, a little shorter than my time on this earth. 57 years. Have we made too much progress? But nobody in public education are allowing critical racism to be taught in those schools. And you only get it in post-secondary and law when you're studying law, and that's an elective even then. See, I'm educated. My parents didn't have but sixth grade education between the two of them. But the wisdom of my mother embarked upon me. With a third grade education, she raised 6 children. She taught us how to love. You know, we could go to town and get beat up, but she still taught us how to love. And I love a guy right now as if he was my brother. And we don't agree on everything. You know, Jesus was crucified for loving people. He didn't come through the school of thought that the Jewish establishment thought he should have. And third Sunday next month, we'll be celebrating Resurrection Sunday, and everybody's hunky-dory, love thy neighbor, but you don't love your neighbor. That's what Jesus taught. He taught love. The question was asked one day, which is the greatest commandment? He said, love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, mind, soul, and strength. And the second is like unto it, to love thy neighbor as you love yourself. Now, when we call ourselves Christians, we can't even love our neighbor. And you definitely can't love your enemy. So we want to, because we have the opportunity and the numbers to do what we want to do, it's all right. Because we can do it. But I read in the Word that all this stuff going down. Everything we're doing right now is not going to last. Because it's not pleasing the master. And I could take you to Egypt with that. There was a king named Pharaoh. Mistreated the children of Israel. Enslaved them 490 years. But one day, a revolution took place. A man by the name of Moses was liberated to tell the king to loose the people he had been holding in bondage. So that story comes to life when I look back over the history of my ancestors here in this nation. We shouldn't have to continue to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge, repeating Bloody Sunday, because men stood there with guns and billy clubs and horses to prevent my people from voting. We should have to relive the 385 days that took place here in this city under the leadership of late Dr. Martin Luther King with the bus boycott. When black people couldn't ride the buses. So you want to relive this. How would you explain this to your grandchildren? See, they're going to love regardless. How do you explain that? Could you take the other 56 minutes and seconds and explain how you explain that to your grandchildren?
If I agreed with anything you just said, I wouldn't offer this bill.
You don't agree with nothing that I said.
No.
Now, see, they didn't believe in what Jesus said and what Jesus did. That's why they stretched him high and hung him on the cross, because they didn't believe. See, we must believe that he is God.
I do agree with that.
But if you believe that, then you ought to have a better opportunity to carry this bill over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I do want to ask you a question about your amendment, because I think it's rather interesting. So why did you delete those two sections about meritocracy and the other section? I can't remember.
There's an argument about subjectivity.
An argument about subjectivity. Isn't this whole bill subjective?
We've done our best to not make it subjective.
And that's, you know, honest effort. I mean, sure. But you just told me that divisive concepts could mean different for every single school jurisdiction, for every single school district in the state. How is that subjective?
The concepts are pretty well defined, I think.
No, it's not. It's what, because you could tell me right now what a divisive concept is to you, and it wouldn't be a divisive concept to me. And you know one thing about this bill that I think the spirit of it is wrong? You know what really, because for some reason, it's like some people don't believe that discussion and understanding creates love instead of division. Like, just because you refuse to talk about something, or you refuse to let other people talk about it, it doesn't just go away. It just festers. It just gets worse. And it turns into protests. It turns into people feeling like their voices aren't being heard. It turns into people believing that their history is being taken for granted and whitewashed, taken away. And as a state, this legislation seeks to do that. And I think, I don't understand why people don't think discussion creates understanding and understanding creates love versus discussion and understanding creating division. Running from things only makes you tired. It doesn't make you smarter. It doesn't make you better. It doesn't bring people together. It just becomes something that you don't talk about until it blows up and we can't control what happens next. And, you know, the thing is, and what I find striking about this legislation and your presentation of it is that you can't tell anybody in this room right now how it's practically going to be applied, because you don't know how somebody's going to define a divisive concept. You've got things over here that you believe could contribute or create these sorts of conversations, but you don't know that for sure. And I'll give you an example. One of these divisive concepts is telling people that they have to work harder because of their race or sex. That's in the bill, right? Well, right now, do you believe that a woman, for example, makes less than a man for the exact same work?
I've seen it happen.
Okay. That's a fact, right? That's a verifiable fact. Your bill prohibits a teacher from telling a young lady a verifiable fact that she is going to have to work harder to make the same than her male counterpart.
And Ashley, we're removing the meritocracy clause.
That's not the meritocracy clause. It's the clause right before it. If you read the bill, and this is section I, that an individual should be asked to accept, acknowledge, affirm, or assent to a sense of guilt, complicity, or a need to work harder solely on the basis of his or her race or sex.
Gotcha.
So, no, that's actually in the bill. And that's also going to prohibit someone in an institution from telling that child a verifiable fact. And then not only stop them from talking about that verifiable fact, but also prohibit any conversation that results from it. Because again, this bill is designed specifically, it is intended to help shield people from the uncomfortable truths that exist in our country, that exist in our states, and certainly exist in our classrooms. Because if you think that what I just pointed out to you is an exception, it is not. Because again, some of these things are verifiable facts that absolutely need to be discussed with our children, because as they grow up and understand that, yeah, part of my life here in America as a woman is that I'm not going to be paid nearly as much as my male counterparts, so I'm going to have to work harder. That's a fact. But you don't want that fact to be talked about because it may make somebody better or even uncomfortable. But you know what? These same analogies can be drawn up about race, can be drawn up about religion, can be drawn up about many other things. And again, running from those facts, not confronting them, but running from them doesn't make us better. So when Representative Daniels comes up here and expresses that sentiment about how this bill makes him feel, it's the same way I feel. You can't tell me, hey, we like you, pat you on the back. What I get around here a lot is you're articulate, which is just ridiculous on its face. But I get that a lot around here. You can't tell me these things and believe them, but then not want to talk about what created me or how I got here or why I think the way that I think. And, you know, it just really bothers me to know that we're sitting here debating a piece of legislation and passing a law to try to protect the sensibilities of white Americans. Because this is not about anything else but that. And it's sad. It's unfortunate. But again, I'll say it before and I'll say it again. I said CRT stands for can't really teach. Well, it also stands for can't really talk, can't really think, because this bill is designed to prevent that. And you said something earlier about compelled speech. I don't think compelled speech means what you think it does. Because legally, constitutionally, compelled speech is not flunking a student because they don't reflect the theory that they're being taught. Because if you're in a class and you're being taught a particular theory, yeah, the concept here is how do you apply that theory? So the student's goal in that class isn't to say, I don't agree with the theory. Sure, we don't care if you disagree with it or not. We're just teaching you it so you understand it. That's not compelled speech. And also, that is certainly not protected by the First Amendment. But a number of the concepts that you bring up in this list of divisive concepts are certainly going to dwell comfortably in the realm of protected speech. The concepts, the divisive concepts on their face are protected speech. Because it's not obscene, it's not going to incite a riot. No, all these things are going to do is provoke thought. But in Alabama, for whatever reason, we try to run away from things that provoke thought. Because I think once people start kind of recognizing what this agenda is all about, what these things are trying to stop, and these sort of conversations we are having, we'll realize it ain't got nothing to do with protecting kids or helping them get better educated. It is designed to socially engineer a particular person, and if you can't get along with it, you don't have a place here. And if you can't accept what the history that we want to give you is, then you don't have a place here. You don't belong here. You're not valued like the folks in charge. And creating legislation like this means that the people who make the rules can also manifest their belief system on those same folks. So while you're telling everybody that this is about equality, the bill itself, the spirit of it, creates inequality and division. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the committee amendment that was explained. If you're in favor of this amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Voting on the committee amendment. All the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 72 yeas, 28 nays, 0 abstentions. The committee amendment is adopted. And Representative Oliver, we're back on the bill now.
I'd move for final passage.
All right, we're on final passage. The chair recognizes Dr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I have an amendment on page 8.
All right, clerk, receive the amendment first.
Amendment to House Bill number 312 by Representative Boyd.
And now we got the amendment on the floor. We're ready for you to give explanation.
On page 8, after line 8, insert a new section 8 to read as follows, and renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. Section 8, new. Nothing in this act shall be construed to prohibit the teaching of topics or historical events in a historically accurate context.
All right. And Mr. Sponsor, you've heard the amendment offered and your response.
I would not accept that amendment at this time. And the reason I would say that is we have another bill in the Senate that we're in discussions on that same amendment.
Wait a minute, hold up, I got it. This amendment was given to me from a person in the Senate saying that the sponsor agreed, would you please sponsor it? Now here's critical thinking. Here's where somebody does not understand communication, just like we're talking about for our students, what should be taught, what should not be taught, when this is really an issue for curriculum people in schools and for the school board. Now, I wouldn't be here with it if I had been told that the sponsor agrees. Something is wrong in somebody's understanding. Now, this is a critical, what did he say? Critical talking, what does it mean? Critical thinking, critical comprehension, critical whatever you want to call it. Now, we shouldn't be able to be subject to this kind of thing.
Could you repeat your amendment while they and help us make sure everybody understands on your amendment what it is? I think it'd be appropriate.
On page 8, after line 8, insert a new section 8 to read as follows, and renumber the subsequent section accordingly. This will be a new section on page, good go. Section 8, nothing in this act shall be construed to prohibit the teaching of topics or historical events in a historically accurate context.
All right, Mr. Sponsor.
And my apologies to the lady. That was a discussion that we had about the Senate version, and because of the timeliness that this bill came to the floor, we had not discussed it further, but at this time I'm willing to accept that amendment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Much, sir.
All right, members. The question before us, we have an amendment on the floor offered by Dr. Boyd, and I've got a lot of lights on Are all these lights to speak on this amendment, or do we want to vote on it? Turn your light off if you don't want to speak on this amendment. So we can.
Oh, sure.
All right, and the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis, you want to speak on the amendment?
Sure.
We're on the floor amendment.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield, Dr. Boyd, I want to thank you for bringing up your amendment. I have one as well, and it's, hopefully we'll get to it because there's so many amendments out there, but I did not want to pass on being able to practice the First Amendment. Because after a while, it look like we're going to be able to speak on nothing. Because I'm still trying to understand what is the meaning of divisive concepts. And I know you are too. And I'm still trying to understand what is compelled speech. I don't know. Have you ever heard of that, Dr. Boyd?
Yes.
You have compelled speech?
Well, in a sense, because I'm basically a reading specialist at my highest degree, so interpretations are different. That's why this bill, as is too dangerous, because in different concepts. But real deal is the first 3 years of a child's life, and I want them to listen to. Those are the most important years because what we're talking about are formed there, not high school, not college.
And I absolutely agree because I remember when I was in school, we did learn on who were the presidents, of the United States, and I would call minor history stuff. We didn't learn history until we got to college, and it was our choice to pick the classes that we wanted to pick. But this bill also made me wonder, what is the agenda and what is being hidden? What are you trying to hide? And as far as what you don't want people to know, I'm a history person myself, and it's just for me, myself, and for the things that I want to know. And I can start off with George Washington. We learned that he is the first president, but you never go into detail about George Washington. George Washington was a very wealthy man. And later on, he married Martha, who was also wealthy, but she was a widow also. And George Washington inherited 11 slaves as a boy, and he was only 11 years old. But toward the end of his life, when he died, he still illegally had 317 slaves, illegally, because he really thought he was above the law. But I don't hold anything against George Washington, because that was how he was raised, So I believe you get what I'm saying, Dr. Boyd. And there were other presidents that were slave owners, and I'm trying to wonder, is this part of history that's trying to be hid of the details of what went on with each president? Because you had George Washington, you had Thomas Jefferson, you had James Madison, Andrew Jackson, you had Martin Van Buren, you had William Henry Harrison, you had John Taylor, James Polk, you had Zachary Taylor, Andrew Jackson, Ulysses Grant. All were slave owners. Okay, so, but I wasn't taught that in school. But I was taught who were the presidents in school. And I do believe that the issue is that, how you have an ant bed, and when you little and your parents said, do not disturb that ant bed?
You just
Because when you disturb that ant bed, what happens?
you stirring up some.
And they coming
I
out.
don't wanna
They
say the
coming
word.
out. And if you're in the way, what's gonna happen? You're gonna get eaten up, right? And the red ants are the worst ants, right? So when you disturb that ant bed up, then that's when things start to come out, because it's gonna be the curiosity there that I want to know, because guess what? They don't want me to know.
Exactly.
You know, and then you're gonna have people having their own, well, you know, my undergraduate degree, I went to a predominantly black university, institute/university, because I wanted to learn different things and to have, I do. What, Mr. Lee, why you? I mean, you all up on my time, though. That ain't right.
I'm talking.
And I was on the road.
You did good.
I do, but then I'm claiming my time. I'm getting down. Okay.
I'll give you a
as
few
I was-
minutes, April. I'll
Good
give you a little
Lord.
extra time.
And you know, I took some history courses because I wanted to take those history courses and learn things because I wanted to learn. You know, we learn different stuff. I don't know if you know what this means, but we learned this and all other kind of stuff. But I say to say that we are not taught hatred in school. And most of the time when hatred come up is because you were taught it by your parents. Dr. Boyd, you still on my time? Dr. Boyd, what you doing?
Give me that blue book off my
What you
desk.
doing, Dr. Boyd?
I need a book to show those fourth graders. I thought they were gone, so
Okay,
please.
I feel sorry for the fourth graders.
No, you don't. No, I don't. I don't.
Because they're not going to be able to get the history that they want to have, Dr. Boyd. And I like, Dr. Boyd, this still my time. It's still my time, Dr. Boyd. And I know you itching. I know you want to talk to those babies, but Dr. Boyd, you are still on my time. Between you and Mr. Ledbetter over there, I ain't even able to get out my point. You know, now come on back to the mic, Dr. Boyd. Come on back to the mic. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I can't even talk about Martha and George. Lord have mercy. And Martha was rich too. Martha was a step up for George. You do know that, right? She held him down and she made him wealthier than what he was in the beginning. But we were not. No, you can't say nothing to me. I love you. And like I was saying, we were not taught hatred when I was in school. And because they keep interrupting, you need to mash your button, lady, because you're going to be a part of the Black Caucus anyway. Okay, so, and I'm tired of this now. I have the mic. If you want to talk, mash the button that says speak so you can come up here. But anyway, since I'm being interrupted after interruption after interruption, I'm going to come back down here. And Dr. Boyd, I'm going to give you this little minute so you can show this blue book that you've been trying to show. But I wanted also to let you know that I do like your amendment.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Speaker, please. I did not realize the fourth graders were here. Wait just a minute. Long time ago, I started this one, bringing young children in the fourth grade here. Some of my fellow legislators in this House, please give me some respect, said, why are you bringing those fourth graders here? Some people who sat out. I said, why not? Is not Alabama history taught at the fourth grade level? All right, may not be anymore, but it was a good thing. I looked around, in years to come, more fourth graders were coming. More were coming. Congratulations to you and whoever is sponsoring you. Make sure you get a copy of this book. You can start traditions, and I'm going to hush a little seed. Everything that grows begins with one single seed or step. So don't be discouraged. I'm glad he accepted my amendment, but I was finna preach all day long had he not. Thanks to you for voting, and may God bless us all.
All right, let's vote on the amendment. If you're in favor of this floor amendment offered by Dr. Boyd, your vote will be aye. If you opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Voting on the floor amendment. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 95 yeas, 3 nays, 0 abstention, and the floor amendment is adopted.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen of the House, Mr. Speaker, and you.
All right, and we're back on the bill now. And the chair recognizes Leader Ledbetter.
Mr. Speaker, I bring a motion right in the previous question.
All right, clerk, receive the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question.
All right. The resolution's on the floor on the motion, and if we will go ahead and let's vote on the motion in writing. And if you are in favor of this motion, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There's 68 yeas, 29 nays, 3 abstentions, and the motion does prevail. All right, members, we are back now on the previous question, the final passage on House Bill 312, and the chair recognizes Representative Ball from Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will tell you, this has been a very troublesome amendment for me, and one of the reasons is because of that pesky old First Amendment. If I would remind my colleagues, in 2019, Representative Matt Friday brought a bill that protected divisive speech. And I voted for it, and I was for it 100%. One of the things, as a matter of fact, everybody was flipped on it in this body because this is a political issue. This is very much a political issue. And I understand people are jacked up over critical race theory, but it's a theory. And the idea of divisive concepts in a free society, people who promote divisive concepts need to be protected. And the measure of your sincerity is whether or not you will protect people with whom you disagree. And the critical race theory, I don't know that much about it, but what I know is, listen, every theory, every idea somebody has some truth in it. But politics is about propagandizing one side or the other. And what has happened in this situation is that this has been so jacked up. There's so much fear over this critical race theory that people are out there demanding that the legislature do something. But the thing is, One of the thing about using this power is that we exercise restraint. Just because the Bible says just because something is lawful, it's not expedient. Now, in the Bible, you said preach. In the Bible, it says in the book of Romans, it says, "Be ye not conformed, but be transformed." And politics is about conforming. Thought and thinking and dialogue is about transforming. It's transformational. But what happens is we pass these laws, and these laws that we pass are intended to conform behavior. But a lot of the problems that we are facing in our country and in our state, these are spiritual problems. And you can't pass a law that's going to fix these spiritual problems. What we have to do is change our spirit and change our tone. And what I want to do, 1 minute, I got an email just a minute ago from not just a minute ago, this morning, from a professor that I want to read to this body, and then I'll sit down and shut up. It says, "Dear Representative Ball, thank you for speaking against the bill last week. Your points about not legislating discussions of race are well taken. Here I would like to make an argument for free speech through the lens of my own area of specialization, Russian and Eastern European history. I grew up during the Cold War. Today I teach Russian and Eastern European history at an institution of higher learning, higher education in Alabama. In the Soviet Union, as you undoubtedly know, educators could not teach their conscience. They had to promote communism while denying other historical realities. Quite frankly, the Soviet education system created a country paralyzed by its own propaganda. And whether it's propaganda from the left or propaganda from the right, it is propaganda. And the only remedy for propaganda is open and honest dialogue with one another. Let me get back to this because I don't want to run out of time. In the last few years, Russia has been slowly receiving Soviet-style education. When Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, state lawmakers forbid educators and journalists from using the term annexation. Instead, people were required, I guess that was a divisive concept. Instead, people were required to use union or reunion. Headed toward the 2017 100-year anniversary of the Russian Revolution, Russian lawmakers created an official version of events steeped in Russian patriotism that history educators were required to teach. The consequences of this action are evident today in the war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, censorship has tightened such that Russia has shut down all media outlets from tightly controlled state channels. The point here is we must protect American free speech. Teachers are not perfect. As new historical material come to light, we can struggle with how to best present the material. It can take time to find the right balance. A statewide conversation, not statewide legislation, is the way to address any perceived problems. Thank you so much for your time. I hope my letter didn't come too late, and I don't think it did. Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. All right, and the chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond. Got about 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the gentleman can yield.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't have very long, so I'm going to be short and sweet. A lot of what I was going to say, Mr. Ball said, because I remember being in the committee when Matt Friday brought that bill. And standing here today, again, I'm not one of these people that get up and just say anything. You said in public hearing, not only about advocacy, but you said something about color blindness. Did you not say that?
I did.
We stand here today with all of these children that are coming to see what their government is doing. And we're not colorblind. People are doing things in Ukraine right now. They're dying for democracy. And we're now trying to take and bind up our minds and our thoughts and our analytical choices. We live in a society where we have choices. We protect those choices. And what we're seeing and what we're doing here today, I don't care if you call it divisive concepts, because I have a whole lot of things in there. What we're doing here today is sending a message that Alabama is going backwards and not forward. And as for me and my household, I'm going to always continue to think, because see, I grow from my history. I walk in my history. I walk in your history. And when I say love thy neighbor, I mean it from my heart. I came here with blinders on because I love everybody. But I'm going to tell you today, I woke up this morning praying to God. I said, God, you've got to convict hearts so that we can walk. We got to have hearts that we can talk. We got to have hearts that we can think. And I don't care how much and how many laws we pass in this body, I can tell you that it will not matter, because you will not change history and you will not change the minds that you're trying to change. Those same little children that we see walking around into the people's house today, they can think, they can love, and they can see beyond race. And more importantly, they can see beyond all of the divisive concepts that you have that are binding your heart. Today, we need to stand up and show our children that we're going to move forward with them, not backwards. But keep on fighting, because the blinders need to come off of Alabama today.
All right. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Scott. You got a few seconds here. Just come on down. Just come on down. Come on down. Well, that's all right. I'll give you a few seconds for walking down.
Well, first off, this is not a personal issue, or it's not a conflicting issue between people. It really is, as Mr. Ball said, a spiritual issue. If you just give me a second, it says, and this is a Christian's response to the issue that we're dealing with. It says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? During a time when so many are quick to pass blame and complain about others, Jesus' teachings remind us to first examine our own hearts and our own politics. What better place to start than with the critical race theory?
And be mindful of your time. Now it's gone. You have to go.
Can I get a point of personal privilege, because it's important for the body, because I'm from Alabama.
At the end of the session today, we'll recognize that. All right. All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on final passage of House Bill 312 as amended. If you are in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 65 yeas, 32 nays, 1 abstention, and House Bill 312 is passed. Okay. All right. Chair thanks the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the clerk will call the next bill on special order.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 63 by Representative Wood D, relating to elections.
And the chair recognizes the lady from Chambers County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
body, I'd like to present House Bill 63. House Bill 63 says that there is currently no prohibition on pre-filing any field on a voter application or an absentee application. This bill would prohibit any individual, entity, or group other than certain public officials from pre-filing any field on a voter registration application or an absentee application. And with that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I would take questions or ask for the BIR.
All right, I believe that's the question before us, adoption of the BIR. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Randolph, Representative Fincher. First person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, Representative.
I just had a couple of quick questions on House Bill 63. This bill basically just wants, it says that parts cannot be pre-filed, right? You can't fill in ahead of time. You can't have pre-prepared things where basically all you have to do is check a box and you know, is this aimed at efforts at vote harvesting and that sort of thing? Would you consider that a primary reason for this bill's occurrence?
Yes, Representative. In 2018 and 2020 election cycles, there were third-party organizations that sent out voter registration cards pre-filled to individuals. Sometimes they sent them to the wrong address. They sent them to individuals that could no longer, they weren't here, they were deceased.
Right.
And then that information was sent back in. So we definitely want to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to vote, but we want them to be a voter in our state for it to count.
Right. And voting is a very private thing. Sometimes I'm not sure my wife and I vote the same way on every election. It's a very private thing. It's a thing that you need to make the effort to do yourself. You need to reach out and make a conscious decision to vote and how you want to vote and that sort of thing, and not have somebody predetermine that for you. And so I compliment you on having brought this legislation. I think it's a very good thing to do. I think it's something we need to do. We want everyone to vote, but we want everyone to make up their own mind how they would like to vote on an individual basis, and not having it run through the mill, so to speak, and having something shoved under their nose to sign. And if someone does need help, if someone desires help in for whatever reason in filling out forms and that sort of thing, that is still possible under your legislation, isn't it, Representative?
Yes, sir. It is in the bill. The Secretary of State can help. An individual that works like in a courthouse or an organization that the person has to ask for their help and be there. That's the main goal of this bill.
Right.
That the individual voter has asked for someone to help them and assist them in filling it out with them present.
Mhm.
Not that they fill out something and send it to them.
I've worked in elections just about all of my life, and one of the things I've done, I've been a county chairman, a political party county chairman. And one of the things that county chairman can do is go up and watch absentee votes go through the process and actually see the voting going on. And one thing I've noticed, if there's going to be some kind of misconduct, I think it very often happens around the absentee box.
Yes, sir.
And I have noticed that especially where the witnesses sign on to the ballot, if you see names repeated over and over again of witnesses, then it makes you very suspect of the process. I want to thank you for filing the bill and appreciate it very much,
Thank you, Representative, for your comments.
And thanks to the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England. Is he on the floor? Well, let's move on. Representative Rogers, gentleman from Jefferson County, second person speaking on the BIR.
I'm sorry. Tell me, what does this bill do? Does this been said by absentee ballot? You know, absentee ballot has been quite a thorn in the Alabama side for years. So now, I'm not against the absentee ballot because I want everybody to vote, but what does this bill do and why is it necessary?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. And first of all, I want to tell you that I won my election by 7 votes. So every vote counts, and I know that.
By 7 votes? Okay.
Yes, sir. So I want people to be able to vote, but I want their vote to count. So what this bill says is that an individual or organization cannot pre-fill out a voter registration, doesn't talk about the ballot, a voter registration, okay, or an absentee application, and send it out to someone to have them sign it and mail it back in. That is what this says. The only pre-filled boxes that are allowable is the return address that has to be on that so that the person that receives that application knows where to send it back. And may I offer you some ideas of why this bill was brought?
Please.
Okay.
Because I'm real curious because of the fact that we've had people put in jail about this who happen to be 2 old black ladies. They just been charged fine. I think I remember their names, and I want to make sure this bill doesn't violate the principle of absentee ballot. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So this is some examples that I received in the 2020 election cycle. There was a Madison County resident that had been deceased since 1916 that voted. How can you vote if you've been dead since 1916? There was a Jefferson County resident that had registered early that year to vote, brought in his registration, but when he came to vote, someone had already cast his vote. There's confusion among people when this is done. We need to make sure that when someone comes to vote and they are a legal person and they have registered in our state, that they get to vote, that someone else doesn't take that right away from them. So that's a couple of examples. I'll give you one more. There was a Lamar County resident that had been voting at the same address for decades, for years, but yet he received an absentee ballot pre-filled in the mail to him.
Well, you know, I know everybody remember the situation, and we are very cautious when it comes to something dealing with voting because we want to make sure that everybody has the right to vote in a fair, equal election. And I didn't get a chance to speak on the last bill, but right now there's so much distrust in this legislative process now that I don't think that anything that comes going to be suspect. I mean, we sit here and we passed a bill by Representative Friday.
Yes, sir.
On this bill about higher education, well, we couldn't prevent you from having, and I don't know about everybody forgot about Friday's bill evidently. Well, you can't prevent a college from calling in a controversial speaker. We passed that bill overwhelmingly in this house. Then we turn around and pass a bill like we just passed, which make all these other bills, your bill on down, suspect to us. And it's not right. And I'm not here to preach to you or anybody in the house because everybody got a conscience. I thought they had one anyway. I'm beginning to doubt that now, very seriously. But when you put these voting bills behind that first bill, it make you suspect. And I've been in the legislature since not long as Jabbo and a lot of other folks, but I've been a long time. And I can remember when we had respect for each other. Mm-hmm. I can remember when Republicans and Democrats cooperated. I can remember all of us working together. But I haven't seen that lately. And maybe with some people resigning, not coming back, maybe the house will get a little better. And I had a lot of respect for a lot of people that I've lost respect for. And I backed up a lot of folks in there, whether they're black, white, blue, green, or chartreuse. I don't dislike anybody. But now we're feeling like we're being disliked. and not being treated properly. Used to be a time we would never invoke cloture. We would stay all night if necessary because we didn't invoke cloture. We didn't, and Victor knows that. We didn't invoke cloture back in those days. We didn't do that. I don't remember those vote cloture. I know I never would vote cloture. But what I'm going to say this from the bottom of my heart. I am hurt. I really feel bad. I didn't get a chance to speak on the other bill. I mean, I just feel bad.
Well, you said
and even though you might have a good bill for good reason, the mere fact that we feel like what y'all done to us make everything like that suspect. Now, Miss Bozeman, that's her name, Julia Bozeman. They brought charges against this old black lady because she did absentee ballots. 2 of them. They had to go through the political process of going to court over and over again. Then found out there was really no crime committed. It's the elderly black woman who was, I think she was 70 years old, had to put through that kind of treatment. Now I thought I really feel bad today because of the fact that what has happened. What we've done here probably can never be repaired. You create a line of total distrust between us and everybody else. I can remember that everybody in the House were Democrats. You couldn't win in Alabama, you were a Democrat. Now it's not a party thing anymore. It's black and white now, which shouldn't be. I'm telling you, it hurts me to my heart what's happening in this house. And it's bad. That line of trust has been so totally destroyed. I don't think it ever could be. I mean, don't pat me on my back and tell me you like me, we all right. When I know in your heart you're not. And when you bring a bill like this right now, everybody is suspect of it. Because of Julia Bozeman and the other person who were totally vindicated as they finally did all the investigation. But their lives were ruined, totally ruined. You know why? Because they were black. Now it's time for us to realize that if we will ever make Alabama great, we got to have black and white working together. There's an old saying, it takes 2 keys to play the Star Spangled Banner. Well, we just tore the piano up in this house. I don't think anything can be done now to correct what's been done. I think now that you could pass somebody, one of us on the back and say, I didn't mean to do what I did, but you did it. You passed one bill by your own folks, Representative Friday, saying you can't eliminate controversial speech in a college. But then you turn around and come back around and cut and slit somebody's throat. Now, I don't know about nobody else in this house, but way we feel, I can tell you how they feel, we feel that y'all have totally disrespected us. And I don't blame no one person for doing it. This is terrible, Mr. Speaker, what's happening in the House. And I blame the leadership for doing it. Don't pat me on my back and tell me you love me and then cut my throat.
And the gentleman's...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
All right. The chair now will recognize the gentleman from Pike County, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Representative Allen. You have the floor.
Just making sure I've got the floor, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Ms. Wood for bringing the bill to further strengthen. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, please, let's show respect for the members on the floor, just as we all have. Let's. All right, go ahead, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Wood, thank you for bringing this bill to further for our election security. I just want to thank you for your hard work on it. I know you've taken a lot of steps to help this in this situation with our election security. I know it's near and dear to your heart, so I just want to thank you for bringing this bill, House Bill 63. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All right. And let's go to the lady from Madison, Representative Hall, speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady you.
Yes, always.
Could you just tell me exactly what are we trying to do here as it relates to elections?
House Bill 63. House Bill 63 only deals with voter registration.
Okay.
And absentee applications. It doesn't deal with any type of ballots. So I think that that's the most important thing.
So let's go to the voter registration.
Okay.
What is it that we're doing with voter registration in your bill that is not being done today?
Okay. What we're trying to prevent. There's currently not a law that says if you pre-fill out the voter registration and you mail it to someone or take it to someone and have them sign it, there should be no pre-filled out boxes. It also says that if you receive that back, I'm sorry.
No, so the pre-fill, so we
Right.
have applications for people to register, for people to sign up for voting, absentee. Is that what you're saying?
And to become a voter, just to become a voter.
So if a person is interested in making sure he or she is registered.
Yes, ma'am.
And I've never had this experience, but I'm going to use myself as an example. That individual says, yes, I'd like to register to vote.
Mm-hmm.
I would take that registration form and fill in that form, and that person sign it. You're saying this bill would make that illegal?
If they ask for your help in your presence, it would not be illegal. No, ma'am.
So
What
how
we are trying to do is...
Let's stop right
Oh, I'm
there.
sorry.
How are we going to determine if they ask for help or not ask for help and it's pre?
Well, the bill,
Trying to understand.
the bill does make an exception.
Okay.
Or if they ask for assistance.
Okay.
They can be assisted. They can be assisted by the Secretary of State's office, someone within the voter registration office, or even a friend. If someone asks me to assist them, I can do that. This is not trying to prevent people from being able to register to vote. It's not. What we're trying to do is prevent third parties from sending in information to individuals that oftentimes are wrong, that are incorrect, and have them sign it and send it back.
So are you saying we have evidence? I'd be interested in saying we have evidence.
We do.
That we had a third party.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an individual? Is it an organization? Is it a company? Is it a nursing facility? What is that evidence that you have that provides that?
We have information that's been turned in. May I read this to you?
I'm listening.
Okay, great. All right. In the 2018 and 2020 cycle, third-party organizations sent out voter registration forms to individuals. These forms were pre-filled. Most of them contained the wrong name or address of the citizen. In many cases, the individual had been deceased for many years. In some cases, the recipient was even a household pet. These groups are outdated or suspicious. They have outdated data, to prepare mailers with no regard for the amount of confusion they would cause among constituents. When contacted by the Secretary of State's office, these organizations take zero responsibility. So the information that I obtained is from the Secretary of State's office.
So are you able to tell me who those organizations were?
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Are you able to tell me who those organizations were that did this?
I do not have the organization's name. No, ma'am, I do not.
I'd like to have that information. Now, I do a lot of voter registration. Okay. I participate in a lot of activities. Even before I was an elected official, I was very much engaged in helping individuals to register to vote.
I can see that.
Helping people get to the polls to vote.
Yes, ma'am.
And all of those things. And I certainly wouldn't have been I haven't seen a situation that you've just described.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be interested in knowing, is that something? Now, I live in Madison County.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd be interested in knowing if that type of thing.
I can get
that
you a copy of that.
If you would get that information, I'd love to see and know what who the organization was and what the organization was.
Yes.
So you're saying that an organization, let's say something Q5 None or somebody was an organization, and they filled out applications for individuals that were non-existent.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if you were able to hear. I read a couple of examples. May I read those again? So, because I know that there was so much going on, but in Madison County,
I'm listening.
In the 2020 election cycle that we just had, 2020, a Madison County resident had been deceased since 1916, and they cast their vote.
And they were able to vote. And so
1916.
Okay, and so who was that individual? Did they look for the individuals or determine who did that, or what organization did that?
Well, I don't know that the problem is that the organizations, when you call them, they don't accept responsibility. So
I want to know which organization that was.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd be interested.
Yes, ma'am.
I really do. I mean,
sure.
I think if there's an organization that's sending in folks that have died since 1916.
1916. And then we had another one that had been deceased for 25 years in the state of Alabama. We had, and the one that really upset me more than anything else was the Lamar County resident that had gone and registered to vote, went to vote that day, and they said, "You've already voted."
Now, I have heard of people saying that they have registered to vote absentee, did not get the ballot, and then they've gone on election day. Now,
Well,
you're saying that is not the case.
No, ma'am. He actually went to vote, and when he got there, they said, "You've already voted."
And what was that individual's response to that?
I do not have that information. I do know it was in Lamar County. That is all I can tell you.
Is that your county?
No, ma'am. Chambers is
Your
mine.
Chambers, okay. All right.
I'm talking about everybody else's county.
I know you made sure you mentioned Madison County.
No, they gave me that information.
Now I have to go back to Madison County and check that out. But I do and I think what you hear from me and what you will hear from others that will speak about this is that nobody, I don't know of anybody in this room who's elected that would be supportive of somebody voting illegally. But also realizing that if you look at the number, and I don't know how many what the number was like that you had, that the key thing for all of us is making sure we have as many people going to the polls as possible to vote, and that this is not looked upon as this is another way to prevent people from voting
Yes.
or causing that to happen.
I totally agree with you, and that's why I mentioned to the representative earlier, I only won my vote by 7 votes. So when
How many?
you say
7?
So
Oh,
when
yeah.
you say every vote counts, and one of those was a provisional ballot vote. So every vote does count.
It
And
does.
all of us want our constituents to have the ability to go and vote and hopefully vote for us. But what we don't want is individuals casting a vote that they don't need to cast.
I don't think you find, I can't imagine you finding anybody in this room wanting that.
Right.
I can't even imagine anybody in this room even participating in such activity. And so my concern is that, is that an issue that is, is that 100, 200, is that 10?
Well, I don't have the infraction amount. I wasn't given that information as to how many were actually found. I know that the work began in 18, going through and finding errors and finding this information that we have. But I think the biggest thing that the bill does that I appreciate is that it does not in any way limit or prohibit a voter from soliciting and asking for help from someone if they need it to fill out their applications. It says that in this bill. We just don't want third-party organizations entering our state, pre-filling out the applications. That's what we're trying to prevent.
So when you said third party, you're talking about people from outside the state
It can
of
be people,
Alabama?
it can be people outside of the state. It can be people inside the state. It could be a group. It could be individuals that go out and intentionally do this.
And the lady's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you,
All right.
Representative.
Members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Yeah, Jenny said yes. I'm sorry.
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 74 yeas, 26 nays, 1 abstention, and the BIR is adopted. And now we're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. If there are no more questions, I'd ask for final passage of the bill.
All right, the question is final passage on House Bill 63, and the chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan, speaking on the bill. Final passage.
Turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. I only wish on that song that my colleagues would have done as we used to do of old, all joined together and stood with Representative Moore, because there was a clarion call back in the day for black folk who were tired and sick and tired of being sick and tired. But things are a little bit different now. And we sometimes forget those scars and those battle scars of those who sat so we can stand and who stood so we can now sit. But this bill, I think I spoke about it in committee. And there is nothing that we do here in this House of Representatives that will ever be foolproof to stop a bad actor. We pass laws for that purpose, but the realization is that's never going to ever fully happen in a society of people who are not always of like mind. I am, however, always concerned when these types of bills come here and we portray to a nation, to our state, and to citizens therein that our voting system is so flawed and there is so much widespread fraud and voter fraud, and it's not the case. Even if it's one, that's one too many. We get that. But even as I listen that you roll off, Madison County and one or two other counties, the widespread voter fraud that your Secretary of State has said time and time again that Alabama is way ahead of many states, an A rating, even with the last election. Some things can boil down to computer error, not necessarily human error. And so to come here today, and as I stated, to further criminalize someone who could possibly just simply make a mistake, it's disheartening to me. To put voters in a place where they can't even ask for help in many instances is very disheartening for me. This bill would present, and this is the summary that you passed out, would prohibit any individual or entity from providing a registered voter with a pre-filled voter registration application or absentee ballot.
Application.
Help me understand what a pre-filled voter registration is.
Well, I have a.
Now you bringing this bill, and
let me get. I was going to show you an example that I had on my phone.
You don't have to show me. You can just tell me.
So there are blanks that you fill in with your name, with your address, and your information to become a legal voter in the state. If someone pre-fills that out with a name, with an address, the only exception for anything being pre-filled out is the return address to come back into the county. That is the only exception. So anything that's pre-filled out and mailed out or sent to someone to sign without them asking for your help, that's another exception, okay? That is what we're talking about with this bill.
I'm still confused. I tried my best to understand when this bill came before the committee. I still really don't understand it. I really don't even see how it's going to be policed. A lot of the things that we're talking about really boils down to ultimate enforcement. Who's going to enforce these? Who's going to be standing there? Who's going to be policing these voter registration forms? Nobody. They don't have time to do that. You got thousands of people or hundreds of people coming in. No one's going to be standing there with a rough eye looking at a pre-filled form or fillable form to police whether or not someone marks in that box other than their name or what have you. Nobody's going to do that. And whenever I stand, I can only go by what I see in Jefferson County and the precincts that I visit, and I visit all of my precincts on election day. Whether it's my election or whether it's a state election or not, I make it my business to go to every precinct. And I watch. And I monitor. And what I see when the folks are coming in is nobody's other than if they see their neighbor, they may wave their hand, but everybody's about the business of being about the business of going in there, getting a ballot, filling out that ballot, putting it in the machine, and getting a check, I voted sticker. Now, I have not witnessed, and Jefferson County is a rough place. It's rough as it relates to, because we go hard at the polls in Jefferson County. If nowhere else in the state, we go hard at the polls. Many of our races are won at the polls.
Right.
So I can honestly say that the folks sitting in here, Representative Moore, Rogers, Coleman, Alexander, Scott, we are poll warriors. I would almost venture to say experts in this area.
As getting people to the polls?
Not even about getting the
Okay.
whole system.
Okay.
I'm a student of politics.
Right.
And that's something that no one in here would even be able to even contend with or take away, period. So as it relates to this, I don't know what happened. It's happening in small town Alabama. I hear a lot's been happening in small town Alabama lately. But as far as where I live, this is not an issue for me. And I have very close, my registrar is the chairman of all the registers for the state of Alabama.
Okay.
And we talk on a regular basis. I have him on speed dial. I'm typically on the phone with him on election day. Because I have folks that get to the polls and the way the lines are drawn, they don't see my name, they go crazy when they don't see my name at their precinct.
That happen. Mm-hmm.
So, I'm constantly trying to juggle that. But as far as this, my concern has been and will continue to be is that every bill that comes here continues to appear to be a bill that further disenfranchises someone's ability to vote. The elderly will be with you forever, from the mouth of babes. So we're going to have those individuals that will not have the capacity or will get to a point of incapacity in many instances, where they will need direction. And someone at that precinct is going to be compelled in some kind of way, because it's human nature, we're humans, to help them. I see this bill being another attempt, and I understand about the 7 votes. 7 votes is a whole lot on election day.
Your phone's on your right.
I couldn't even imagine.
Okay.
I couldn't even imagine that. I would be shaking in my boots at that point. But again, I'm not clear on this bill. I wasn't when it came out of committee. These groups and my question before I take my seat that has been answered who are these groups? I want to know who the groups are that you're speaking of, because you have not been able to answer who these people are. And if we're voting on something and you're accusing a group of people or an entity or something of something, you should be woman enough to say who they are. So I don't know who these groups are. And I don't think you do either.
Thank you, Representative.
And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There's a quote by Maya Angelou that says, despite history's wrenching pain, it cannot be unlived. But if faced with courage, should not be lived again. If you understand some of the wrenching pain that some of us and our forefathers have endured, then y'all will understand why these voting bills mean so much to some communities. I find myself, Ms. Woods, volunteering to help folks. So under this bill, if I volunteered, if I told somebody, hey, let me help you, but you're saying they have to ask me for help.
Says if they reach out for assistance, you can assist them. This is not about someone helping a person in their church or someone helping their relatives. That's not what this bill is about.
I understand that, but you said that person has to request the help. A lot of times in our communities, we volunteer ourselves to help people with voter registration, with taking care of certain things in the community. So we reach out.
Mm-hmm. We have that in my community too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're saying that this person has to ask for help. So I couldn't reach out. I mean, that's what you're saying.
I mean, you could reach, so I think that we are saying the same thing, but in a different way. If you're saying, if you ask a person, can you help them? Are you wrong?
Yes.
And the answer's no. The answer's no. But if you pre-fill out the information on their card without their permission, okay, because you've got to take it and have them sign it, okay, and they don't want to sign it, and you get someone else to sign it, then you're wrong.
We fill out forms for people all the time. That's just what we do.
Mm-hmm.
But under this bill, we couldn't fill it out for them.
Well, that's not true, because if there is an exception in the bill
Okay.
for you to be allowed to assist an individual with their permission, So if you're filling out information from a list of someone you don't know,
Mm-hmm.
and they haven't requested information, you might want to question that. But, you know, the bill says that the Secretary of State's office or an individual working in a courthouse or an individual that assists that person with their permission, it's okay.
Okay.
We're not trying to not allow people to vote. This is the registration application.
But can you see how confusing that could be to some organization that goes out and help people like we have in my community?
I don't. I really don't. I don't. Because I just don't think that you're going to be filling it out. This is more like a voter participation center, that they're sending out this information. I don't see your group as that. But if your group is that, then you would definitely be in violation.
Look how much confusion this can cause when there are groups. And there are groups that go out and help people, assist people
Right.
with their voter registration.
I think the word is assist.
Yes.
Assist, yeah. I assist people a lot of times with things that they need, but they allow me to assist them.
Yes. Well, if someone goes out and just wholesalely fill out these applications and send them in with wrong information, how is that affecting voting if the information is wrong and that card has to go through the registrar's office?
How do we figure out that it's wrong?
Yes. How is it affecting an election if the information is wrong and it has to go through the board of registers?
Well, if it's found to be, if it slips through, which a lot of them have evidently, with someone that has been voting since, is it 1916, and they just caught it. So the whole idea for our state is to ensure that the voters have an opportunity to vote, and those who do not, or they're not legal in our state, or they're deceased, or they're not a true voter, that vote does not count.
How much concrete evidence do we have? I
Well,
mean, did it come from every board of registers in the state? Do we know how many of these fake or fraudulent cards were sent to each county?
I don't have that information. I just have a few examples. I'm sure if you wanted that information, I could reach out to the Secretary of State's office and try to get that for you.
That would be
But
helpful.
I don't have a whole list. No, Representative, I don't.
Okay. That would be helpful. Like I said, once again,
Okay.
you understand why we are
Yes, sir,
sensitive.
I do. And you know, and I understand what you're saying. You know, Amendment 14 pretty much gave you the right to vote. Amendment 19, 5 amendments later, gave me the right to vote. So
Yes.
I understand that. I haven't been through the struggles, but women have had to overcome some things as well.
They sure have.
Yeah, and I mean, I still read deeds where women were not even allowed to be on deeds. You know, a man and his children were.
Yes.
You know, so we've had struggles as well.
Yes, but I don't
Mhm.
want us to. There seems to be a lot of bills
Mhm.
after the last presidential election across the nation, and I don't think we should go down that road so quick as to trying to solve a problem that's not really there. I think that all elections should be free and fair. It should be easier for people to vote, but only those things that we see that are truly a problem that we should be trying to address. I stand here today fully understanding where I came from, but that's not a reason for us to just go down these roads. And some people are sensitive, very sensitive to these type of things.
Yes, sir.
And they might not understand what's really going on.
Mhm.
And there's any kind of way that this was cause any confusion,
Mhm.
then that's really a type of voter suppression. The confusion that people won't really know.
Well, I think that there's been confusion when people go to vote as well, and they can't vote.
And that happens.
You know,
and we know
that's,
that.
and that's sad too. So,
that happens.
So I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying, and I definitely don't want to be a person that's seen as someone that doesn't want people to have the opportunity to vote, Representative.
And I'm just like,
I'm not that person.
Yeah, the gentle lady from Birmingham.
Mhm.
You know, I pay attention to what's going on, and I talk to my registers also, and it's just not a problem that they have not had.
Okay.
And I've represented up to 6 counties at one time.
Wow. Wow, you were busy.
Yes.
Very busy.
Very busy. So it seems as though this country is just going down, state after state, creating these laws that are either confusing at the least, or sometimes seems like it's trying to suppress our right to vote. You know, I think it should be a holiday. People shouldn't have to run to try to get back to work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people trying to get back to their job.
Right.
So let's work on some bills that would make it easier instead of harder for people to vote, or less confusing types of legislation.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed that very much. Thank you.
All right. And let's move on. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark. And she may be up in the gallery.
Upstairs.
I don't. Here she comes. Okay. Take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, Representative.
So, Representative Wood, you said that the Secretary of State's office contacted these third parties and they didn't accept responsibility for this?
That's the information, yes.
So I'm concerned then that how are we going to prosecute them? If they don't take responsibility, how are we going to prosecute these bad actors and penalize them?
Well, I think that's a system and something that we've got to figure out.
I just wonder if we can. I mean, if we haven't so far.
Well, I know that in our first conversation, the gentleman said that he had had 2 ladies that he personally knew that were actually held responsible for something like this. So it is happening. That was in our first conversation.
Do we know how many applications those ladies were responsible for?
No, ma'am,
I
I do
gathered
not.
from what you told us in committee that this was a mass mailing from out of state somewhere.
Well, that's part of what we're seeing. Yes, we are seeing out-of-state information coming into our state, and we've already passed a bill because we found out that individuals were voting, especially with states with bordering other states. Like we had people voting in Alabama and voting in Georgia.
And
So
Representative
casting
Wood,
their
I
votes
think
twice.
Representative Faulkner in presenting that legislation, or was it Representative Blackshear?
It was Blackshear. It was
Representative Blackshear, did you not say that there were about 6 incidences of where that had happened?
They were voting in both states.
It was a very small number.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Blackshear.
Mhm.
And so I am just very concerned that if we can't identify these third parties, that we then can't penalize them, we can't charge them with a Class C felony, and that this legislation is going to be ineffective.
Well, eventually bad actors trip up, and we're going to be ready for them when they do that.
Representative, would you also know from our discussion in Constitution campaigns and elections, that I'm concerned about the impact that this legislation would have on the elderly and the disabled. It just does not take much to rattle their cages. And I can just imagine that if a board of registrars someone from a board of registrars was to call one of my neighbors or church members or an elderly relative to ask, if somebody pre-filled that application, I can see them throwing me under the bus, Representative Wood. I mean, I truly can. And then I'm charged with a Class C felony, and which I really think is to the extreme. Do you know the sorts of things do you know what the sentence carries, what the term is for a Class C felony?
I do.
What is it?
So a judge can rule for a person to serve 1 year, up to 1 year and 1 day, up to 10 years in prison, and there's a fine of no more than $15,000.
So up to a max of 10 years in prison. Have pity on me, Representative Wood. Don't you think that's harsh?
I do think it's harsh, but I think it's needed. I think it's very needed. I think that we need to protect the votes that come into our state and ensure that the voters are credible voters to the people and our constituents. I think it's extremely important.
So do you know that for first-degree stalking with the intent to commit serious injury is a Class C felony?
I did not know that.
Interference with custody by taking a child from the custodial parent is a Class C felony. I just don't see that we should penalize someone by making this a Class C felony for pre-filling out a voter registration form or an application for an absentee ballot. That just seems very harsh. And I'm really, really concerned that instead of getting the bad actors, what we're going to do here is dissuade our elderly and our disabled from voting absentee, or if need be, from registering to vote, when we should be doing all that we can to get people to participate in the electoral process.
I think that the electoral process needs to remain a process that people believe in. And if we allow individuals to vote in this state that do not have the right to do it, you're going to find that individuals will not return to the polls. And we can't do that. We can't do that. We have to protect the system within our state.
I really have to tell you that I agree with some of the other speakers who've already come before me, including Representative Ralph Howard. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here, and I think we're going to do more harm than good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative.
All right, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
I wanted to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I wanted to thank you for the work you did with our committee. Our chairman was very incisive with his comments and sharing them with you earlier, but you were illustrative, you were descriptive, you provided everything we needed question-wise. When we had questions about some things that people weren't even able to answer at the first meeting, and we had a subcommittee, it wasn't for any other reason than just try to understand some exceptions and so forth.
Yes,
You went the extra mile to help us on the committee understand everything, and I appreciate that. It helped us put out what we feel is a good piece of legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your kind words, and I do appreciate the committee for going that extra mile. I do. Thank you.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield.
Yes, sir.
Just had a couple of questions.
Nice
I was
to
trying
see
to get
your
some
face.
Clarity. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Yep. You know you are definitely one of my favorites.
Well, I appreciate that.
I think you know that, though.
Yes, sir. And we,
Yep.
and I was hoping you would come because I do admire you very much.
All right, thank you. And I don't have any tough questions. I just do want some clarity. I have issues with the bill. I had way more issues with the bill before. I could probably talk like 2 days on the prior bill. But it seems like it's a very harsh penalty
It is a
for
harsh
this. And I can tell you, as a person that ran, like I've been a victim of somebody taking advantage of people doing this before. Had a person that was convicted of 53 counts of absentee ballot fraud, and it was dropped down to 3 misdemeanors.
Wow.
So I didn't think 3 misdemeanors out of 53 counts would have been a harsh enough penalty, but to go to a felony may be a bit much. How did we get to that point?
The sentence was recommended to me. Basically, we're trying to send a message. Don't do this in Alabama because we're going to hold you accountable.
Okay.
We're going to hold you accountable. And the bill and the information that we received from these organizations that do this, you know, we've had a lot of people that say that say they come through nursing homes.
Yeah, and that's
and
why
they
this
do them
fraud
there.
that
Yes.
happened with us.
So many complaints about that, Representative. So many. You know, a lot of our nursing homes today also have people that have dementia. You know, and you know, there's a lot of questions out there about who gets those ballots, who fills them out. There's a lot of questions, and so I think what we're trying to do is not prevent, and I know a lot of people see that this is a bill that's preventing people from voting, but
Right.
we're trying to prevent confusion. We're trying to make sure that the voter, when they get there, they can actually vote. You know.
Yeah.
So
Do you see why people would feel like this may be a bill to an anti-voting type bill?
I see where anything like this could scare an individual. I see that.
Why do you think people would be scared of it?
I'm hoping it's the individual that's filling out the
No,
information
I'm talking about
incorrectly.
like us, like as people that appear to have natural opposition to bills like this. The people that you knew when you dropped the bill, the people that you knew would be your natural opposition. Why do you think they feel that way?
I think Representative Howard pretty much answered that. It took you a long time to get the position to where you had the right to vote. 14 gave young men 21 years and older. 15 gave men of color. Said you can't discriminate. And then there again, I was 19, Amendment 19.
Right.
So I came after you. I understand that. I understand not all. I would never say that. But I understand, you know, women were considered property years ago when they were married. They could not own real estate or real property. So we've had a long way to come as well.
So when the bill was presented to you, did you have any reservation?
I really didn't. I didn't, because I feel like everyone that votes in this state should be a good voter that has the right to vote. That's where I stand. Listen, I said my primary I won by 7. On a football Saturday, that's a great day.
Yeah.
When you're standing there waiting on the votes to come in, it's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. And one of those I had to wait 3 weeks for because it was
gonna say,
provisional
you gotta
ballot.
validate it.
Yeah, that's right.
So, and I guess we've seen some very sneaky things.
Okay.
And we've seen some very deviant things, and we've seen things that does not appear to be what they are on the surface.
Okay.
And we've seen them dress it up and put very nice people like you up to put the bills up.
Like my pants.
And then we find out later that there's some unintended consequences in the bills, some issues, some things we should have been paying more attention to. And just the simple fact of this bill, number-wise, is an early bill, right? But this bill is actually very, very late on the calendar. But this bill came up and skipped a lot of other bills to get on the special calendar for today.
This is only my second bill that I've had on the calendar.
But it's something about this particular bill that made it feel that it was more important than everything else, which automatically draws red flags again to people. Okay, why is it that just about all the rest of the calendar remain the same, but we have these two bills that we're going to put to the top of the calendar that we're going to risk taking the entire day to deal with because of the level of importance, which I think we can just about all agree that we don't have widespread voter fraud in Alabama. I mean, I don't think we have widespread. I don't think we have that. Can we not agree? I mean, the Secretary of State's office stated how safe our elections are. Is this a bill that the Secretary of State's office wanted?
They've helped me with it, yes.
They helped you, but
Yes.
Are they the people that brought this to you? Because usually I see.
Cam's up there.
Okay,
There's
I
Cam.
see him now. But I guess it just kind of caught me by surprise because one of the people that spoke in favor of the BIR doesn't usually be on the same. You know, I was like, well, who for this, right? Because I was like, because if he up here speaking in favor of the BIR and then on the other side, they don't seem to be on the same page too often.
Right.
So it just made me wonder what that was about. And then this body, when have this body decided to skip one of the Secretary of State's bills up to the front of the line? Like, I haven't seen that.
I've been here a shorter time than you, so I would have to yield to you for that. But I wouldn't have the answer for that.
So why is it such a priority?
Well, I think that for me personally, may I answer for me? I
Yes.
can't answer for the group that picked the bills for today's calendar. I don't have that information. But for me, for my constituents, they're very, very in tune to election integrity. They feel like sometimes that their vote is overshadowed by someone who doesn't have the right to vote in the state. And so we want to make sure that people feel like when they get up, catch a ride, stand in line, and do everything they do in our state to vote, that their vote counts, that we're taking care of the election process. So for me personally, that's why I got involved. I can't answer the other questions for you.
Do they feel that their vote is not counting right now?
They feel that their vote may count, but it may be overshadowed by someone's vote who votes that doesn't have the right to vote.
And we feel that is happening in Alabama?
I do, based upon what the examples that I gave you.
Right, and how many people is that?
Well, the only example, I have 5 examples on
5
here.
examples, and
But
we have 5
there are
million,
more.
over
There are
5
more.
million.
There are more. We do have over 5 million. That's right.
About 5.3 million residents.
But you know what? If these 5 people voted and their vote didn't count and they voted in my election and they voted for the other person, I would have lost. Think about that.
So you saying all 5 of those came out of one district?
No, it didn't. I'm just giving you an example.
Right, but that's like me giving you an example too, that it's not happening in an organized fashion where all of that's coming from a particular area. I've heard about groups.
Yes, sir.
What groups? I haven't seen them.
I have some examples of those. So, the Voter Participation Center, the Center for Voter Information, those are 2 of the groups.
Okay, and those are out-of-state groups that's coming to Alabama
As far as I understand,
in our
yes.
elections.
Mhm.
And what have we done to prevent that?
I don't know about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Representative.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Hill.
Yes, Mayor. Representative, all those titles, Commissioner.
On those examples that you had,
Yes.
were those provided by the Secretary of State's
Yes,
office?
yes, and they were verified, yes.
Okay. And they were all in state election, were they municipal, or, you know?
This was in the 2020, hold on, let me see, election cycle. So I don't know if they were municipal, right,
Okay.
or if they were state. It does not give me that information.
So I
sorry.
would suggest what you're saying is they were all investigated by the Secretary of State, or they were just sent in to his office?
Well, someone had to verify that this individual had been dead since 1916 and the other one for 21 years. So, yes, they were investigated.
Okay, and found to be true.
Yes.
I was concerned about, and I know that you know this happened with your experience at the county, and from time to time, we get people who are in convalescent centers,
Yes.
in nursing homes, especially people who are stroke patients, who really have to have somebody to fill out the ballot. They can usually either make an X or sign their names. How does this affect them?
Well, if it's an individual that is known to that family member,
Okay.
and they're assisting that family member, then the bill gives an exception for that. But what we are being told is happening in group facilities, in dementia facilities, in nursing homes, is that individuals are taking those ballots. Now, my bill only pertains to registration applications and absentee applications, so not ballots.
That's
So they're taking, that's right, so they're taking those applications, pre-filling those out, sending those in to get those absentee ballots. And what they do from there, we're being told, is they vote for that individual. And in some cases, now, I don't have the information, they're being paid to do that.
Well, most of those facilities now have their social service staff to assist people.
And that's great, but I can tell you during COVID, they didn't have enough staff.
Yeah.
So there may not have been a social service person there.
Well, you have to tell me, that's what I do for a living. I mean, what I'm saying is that usually that comes to the social service director, who actually kind of poll the people that want to vote, and they
Yes,
assist
Representative.
them if they need assistance. Some don't need assistance, some do. And I was
Yes.
just concerned about whether that would have any adverse effect on
Well,
them.
Yes, Representative, and you're so well versed because you've been in so many different positions, so you know city and county politics and state politics. But this does say that if they're assisting the individual with permission. So let's talk about a nursing home. When someone typically goes into a nursing home, they have a sponsor.
They do.
So that sponsor is responsible for that person. So if that sponsor fills it out on behalf of that person or gives permission, then there you go. You have to have a sponsor.
Unfortunately, all of them do not have a sponsor.
Well,
they should, but
they
all of
should
them
have
do
a
not.
sponsor, right.
In some cases, we have sponsors who actually deceased or pass away during that time. We have others that after they've been there for a while, they actually change sponsors.
Right.
And so,
I can see
you know,
that.
that's
It's a big
why
job.
they depend mostly on the staff to try to do things for them, to take them shopping, to do things like that.
Right.
So I was really concerned about that. And what I see those cases, the 5 cases you have from the Attorney General's office, or from the Secretary of State. But is there some indication from the Secretary of State that this is some widespread problem throughout the state?
I believe if I ask for more examples, we can get those for individuals. I think at this point, the idea is, for me, is 1 too many? Is 2 too many? Like I said, Representative, if those 5 people were in my district and they all voted for the other person, I would have lost.
Well, sometimes we sometimes we have the habit of doing overkill on things like that, and I'm really concerned
Yes,
about that.
Representative.
In a lot of cases, there are certain groups of people, especially elderly people, that you don't want to cause any impediment to vote because they just stop voting, period.
Right.
And I don't think that's to anybody's advantage when they get to a
I
point
agree.
where they get so frustrated with the process that they just don't vote at all. So I'm really, really concerned about that. Those are the things that I was really interested in in your legislation. And when it comes to absentee ballot applications or voter registration applications, that's a real critical area today. Very, very critical area.
Yes, I agree.
As well as the election process, period. I think is a critical area. And a lot of the things that we have talked about here today, from this morning up to now, has to do with a national mood and a national agenda to do certain things.
Right.
So that's what we're into. I think that the bill that we spent all those hours on is really a national platform position, and I understand that. Everybody understands that, which you should, as long as you've been listening to television, you ought to know that. But and let me commend the platform has united a lot of people. I saw the vote up there today. It has united a lot of people who I didn't ever think would be united, but they were united today on voting on certain legislation. It seems that it's been going that way all day. And,
Well, that's good.
you know, the one thing that I did notice, good job. I did notice that you had everybody united, as wrong as I thought it was. You had everybody united to vote on something that that never should have been here, in my opinion.
Thank you, Representative, for being positive and giving us a positive note. And I really respect you so much for all the different roles that you've played in so many different areas.
Well, I just think that on legislation like this, there usually are going to be a number of questions.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about dealing with the electoral
Oh, absolutely.
process.
Yes, sir.
In a way, we deal with the electoral
We have a good forum to talk it out.
Yeah, and I think, glad you said that. You just opened another door for me.
Oh,
That's what this forum is for, to talk it out. We didn't talk out the last one, but maybe we can talk this one out. We didn't get a chance to talk the last one out, but I'm glad you made that
We've been talking a long time.
we have, and on a lot of this, we should talk a long time.
Right,
because
yes,
people
Representative.
need to understand just what's taking place, and more importantly, what the end result will be of what we do.
Right.
And a lot of times when I come to the mic, I'm concerned about the application. You know as well as I do, when people go to polling places, all polling places are not managed as well as others.
Correct.
And when you get out there and you got a person at the polls, we have sometimes problems finding people to actually be the chief inspector in those positions at polls. And when you get someone who really don't know the law, it could be a real problem.
Yes,
A real problem.
I agree.
Because they deny a lot of people access. They don't tell them that you can vote a challenge ballot. They don't tell them any of that, and they turn them all around. So I'm real concerned about how this process works and what we do in this process. But at least thank you for answering my question.
Yes, thank you, Representative.
The chair recognizes Representative England from Tuscaloosa.
Hello.
Thank you for the recognition. You threw me off a little bit. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, Representative.
Okay. All right. My question about the bill, because I understand what you're trying to do, but my question is, who are we prosecuting? Is it the person that possesses the pre-filled out application? Is it the person that delivers the pre-filled out application? Or, I mean, who exactly would we be prosecuting in violation of this statute?
The entity that pre-fills in the blanks.
The entity.
It could be a group. It could be a person.
So do you, see, that's also, if criminal culpability in like prosecuting, we're more so looking for an individual unless we're doing something like, you know, piercing the corporate veil or something like that. Mm-hmm. So would you be prosecuting every person in the organization? Or the person that's in charge of the organization?
I don't think that that would be something that I would be able to tell you. I don't think that I would know that answer. The bill says that whomever pre-fills out, will be responsible. So I know I own a company. I'm the broker, and whatever my agents do, I'm held responsible.
Right.
I'm the one. So in my business, I would be the one held responsible for anything that was done wrong. I don't know how other groups would be set up, so I don't think I could answer that. They may have chair, co-chair, they may all be held responsible together. I don't think I have that answer. But the person or the entity that pre-fills out that registration or that application, that person or that party would be responsible.
All right, so is there an intent requirement? Like, is the person who's possessing the pre-filled out application, do they have to intend to engage in some criminal conduct? I mean, because generally speaking, when we charge somebody with something like a Class C felony, we're looking for some sort of mens rea, like some sort of intent. So like intent to defraud, reckless behavior, knowledge of the
So
information.
you have all that criminal background I'm just a layperson, so I don't know the law.
So,
like you, but I would say that if an individual, the bill says, if a person asks for assistance, if they request assistance, if they need assistance and they request it from you, you're not held responsible.
Well, no, that's not the. I mean, no, and I saw that part. And that's a good part.
But if you're saying that, let me ask it again.
Because what I'm trying to get at is, generally speaking, if you're in violation of a criminal code,
Right.
unless it's some sort of status offense that it is what it is, sort of, so to speak, that we require some sort of intent. And what I don't want is for just mere possession of a pre-filled application to be used to charge someone with a Class C felony when they don't have the intent to violate the law or do anything criminal. So, because when I was reading, that's what I was trying to figure out, and I wanted, and also, and the reason, because I also, when we're talking about criminal activity, I also have to draw some sort of correlation between the activity and the penalty. So, what I want to know when I vote for something or vote against something is that there is some reasonable, attainable goal that if this becomes law, it'll stop the sort of activity that we're talking about, whether it be ballot harvesting, fraud, or something like that. And when I read this and I try to apply it practically, what it appears to me is that the person, potentially, a person that is not engaged in voter fraud or attempting to be involved in voter fraud can be prosecuted, while the person that's actually trying to do it won't be.
Well, in every example that I gave you, those people actually voted.
Right.
They actually voted. And I would say that there's definitely intent when someone has been deceased since 1916 and they're still voting.
Yeah, but this doesn't deal with that, though.
Well, you asked me for intent. Did
No,
I?
but no, I'm asking for intent for this specific, your bill, not for
Right.
somebody who's, because again, my intent, I may be being directed by somebody else to take these pre-filled out applications to someone else. I have no mens rea, I have no criminal intent, I have no ill intent, anything. I'm just going from point A to point B, but I have them in my possession.
If you're riding in a car with someone and that person shoots someone, runs into someone while they're drinking, you can be held responsible. So I'm not an attorney.
Well, hold on, wait a minute.
Attorney.
No, let's not do that.
Okay, but you're saying the
Because you
middleman.
can't. Because there are things, like if you're talking about drugs, for example, drugs themselves are illegal to possess, okay? A pre-filled out application is not. So me just having it doesn't mean that I'm a Class C felon or I'm a criminal. If I ride in a car with somebody and I don't share the same intent as the person.
But that's what you keep saying, intent. What is
Yes.
the intent?
There's no intent in your legislation.
I can't answer what someone's intent is. That is not up for to me. That's not for me to decide. No.
But that's what that's what criminal law is. That's what we try to prove.
No, you're saying if a middleman, you're saying that someone is holding applications, am I going to hold them responsible because they're just holding the applications that are pre-filled?
Yes.
That's what you asked me.
That's an example.
That's an example.
Yeah, that's just what I'm trying to get at.
That's what you ask.
So yes, are you saying that if I possess just mere possession of a pre-filled out voter application form does that make me a Class C felon?
That is not what this bill says.
All right. So how do you determine who's responsible? Is it if I turn it in?
When you take someone's information, or if you just pre-fill in applications and you send them out to individuals without the correct information, it's going to come back to you unless it has the correct address, which this bill talks about. The only pre-filled information that can be on the applications is the address to where those applications are to be mailed back to.
All right.
Okay.
So I don't even have to have the intent to commit voter fraud to be guilty of this offense.
I need to know what you're getting at.
What I'm
I don't
getting
feel
at
like I
is-
know what you're
No,
actually
because
asking me.
I mean, what I'm saying is, you may be talking to someone or in a discussion with someone who has what you would describe in this legislation as a legal voter registration applications.
Right.
That has information that's pre-printed, pre-filled out, and I didn't have anything to do with how that happened. I don't know who did it, but I just have possession of them.
Are you the voter?
Yeah, I mean,
Because if you're the voter, then no, you're not responsible.
but what if I am a voter, but what if I'm not the voter that's on the registration application?
But once again, you're telling me that someone has voter registration or applications in their possession that have been pre-filled out,
Yes.
but they haven't given them to anyone.
Yes, they're just possessing it.
I think that would depend on a judge to decide that, and that's not who I am.
We're not at the judge point because
Well,
you got
I'm
to
just
get
saying, you're asking me to make a decision with very little facts.
All right.
I can't make a decision with those little facts. I
I'm
can't.
probably not asking this question in the best way because all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Let me just ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we have all of these consultants around Ms. Wood.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
The man with the closure vote in his hand.
Well, I'm gonna make sure.
Give him that permission? Or did the previous speaker give it to him? You don't know? I understood whoever sits in the speaker chair is in control of the closure votes. They the one dictate whether Ledbetter have a closure vote or not. And I want to emphasize that when we come up to talk on a bill, it's because we're displeased with it. And we feel that it will be harmful to our constituents. We come looking for a compromise. That's why we come. We don't come to hear to hear our head rattle We don't come for any show or anything like this. It's just so disheartening that we come before people with hard hearts and who fail to understand what we're trying to accomplish. I looked at the things that your bill talks about. If an organization from out of the state were to send in some voter registration forms, and those boxes that have to be checked off are already checked off for that person's voter registration form, I can't perceive of that happening because they might send them blanketed, say we're going to do zip code 35215. They don't know the situation of the people in the household where they're sending those pre-checked forms. So I can't see an outside organization doing that. Mr. Ledbetter, please step away from the microphone. You're on my time. So I've done voter registration. I've done help people with absentee vote ballots. I've done it all, but never gone into anybody's place. Most times it's with senior citizens or people who are incapacitated within my church or my community. But I've never just said, well, I'm going to go in here and check these boxes because I don't know what their situation is for a voter registration form, nor for a absentee ballot request form. You don't know that in advance for you to blanketly send them out to people to do voter registration or to request an absentee ballot. So it's hard for me to think, and I've always been taught, if there's a problem, it's because the numbers will dictate that it's a problem, and one does not dictate a problem. One might be just a misunderstanding rather than a problem. Usually we'll look at maybe hundreds of people that have done that. But I can't get any more than you're talking about 5 or 6 people that they have identified that situation, one of these situations might have occurred, which in my opinion and just my experience is not enough for us to talk about 5 people that may have misunderstood, and they probably were at different parts of the state or the city that it happened to. But someone brought it to somebody's attention. Now, we have so many other issues in this state that we are to deal with, that we need to be talking about. I got some bills that they've held up and won't even let them come out of committee. Sales tax off of food, but they gave it to one of my colleagues, and the Alabama Rise people did a rally and said, the news said we're going to invite everybody that's got a bill for sales tax off of food. But then they chose one person to do it. Same thing. If it's more than one out there, we look at the number to determine where the concerns are. Not just one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they are in different areas and not even in the same, say it's not even in the same zip code. I think that's a frivolous bill. And like I said, our rationale for us talking is that the last bill, this bill, and we got a couple other that I've looked at to see what they're supposed to do, and to come up with such a harsh penalty for it. You know, Alabama is already known as a state, you know. We understand that when they did the 13th Amendment to free us, in that same amendment, they allowed us to be incarcerated for no reason. If you read the 13th Amendment and you understand it, you'll see they freed us with one hand. Then the other hand, they said, but whoa, you can imprison them. You know, we might have to get them off this plantation, but we got another one. So, you know, I just think that we have so many more issues that are, as they say, kitchen table situations than to be spending our time talking at about 5 or 6 people that may have misinterpreted something going on. I've done, like I said, voter registration. Never crossed my mind to pre-check a box. I've gone in and out of nursing homes. I'm the assigned person in my church for incapacitated people. When they want an absentee ballot, I'll take the application to their homes and let them fill it out. And usually once they get it back, the biggest question I always have, which envelope do I put my driver's license in? So those are the type issues that come up, but it just amazed me at what your party calls problems, when there's so many other serious problems. I keep hearing a commercial that the number of our children that go hungry every day, yet we don't have bills coming to this floor to solve hunger. I see children in my school district that are homeless. They're homeless, and they try to come to school. When they go home, it might be to a shelter. When they go home, it might be they living on the streets. I watched one little boy several Wednesdays when I was in a part of my neighborhood. I said, ooh, he's standing there at that store every Wednesday till I stopped to talk to him. And I said, why are you here every Wednesday when you need to be in school? He said, well, a lot of seniors come to the store on Wednesday, and I can ask them for monies to get me a meal. He said, both parents are dead. His grandmother was trying to take care of him, but she got to the point she couldn't. One of the uncles finally took him in, but when he get his food stamp monies at the beginning of the year, of the month, he takes them and sell them. So then the young man every Wednesday, thinking he could appeal to senior citizens, would be there to see if they would give him monies to help buy him food. When I took him to the school, he was a good student in school. Just wanted some food to eat. So there are so many things that we need as a body to deal with over 4 or 5 people that check some boxes on either a voter registration form, which they didn't know what to check, because if they were somebody from the outside saying we're going to send these voter registration forms into a certain zip code, hoping we could identify people who are not registered voters, they don't know which boxes to check. Or if we're going to blanketly send out absentee ballot request forms and we blanketly send it into a zip code, hoping we find some people that might need to request an absentee ballot, they don't know which boxes to check. So I can't see that there's a concerted effort that would have an impact on the outcome of an election on purpose. Because what you didn't say was that once they got the ballot back, in the case of the absentee ballot, you didn't say that somebody went in and checked who to vote for. They didn't check the person to vote. What they did was check the boxes for the application for the absentee ballot. But you didn't say that they came back to that person and actually voted for them. So I don't understand what the problem, because like you said, that some of those votes could, if it had happened in your district, some of those votes would have come to you. So now there's no evidence that once they sent those absentee ballot request forms out, that they ever went back to those people and
the chair thanks
actually
the lady.
voted.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, ma'am. All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a general later yield,
Yes,
how you doing today?
I'm good.
You've been up here a while.
That's good.
wanna
I'm more
relieve you.
comfortable. I don't have on as comfortable shoes as you, but I've got on comfortable shoes.
It was hard for me to come up here because you're in my delegation. So
Yeah.
I'm glad we came to some kind of agreement on this amendment. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer an amendment that I'll...
All right, clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 63 by Representative Gray.
All right, and the amendment's now on the floor. Go ahead and give explanation.
Yeah, you need another one? Okay. Mr. Speaker, the sponsor, Ms. Wood, only thing I want to do on page 1, line 16, 17, delete Class C felony, insert in lieu of Class A misdemeanor.
Okay.
do that on page 1 and on page 4. Lines 1 and 2, delete Class C felony and insert in lieu of Class A misdemeanor. On page 4, line 18, 19, delete Class C felony in lieu of a Class A misdemeanor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'll take this as a friendly amendment.
All right, members, you've heard the amendment that was offered by Representative Gray, and the sponsor of the bill said this is a friendly amendment, and we can vote this amendment up or down. The lights that I see on, do you wish to speak on this amendment before we vote? If not, turn your light off so we can address that. All right, let's go ahead, and the question before us now is to vote on the floor amendment. If you're in favor of this amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote.
Okay.
All the members voted?
All right.
All the members voted. All right. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 83 yeas, 17 nays, 0 abstentions, and the amendment is adopted.
Thank the lady.
Thank
and
you.
The chair
Thank you,
thanks,
Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All right. The chair recognizes the gentleman from DeKalb County, Leader Ledbetter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring a motion right at the previous question.
All right. Clerk receive the motion in writing.
Motion in writing, Mr. Speaker. I move the previous question.
All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the previous question motion. If you were in favor of this motion, your vote will be aye. If you oppose, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Voting on the previous question. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 72 yeas, 27 nays, 0 abstentions, and the previous question is adopted. Now, members, we're back on the bill, and the chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris. We have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not even going to take all 10 minutes. First, I just wanted to come and say, Mr. Speaker, Ball, Farley Faust, Estes, Baker, Collin, and Meadows, I just want to say thank you. Just simple as that. Just say thank you. I had a few people who I was disappointed in, but the number is not large, maybe about 4 or 5 people who may have disappointed me on the last vote. And sometimes it gets difficult. I can't even explain how difficult it gets, right, when we come down. I listened to Dr. King, and he said, love drives out hate, right? Then I listened to Malcolm X, and he said, by any means necessary. I'm more of a Malcolm girl. I know I just don't seem like it when I'm down here, but I am really, really more of a Malcolm's girl. Dr. King said in one of his last speeches, I believe I am leading my people to a burning house. I read that a lot. But let's go to your bill. Some of the things were already asked. One of my questions was asked that was dealing with why do you think some people instantly start feeling the way that they feel once they saw voting and the bill. Like, why do you think as soon as we see something like this, we jump up and we want to talk about it, right? Because we have endured through a lot where love drives out hate. How can we police this? Because prior to, I had a nonprofit organization, and we actually help people register to vote. That's what part of our mission was. So how would we police knowing or saying that someone is doing a pre-file? How would you actually know if someone pre-filed?
How did you help them?
How
Did they,
did, no, but I'm,
did they come to your, well, now I need to know how you helped them. Did they come to your organization? Did you go to them? Or
no,
these
we was
people
out.
that
We was
you,
out knocking on doors.
Exactly.
We was
So,
out knocking on doors.
So the bill talks about pre-filling out applications for voter registration or absentee applications. That's what it says. So how could you pre-fill that information out without knowing where you were going? So I'm assuming you went there and you assisted someone.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different. The bill says you can assist someone with permission from them. This is pertaining to individuals that take information, fill it in, most of the time incorrectly, and send it out, wait for that information to come back.
But I'm asking, how would you know that?
Well,
how would you know that it occurred?
Well, when you're going through, we talked about that earlier, and if you're basing it on an individual, now in one case here, the individual showed up to vote, had his voter registration card, and was told that someone else voted for you already.
Well, were they
So
told
in that
you,
case, we
because
knew that there was fraud.
We know that once you fill out your absentee ballot, or you fill out a form, right, to receive an absentee ballot.
Yeah, this
whether you
is just the
receive,
application,
but
right.
but whether you received it or not, once it hit, they go ahead and check you off, saying basically because you went the first measure of trying to get an absentee ballot. So they go ahead and they mark you off, so you can't vote twice. That means that when you go into the facility, because you already asked for an absentee ballot, you can't vote 2 times. I mean, if the ballot get there in time or not, that's the problem with doing absentee voting. But what about the ones that actually come in to vote? How do we? Is there anything in here that's preventing somebody from helping someone to vote?
No.
Okay.
No, it
Well,
says in here. It's not. No.
I'm good. I'm good. I just
No.
wanted to come down and tell
Yes, ma'am.
those couple of people thank you for listening
Yes, ma'am.
to us, and then let the few, maybe 3, 4 people know that I was just highly disappointed.
Yes,
Just 3
ma'am.
or 4 out of all the rest. Thank you.
And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo County, Representative McCampbell. We've got about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With a gentlelady yield.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I really feel like a neglected legislator now. The gentleman from Legislator Ledbetter, he's getting more mic time than I'm getting, so I really feel like a neglected. But see,
I'm sure he might let you bring some of the emotions.
No. He tells me to turn my light off, and then the next thing I know, he's getting my time. So, you know, but I really wanted to come down and let you know that this bill, what it does, it has a chilling effect on people in terms of trying to promote voting in communities. I know you're saying that it has, it doesn't affect this, it doesn't affect that, but most people that are going to have to use this and exercise these, they are not going to understand that it's talking about mass mailings of voter, applications and things of that nature, or absentee applications. They won't understand that. So it's we're calling it an oppressive bill simply because it will oppress the thought processes of anyone really understanding it. And I spoke with the gentleman from the Secretary of State's office, and he assured us that the Secretary of State would be out and would explain this. But I think we need to have more clarity in our bills, simply because you may be saying one thing, but the effect of what will be understood out in the public is different. So I think the lack of clarity in this bill is a greater problem than maybe the intent of the bill. And I'm so glad you accepted the amendment, simply because of this. We already have bills that if a person goes out and they sign someone else's name as, for a absentee ballot or someone that is deceased, we already have legislation that deals with that. We already have, and if I'm not
This is for the application, not the ballot.
Yeah.
So there's currently nothing for the application.
So this is for just the application?
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
Representative.
that's what I'm saying. I'm glad because that process of making somebody a felon for that, I think the punishment didn't fit the crime.
Okay.
So I appreciate you accepting that amendment. I think it showed the good faith in which you are bringing this bill. But I still say that it has a chilling effect on the process. But we'll work it out, we'll figure it out, and hopefully we'll get through it all by the time it's implemented, and things of that nature. I just hate the gentleman took up more of my time. I had to condense what I was doing.
They might give you a little more time.
He'll give me a little more time, you think. But see, he wants me to do something I'm not interested in doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And the time has ended.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on final passage of House Bill 63. If you are in favor of this bill as amended, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 73 yeas, 23 nays, 0 abstentions, and House Bill 63 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
All right, everything all right, Mr. Clerk? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and call the next bill on special order.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 225 by Representative Robbins relating to absentee voting.
And Representative Robbins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This bill is a pro-military bill, and what it's really doing is, basically the reason I brought this bill is to support our active overseas military who have requested that we do this. And what this bill does is it matches federal policy, which is already in place concerning overseas, what are called UACAVA voters, overseas active duty military and their spouses. This makes it easier for our overseas active duty military to vote. It removes the witness requirements for those active duty military that are overseas and their spouses on their absentee ballot envelope, but while also still making the process secure, because the application process still requires you to provide your driver's license, it requires you to provide your home address, your base address, and you still have to sign it, and the back of your application still informs you that if you violate this, you're guilty of a Class C felony. So with that, I move for the BIR.
All right, and the question before us, members, is going to be on the adoption of the BIR. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin County, Representative Simpson. First person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Robbins, thank you for this. I think you and I have talked about this. I do have a problem with your bill, and I am getting up and speaking against your bill in this matter. The problem that I have is you are making it a lot more available for fraud to get involved when you take witness signatures away from, and it's not just military. I want to make sure everybody understands this. This UCAVA Act is military and citizens living overseas. So it's not just active duty military, it's everybody through over there. The concern that I have is when you take away that restriction of having witnesses requirements and a notary requirement, you open yourself up for the potential of fraud. I also have a concern that this is a Trojan horse and a slippery slope that we may go down, because if you allow this if you create a separate class of people that can have one rule where they do not have to have a witness or a notary for their absentee ballots, that can potentially become a basis for a suit where somebody comes forward and says, if somebody living overseas does not have to have these requirements, why does the person living in the United States have to have these requirements? Which could lead to the removal of witness requirements and notary requirements on absentee ballots. We talk very much in the state about making it easy to vote and hard to cheat. This bill would remove some restrictions to make it easier to cheat. This does not strengthen our laws. This does not strengthen voter integrity. This bill actually reduces voter integrity with what they have here. I commend you. I think you are a rising star and an asset to our body. I just disagree with the purpose that you have to bring this bill.
Well, thank you for your time. I'm going to respond to a few of your points there. I think you are right in some ways and wrong in some ways. I understand your point where you mentioned the Trojan horse, which is also, in the story of the Iliad. And I think Homer was correct that you don't need to let your guard down. And by letting your guard down, you allow people to, you enter the gates of Troy. Homer also made the point in the Odyssey of the fact that we need laws and the importance of laws. The story of Odysseus tying himself to the mast is a story of saying we need to protect ourselves and we will tie ourselves to the mast, and that's what laws are.
Right.
We as the state of Alabama have the ability to set our policies. We set and draw those lines. We tie ourselves to the mast.
Right.
And what we have done today and what we have done throughout this session is we've tied ourselves to the mast and saying we will not allow ourselves to cheat in the system. We will draw a line. Our line.
And I thank you for your time, and I'm going to take my time back in here. So now I appreciate it's my time. It's my time.
Okay.
I appreciate the literary argument that you have here.
Well, I didn't finish my literary argument.
This is my time.
Okay, but
I've talked to my brother-in-law who's active duty military, and I talked to him and said, he's been deployed overseas. And I talked to him and said, how hard is it for you to find 2 witnesses to sign off on your absentee ballot? And he said, there are no problems finding witnesses, because the problem becomes if you have a single active duty military that can't find 2 witnesses to sign off, then that becomes an issue with that individual person over there, because if they're acting of their own and not in contagion where they are, that's a problem. And I talked to him and said, you read this bill and this is a military-based bill, and you kind of look underneath and you say, are we supporting the military? Is this something the military wants? And he said, and this is his opinion, this is his decision on what he said from what he had, they are fighting for our republic. They are putting their life on the line for our republic and what it stands for. And to tell them, well, you can't get a signature, you're not required to get a signature from this, they want to make sure that the republic they are fighting for is not stolen away, and making sure that the voter integrity is intact with what we do. They want to make sure that the bills and the legislation and the vote that they pass isn't just taken away by somebody that can push a button and say, oh, by the way, I did this electronically, or oh, by the way, I signed up for you, or oh, by the way, I I signed up for your spouse who's done this, and I've mailed this ballot in, and you voted this way, and there's no way to check it. So, and I'm going to keep going on this here because I appreciate the literary talk, but what I'm talking about is actual signatures on a ballot, signatures on a voter registration, signatures on what they are trying to do, and to make sure that we protect our integrity, to make sure that we continue down this path of confirming and making sure that when somebody checks that ballot in the ballot box, that they are actually doing what they have to do. And I don't want us to open up for future lawsuits where we say the state of Alabama doesn't require this from their soldiers, or not just their soldiers, but remember, it's also people living overseas. So everybody living overseas, we are taking the requirements from a witness to be there. Someone that's an American citizen that's living in Russia, we are taking that requirement from them that they have a witness to come through here. So you want to talk about tampering, where they can come through and they can just pass a ballot that they want to get through? I respect and understand the nature behind it, but I'm against your bill, and thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
And
Do I have the ability to respond to any of his points? Or
no, there'll be plenty of
Okay.
time to make your issues. and I mean that in earnest. You'll have time to share your bill and your concern. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Howard. Second person on the B hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentleman yield?
Yes.
I missed your first point. Can you explain to me exactly what you're attempting to do here?
Well, there's a thing in the process. There's something called a UACAVA voter. That is an overseas voter. We're talking about active duty military and their spouses. Mr. Simpson was correct. It does deal with citizens living overseas, but also people that live overseas are individuals that are called ambassadors and ambassador staff. And so they would be included in that. Someone running for governor right now was a former ambassador. That means we would make it easier for her staff, depending on where they're living, they could vote, and it would make it easier for them to vote. So that's why I say this bill is a pro-military bill, because it's trying to make it easier for our active duty military to vote. And it's trying to make it easier for them and their spouses. And right now, actually, I didn't bring this point up, but that currently, we don't even have to have the witness requirement for active duty military according to federal law. So all we're doing is bringing the state of Alabama in accordance with the federal law. Right now, if you were overseas, you could request a ballot electronically and vote electronically without a witness signature. So this is just bringing the paper into line with the electronics.
I've voted overseas. This is a good bill, and I hope that the body will support it.
Thank you so very much.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby County, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, I rise just simply to share some things about my belief in why to be involved in a Constitution Campaign and Elections Committee in the first place in the state of Alabama. The state of Alabama is responsible for its elections. They are our elections. They are not federal elections. The federal government can have certain requirements that they can place and put forward and have to be followed. However, to have free, secure, and safe elections in the state of Alabama, I join Representative Matt Simpson clearly in everything that he's presented and said. I've talked with a number of active duty people in the last week or so, and in that process of conversation with them, they have no problems with getting a couple of their buddies to sign off as witnesses. If a notary was all that was required, it could certainly be a problem. However, from the standpoint of who we are as a state and what we're doing to secure elections and assure the citizens of our state that we are not doing anything except trying to make everything that relates to their ability to vote safe, fair, and secure. I'd urge you to vote no on the BIR, and if the BIR were to pass, vote no on the bill.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones. Be the fourth person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes.
I think what I'm seeing here is a clear case of people who've had to vote from overseas and people who are speculating on how easy it is to vote. It's not. And I appreciate the legislation that you brought. I spent 10 years back and forth in the Navy, and during that time, I think that something like this would have been very beneficial. And as you said, it's already the federal law anyway. Now, what we're going to do here is depart from all the federal laws. Then we ought to just make a motion to do that. But where we are right now is that this is doing something to help our military men, and I think it should be done. And I agree with your bill. I support you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your service, Mayor Jones. I didn't know you'd served in the Navy. But also, I might have misspoken when I said it just brings us into conformity with the federal law. We're actually already doing this with Alabama elections now. This is not a federal policy coming down. It's Alabama's already allowing electronic voting without signatures. So I misspoke earlier.
All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. And all the members voted? The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 49 yeas, 47 nays, and the BIR does not prevail.
Thank you, body. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Chair thanks the gentleman. All right. And the clerk call the next bill on special order.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 239 by Representative Faulkner relating to elections.
And Representative Faulkner, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Members, there is a difference, and I don't know how many of y'all knew this, but there's a difference between the laws on who can assist you in a municipal election as opposed to a general election or a non-municipal election. And what this does is this is going to make them the same, so that the people that can assist you in a municipal election as opposed to a non-municipal election, we're going to make that the same. Right now under the law, people can go in with you and help you in a non-municipal election, but you have to file a written request in a municipal election for help. I'm eliminating that you do not have to have a written request to get assistance in a municipal election. At the same time, right now, poll watchers, and that is, and I have a summary sheet for anybody that'd be interested, poll watchers that are there for a candidate or a political party should not be assisting people filling out their ballots. Now, what I mean by that is a poll worker, somebody that is working the election, it's fine for them to assist you. But a poll watcher or a candidate, someone that is on the ballot, or someone is there for a political party or a candidate, that's who is prohibited from helping you fill out your ballot. And that's what this bill does. It brings municipal elections and non-municipal elections to the same place. And with that, Mr. Speaker, move for the BIR.
All right, I believe that's the question before us, the adoption of the BIR. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Stringer, first person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for the work you've done on this. I appreciate your input and what you're doing to try to align this and straighten it up and the work you're doing on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Appreciate that.
All right, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo County, Representative McCampbell, second person speaking on the B hour. He'll be up, Representative Faulkner, he'll be up here at the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
As I read your bill, I've got a problem with it. My wife is disabled. She's not able to drive. She walks with a walker. She's not able to see. She and I go everywhere together, and we go and vote together. Now you're telling me that I'm going to be criminalized for assisting my wife
No, sir.
voting.
No, sir.
Okay, explain that to me, please.
Yes, sir. So
if I'm a candidate,
there is
which
nothing,
I will be this year, I want to make sure when I walk in there and my wife, who cannot fill out her own ballot, who cannot read it, I have to read it to her. Then you're telling, based on what I'm reading, now you tell me if I'm wrong, that, I will be able to help my wife.
So Representative McCampbell, what we do, and I have an amendment that was to clarify that it's a candidate in that election cycle. So you're correct, you are pointing out that a candidate who is on the ballot in that election cycle is not supposed to be helping someone fill out their ballot. I will look at this. The whole reason I think you see we're trying to get at is we were trying to stop someone who is on the ballot from assisting other people with their ballots and stopping people that are there for a candidate or a political party from assisting as opposed to a poll worker.
Well, I think we need to clarify it because apparently I'm getting ready to, if this passes, I'm getting ready to violate the law because my wife is going to have me in there with her. I will be carrying her in there. So maybe we need to find a way to amend it to address these specific types of issues, but I'll just tell them up front, they might as well have somebody down there in Marengo County to lock me up because I'm going to do that.
No, absolutely. And I want you to know, I will look at this. There is no intent for, right now, any person can go in. Besides, we're talking about a candidate who's in that election cycle. And the idea was in municipal elections is not to have candidates, staying in the polling place, walking around and helping people fill out their ballots. There's certainly no intent to stop you from helping your wife.
I know the intent, but I also understand what that bill is saying. So I'm going to see if I can get with Otney or somebody from his office and see if we can address that issue in a manner that will clarify it.
Yes, sir. And what I need to do, I ran down here in haste. I didn't realize I'd be up this quick. I left my amendment, and I need to look at that because it clarifies that it's a candidate that is, now this doesn't address what you're asking me, but the amendment does clarify that it is a candidate who is up in that election cycle from assisting. But I understand what you're saying, and I would like to look at that and make sure that what you're talking about is you should not be, and there's certainly no intent for this bill to be affecting you with your wife. The idea is you didn't want candidates lingering and staying in a polling place, helping people. And right now, in a municipal election, you would have to do a written request, and we don't want that.
Well, I live out in the country, so I don't vote in cities.
Okay, all right.
I don't have that issue anyway.
I got you. But no, I'm happy to look at that issue with you and make sure that concern is addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pike, Representative Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Faulkner. I want to thank you for your hard work on the bill. I know you've put in a lot of hard work and many hours, and you explained it brilliantly in committee, and I think you're doing a fine job here on the floor. And I just want to thank you for further securing our election process. As a former probate judge, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Allen.
And the chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark, fourth person speaking on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Faulkner, will you yield, sir?
She's in the gallery.
Yes, certainly.
So like my suite mate, Representative McCampbell, I need some clarification too. So at the polls, typically we will have as candidates a poll watcher. I think we're entitled to one poll watcher on the inside. So we might have many greeters on the outside. They might have on a vote for Faulkner shirt, and there might be a dozen of them outside on the grounds of the precinct. Can your greeters escort a voter inside and help them to vote?
No, they can give them somebody. Well, let me say this. They could. What I'm talking about is that what this does is that someone who is on the inside, who has filled out a written application with the Secretary of State to be a poll watcher.
Right. That person is certified by typically a party official.
Yes, ma'am. So those people on the inside, those people are the ones that are, by this would be prohibited from helping you fill out your ballot.
Yes.
The ones who are there for a candidate or party and have been certified to be there. Those are the people that this targets, that's saying they cannot help you. The poll workers can. Your friends who come in with you can. Now, you know there are other laws about wearing campaign material and campaigning inside a polling place. That has to be done 30 feet. But so, yes, no person would be excluded from going in and helping you with your ballot simply because they're for your campaign and they're outside and they walk in with you. That's still allowed. That's not prohibited now, and it wouldn't be prohibited under this. This is merely prohibiting the certified poll watchers that are there for a party or a candidate from assisting in filling out a ballot.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, members, I believe the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Voting on the BIR. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 81 yeas, 18 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. And Representative Faulkner, we're back on the bill now.
Yeah, members, so I do have a floor amendment that was a suggestion made by a fine, astute colleague of mine here in the body. And I thought he had a great suggestion. And it is on page 5, and it's what I was just talking about to Representative McCampbell. What this does is it says that we are clarifying that a candidate, whether or not they could assist you, it makes it clear that a candidate is any individual whose name appears on the ballot for that specific election cycle. Okay? So that is the other people that would be excluded besides poll watchers, is a candidate whose name is on the ballot for that election cycle. And that is all that this amendment does.
All right, this is a floor amendment, and clerk receive that amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 239 by Representative Faulkner.
All right, members, we've had the explanation of the floor amendment offered by the sponsor, and the chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris. Okay. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, speaking on the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarity, a little more clarity, because I thought Representative McCampbell was saying that he will be a part of this election cycle. So because he's a part of this election cycle, will he or will he not be able to assist his wife?
Well, I will tell you this, Ms. Moore. I want to look at this in conjunction with the bill, and I am happy to amend for what he brought up and addressed. If this bill would in any way not allow him to assist his wife.
It won't,
or an immediate family member.
Yeah, because he'll be in the election cycle. Another thing too, when you were saying about if it's a municipal election and them allowing candidates to be in the polling place. Look here, in my polling place during the municipal election, they know I'm not on the ballot. They time how long I stay in the polling place. I could barely get in there and give my name, and that's how strict the inspector is at all times. So they don't allow people to hang around in the polling place. You got to come in and get out. You can't be saying, hey, how you doing? I hadn't seen you in a long time or any of that. You got to get in there and get out. But I never seen in a municipal election where they allow candidates to hang around for as long as they wouldn't even, if it was my polling place and I walked in to vote and say it was my election cycle, and I come in with my shirt on with my name until we had to show them the law. They wouldn't even let you come in and vote with the shirt on. You had to pull that off, go home, find you something else to come in. So usually those inspectors are just, you know, they to the letter as far as what's happening inside the polling places. I don't know why it was necessary to bring this bill, because obviously you don't have the inspectors that I have in any of my boxes, because they to the law. And you got to, even when I showed them that I could come in with my shirt on, I had to get 2 sheriffs to come out and point it out to the inspector before I could go in and vote. I mean, they just don't allow that. But I heard you say that, and I have never seen any of the inspectors in all of the different polling places, whether it's a municipal election, a statewide election, a presidential election. Those inspectors, I mean, they're about the law. And it's like I said, with that one, I had to go get the probate judge to send 2 sheriffs out to the young lady to let me come in with my shirt on to vote, because the law say with or without the shirt, the person would recognize me as being a candidate. So I never seen that happen. I just want to
And I will say this, Ms. Moore, I mean, I was really, when I read this, I never knew there was a difference.
Yeah.
And in that summary sheet I gave you,
Yeah.
one of the things this does that I think you'd be very happy with is right now, for you to get assistance in a municipal election,
I know.
you have to file a written request.
I know.
And I'm eliminating that.
I hear what you're talking
And
about.
so anybody can go in with you, and you as a candidate in a municipal election.
So, but what you need to do with like the facts when we analyze the bill, you probably should have been a little more specific and let that be the issue in your bill that you was dealing with only. But when you come to a situation like Representative McCampbell was talking about doing, and you're talking about doing an election cycle, whether he can help his wife or some other candidate who had like, before my mother died, when I was a candidate and she needed help. I was a candidate, but I was allowed to go in to help her with her ballot. I think that's a part that probably didn't need to, at this point in time, did not need to be a part of your bill. And if you were just trying to put those two, municipal election and the state election in sync, I think if it had stopped at that point, then that would have been a different situation.
Yes, ma'am. And I will say, I mean, the other part of this is that I don't think that people who are certified by a political party or a candidate, in other words, people, you know, Mary Moore, that have gone in and said, I am here to watch this poll for Mary Moore. I don't think those people who are in there and allowed to stay in there should be the ones filling out people's ballots.
So you're saying they're dishonest? Because
No.
because I've had poll watchers in, but I've never thought about them being dishonest, because what I do for all of my poll watchers during the election, I get the Alabama vote guide that has in it the most frequent incidents that happen in a poll place, the most frequent question asked about elections, and I school them in that. And we try to encourage them. If someone that they know might ask for their help, they go with all honesty to do that. But I think what the message to be carried from this body is this body don't trust anybody. That's why you bring these types of bills. My poll watchers, I've never heard a complaint. Like I said, them inspectors, they are on the money, and I've had so many polling places. Now they've reduced a few of them in my district. But my inspectors, if you ask a poll worker for a watcher for somebody, they gonna be on them, and they gonna make sure they to the law. But I try to educate my workers and my watchers before election day, and that's why I go through the trouble of getting the Alabama vote pamphlet so that they can have it. So, but it's just a sad day that we don't trust anybody. You don't trust that somebody is working for a candidate and somebody asks for their help. You think, and 9 times out of 10, the people that come in that might ask for help, you know, they might not feel good that day, or they might have left the glasses at home, but they know if you marking that ballot wrong, if they tell you I want to vote for X and you mark Z, they know you've done that and they'll call that attention. But I just don't think that everybody that's a poll worker for a candidate, you shouldn't pick people that's going to be dishonest. But it seemed the theme of the day is that nobody is honest in the state of Alabama. Nobody has any moral convictions in the state of Alabama. So we have to continue to bring these bills that sounds like the only people who know what's right are the people in this body. And all of the people that we represent, they are ignorant to everything. That's the message that I get out of it. All these people that you listed in your bill that should not be helping, I just never run across a situation where I've heard my inspectors talking about somebody came in and they asked for help, and they said, well, can this person help me? And that's just so happened to be a poll watcher for a candidate, that person went up, and if they told them to mark one box, this is the person I want to vote for, and they decided to mark the box that's for their candidate. I've just never heard that to happen, but I think because in theory, it could be possible. We continue to bring bills that are in theory, but we have very little evidence. Do you have evidence that this is an overwhelming problem?
Well, I will tell you that I have been told by the Secretary of State's office that there is a problem.
How many people?
I don't have a specific number.
That's what I've heard
but
all day.
I know they have had instances.
I've heard that all day. No specific number.
But
How many?
I do want to
4,
say
5. How many? I don't have a number. We got to be better about that. If we're going to say the masses of people in the state of Alabama can't be trusted when they go to the poll, and that's the message you're getting out, Mr. Faulkner.
Well, Mary, I want you to say, I want to make sure this states any individual voter who wishes assistance in voting may receive assistance from any individual.
I think those
the
poll,
voter chooses.
I think everybody, the poll workers for a candidate, they're honest people. So why do you think so many people are dishonest just because?
Oh,
now, you know, a lot of times,
I'm
and
saying
I'm
they're
going to say this
dishonest.
for my 17 seconds over. A lot of times, we project ourselves and our moral values on others. So it might be because we might do it, we might think other people will do it. But I'm telling you, we need to stop it. We just need to stop saying the citizens are dishonest.
And Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby County, Representative Moody.
Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. Representative Faulkner, I just wanted to share some similar comments to those. You go ahead and talk with Representative McCampbell. To those I'd shared with Representative Woods, you worked very hard in committee to answer many questions, and you've continued to work hard today in trying to answer the questions in relation to a relative of a person who's disabled or some other situation of that nature, which I can appreciate very much, and I'm thankful that you're doing that. Most of all, what I'm thankful for is that you're attentive to the fact that we need to assure the citizens of our state about the integrity of our elections, and in this process, you're conforming city, county, and state activities together in this effort that you've got. I appreciate that. I think our committee appreciated that. You were very open and frank with us. We missed this point about someone who has a wife who does not have an ability to do certain things, something of that nature. And I do thank you for your work that you're doing in trying to reach a solution on that. But the rest of the bill is an excellent bill. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you, Representative Moody.
And
Representative Campbell.
All right. And the chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. We're still on the floor amendment offered by the sponsor.
Me? Oh. My neighbor.
Live in back of me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Take me through your amendment, please.
Yes, ma'am. So
What page are you on?
Actually,
The amendment.
Representative McCampbell has my amendment. So my amendment was clarifying who a candidate is. So it doesn't do anything to change bringing the two election laws together, the municipal elections to a non-municipal election, and I'm not changing the poll watcher. And Representative McCampbell, I thought had a very good point, is that we were saying that a candidate in this bill could not assist if that candidate is up in that election cycle. Someone else had suggested that. I thought it was very good, that it should be limited to candidates are being defined as someone who's up in that election cycle. So what Representative McCampbell wants to do And my intention is to probably withdraw my amendment and make it, with his amendment, make it one, which is that it's a candidate up in that election cycle, but make an exception for an immediate family member, the assistance to an immediate family member.
So help me to understand. Presently, we have elections,
Yes, ma'am.
and all of them at this point come under the Voting Rights Act, right?
Oh,
all of
yes.
our elections.
Absolutely.
And then
But there's difference.
But we seem to be looking at ways to roll back some of that. So I'm trying to make sure. So up to this point, with our municipal elections,
That is all that language that you see struck at the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3. That's what I'm striking. That's in the law now, requiring you to fill out a written request to get assistance, and I'm eliminating that.
but in doing that, you're saying it's only in the municipal elections. Why would you choose just the municipal elections if you're making changes?
So right now, the municipal elections have a requirement that non-municipal elections do not. They are different, and so I am eliminating the requirement.
Hold up, tell me, so they are different based on this requirement? This is the only, are you sure?
Yes, ma'am, and I didn't know this either. So if you look at the bottom of page 2,
I'm at the bottom of page 2.
yes, ma'am, that is current municipal law as you see that's being struck through.
Now, you're saying this information that I'm reading, no voter shall be permitted to receive any assistance in voting at any election. That's just municipal?
Current law, yes, ma'am.
Just municipal?
Yes, that provision right there that I'm.
Just municipal?
Yes, ma'am.
Not any other election?
Yes, if you go.
I'm just taking this.
Yes,
first
yes, ma'am.
No
Yes, ma'am.
voter
That's right.
shall be permitted to receive any assistance in voting at any election.
Yes.
It says.
That is current law.
Right, okay, that's what I'm saying.
And I'm striking it.
And you're removing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, because I don't think that's right. That you have to fill out a written request to receive assistance at a municipal election. You don't have to do it in a non-municipal election.
But you have these other restrictions that you're putting on. I mean, this to me is just another example of this voter suppression. Hello?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Well.
I'm trying to remove you having to file a written request to get assistance in a municipal election.
If you are, it says, now what you're saying, individuals that are not going to receive any assistance, none, they can't. We just passed another bill. What was that bill that we just, that Representative Woods had? What did that bill do?
Representative Hall, I'm not up to speed on her bill as much as I am mine.
And I'm glad you're.
I was sort of I was trying to make sure you were good with my bill.
I know it, but when I kept hearing you make these comments, and I'm saying, okay, so you're saying it make it easier for a person to receive assistance.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
I am real nosy.
Yes.
So not only do I move around in the neighborhood when the municipal elections are going on, I move around when the the elections for that, and I move around when we're doing the presidential. So I'm real nosy, and I'm around. Now, I didn't realize that we were facing this challenge that you brought before us today.
I didn't realize we were either.
So where did you find out that this is happening?
Well, when the Secretary of State's office has had instances, of course, I don't keep up with all the polling places. But when they showed me,
sure to say that came from the Secretary of State's office? You sure?
Yes, ma'am. I promise you. And when I saw these laws were different, I wanted to eliminate this requirement that you see in municipal elections. I didn't know it existed.
Do you remember a bill that I had last year that wanted to have a no excuse election? No, a person didn't necessarily have to have an excuse to to be able to vote absentee?
I think I remember something like
And,
that.
and did you realize that one was one that I went to before the committee thinking that I had to support from the Secretary of State's office? Do you recall that?
I don't remember your meetings. I think you may have had a voting bill. I have a hard time keeping up with all the bills.
I'm just wanting you to be sure of what you're representing or who you're representing, and that you have all of the information that you need. You said an individual appointed in writing to monitor a polling location. Okay, you saying that's the poll watcher.
That's the what, not the workers. They're allowed to assist. And anybody else, but not people who are there who are not necessarily, I'm not calling people dishonest. I'm saying those people are partisan. If someone's in there for a party or a candidate, they shouldn't be assisting and filling out ballots. The poll workers can.
I think we're on the same page.
Yes, ma'am.
We're on the same page. But those poll watchers are there for a purpose, hopefully to see if there's anything going awry.
Yes,
Or
exactly.
not. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So then the other part of your amendment, so you struck all of this. That voter doesn't have to state they're physically disabled. They don't have to do that. And then when you get down to B, an individual voter who desires assistance may receive assistance from an individual that the voter chooses.
Anybody, yep.
But it then limits who those are. It says.
Well, that's current law,
No.
except for the poll watcher and candidate.
I'm starting at line 23.
Well, so
That's new information.
so let me explain why I say that. It's current law on non-municipal elections, except for the poll watchers and the candidates.
And so what you've added here is,
For municipal,
an individual who desires assistance may receive assistance from an individual voter, chooses except the voter's employee, an agent of the employer. I don't know who is that. What's an agent of an employee?
that is in existing law right now for non-municipal elections.
A candidate.
Now,
So that's what you're about to take that out, right?
well, no, ma'am. I'm putting in candidate and poll watcher.
No. You have candidate already here, line 26.
Yes, ma'am. But
You got
that's
candidate.
yes, ma'am.
You have poll watcher.
Those are the two that I'm adding. The other ones, that is pulled from non-municipal election law, and I have put it in under municipal law and got rid of so that everything is the same now. This will all be the same for every election.
So have you looked at other states and how they handle municipal elections?
I know that the Secretary of State's office has.
No?
Did I personally? No. I listened when they told me they've looked at other states and how they handle it, and they thought this was the best way to resolve this problem we had, having two different laws for different municipal and non-municipal.
And the lady's time. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers, speaking on the floor amendment.
And I want to withdraw that floor amendment.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Because I have a new one that incorporates Representative McCampbell's suggestion, and I like it. I think it's good.
Okay. All right. Well, we haven't made any action on it, so you could withdraw as the sponsor of the amendment.
Yeah, and Representative Rogers, I'll give you the new one. So I'd like to withdraw that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
And here's the new one.
Well, hold on. All right, clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 239 by Representative Faulkner.
All right, and let's make sure the members understand where we are. Go ahead and explain, Representative Faulkner, what you've done and the reason for that and the amendment.
Yes, sir. And Representative Rogers, I know you were coming up to speak on the amendment, and I've withdrawn the earlier amendment in light of Representative McCampbell's point, and it's going to, so as I described earlier, Mr. Speaker, for purposes of this section, a candidate is any individual whose name appears on the ballot for that specific election cycle. That was my previous amendment. And now I'm adding what Representative McCampbell has suggested. I think it's great. Nothing in this section shall prohibit any individual from receiving or giving assistance to a voter who is an immediate family member. So we are then making the candidate, if you are a candidate in that election cycle, you're not supposed to be giving assistance, but you can to someone who's an immediate family member.
What about if Ray Charles was living?
Well,
if Ray Charles was living, and Ray Charles is one of the great singers, and he really, people, he was blind. Let's think about it now. I'm looking at Dr. Faulkner now. Hey, Ray Charles, one of the greatest blues singers in the world. Hey, somebody, he said he could drive.
So,
hey, if Ray Charles was voting in Alabama, and he needs some help at the poll because he's blind, technically blind, even though
yes, sir,
thought he could see, because he could do certain things, but he couldn't get any help.
Oh, no. This is letting you, so you can get help from whoever you wish, except and what I'm adding to current law is a candidate who is up in that election cycle, who's not your immediate family member, and a poll watcher. Anybody who comes in with you can help you. You can ask for assistance from a poll worker. They can all guide Ray Charles, and he can get assistance. The only people we're restricting is the people who are restricted under current law and a candidate in that election cycle and a poll watcher who is someone who is there for a candidate or party.
Now poll watchers are there to make sure the election is fair and square, right?
That's right, for a candidate or a party.
Yeah, and you got to sign a petition, a letter for that poll watcher to be there.
That's correct.
Right. So now.
For a party or a candidate.
For a party or a candidate.
That's right.
You sign you got to take a card from you that you want this poll watcher inside the poll. Make sure no hanky-panky going on. So now, if a person at my polling place, they got several, I know all of them, right? So now, if a person comes in there and is handicapped,
they can get assistance.
Will your bill allow them not to get service? I mean,
no.
A person come in there who's handicapped.
Right.
All right.
We're going to take care of you.
Well, can they help? But your bill said they can't help them.
No. So, I mean, right now under municipal law, municipal elections, you have to file a written request for assistance. I'm eliminating that.
I just got the amendment.
Here, and I've got, John, this is a really good.
What does the amendment do?
Yeah. So the amendment is simply clarifying that a candidate who is someone who cannot assist, that candidate has to be a candidate in that election cycle. Right? So it means the candidate has to be up in that election to not be able to give assistance.
But now, if the person really handicapped, let's not take you blind or something. But suppose there are some people who are not. I'm trying to say that might be challenged. I mean,
they can get help.
I mean, well, they can get help. What does your bill do then?
It's what all I'm doing is one, I'm making it easier to vote for them in a municipal election. That's the first thing I'm doing, is I'm helping them. And the second thing I'm doing is I'm saying that in a non-municipal, we're going to make the election law the same for all elections. It's going to be easier if my bill passes for them to vote in a municipal election because it has a requirement.
What about the election coming up this fall? I mean, coming up in May.
Right.
May 20. I mean,
Your election.
Our election.
We already won that. We already won that, didn't we?
Not yet. I got
Last
to go.
week.
I got to go to the poll to win. Everybody has to go, but if a person comes in a wheelchair,
yes.
I mean, I'm gonna say blind in a wheelchair, or even a person who has a problem reading. Sometimes they have qualified to vote, where they might ask the poll watcher, "Will you help me if I tell you who to mark down on this ballot?"
They can't ask a poll watcher. They can ask a poll worker, and they can take anybody in there they want with them, but they can't ask a poll watcher, someone that is there for a candidate or a political party. That's the only people that we're talking about in there, you know, that you can't have. You can take someone in with you, you know, and you can have a poll worker help you, but you can't get somebody who's there for a political party or a candidate to help you fill out your ballot.
But if I go to if I got somebody now, usually I might not have somebody on the inside because I have on the outside.
Yes.
But now if they come in there and they happen to know that particular person, cause more likely, if you need help, you're gonna go to somebody you know, and keep from both being thrown out and wasted. If you know that particular person who has to be in there and they're there, can you possibly, man, they keep both from being thrown away? Can they go to that particular person they know who might be a poll watcher?
So that in that instance, if they're a poll watcher,
same thing with I heard Representative McCammell talking. His wife going to poll, and perhaps AJ might not be there at the time, but she knows that particular poll watcher, and so she feels confident and safe by going to that particular poll watcher and say nothing illegal and clandestine, nothing illegal.
All good.
It's going to be her. It's going to be her, the person doing the marking down for the particular candidate. But she knows that particular person because they're neighbors or they're friends or something like that.
Sure.
And so she'll go to Robert or Bob or Joe, whatever his name is, and say, "Will you help me with my ballot? Because I can't, instead of being I'm right now I'm kind of confused." That person's not going to go in there and tell them to vote for Robert Adderholt or Bob Jones or
John Rogers.
No, well, they better vote for me because I don't play. But they're not going to give them any name, but they're going to vote their choice, and when they vote their choice, well, then that's the person they want. But they're not going to lead them down the wrong path. They just need some assistance. I just found out that if a person is handicapped, and they can't. It might be dyslexia, or not dyslexia. It might be what you call it, educating challenge.
Okay.
It might be but they got classes for them now. They go all the way through college. But sometimes they might have a little problem seeing, a problem understanding everything on the ballot. But they know who they were going to vote for. When they go in the poll, they want to vote for that person. So if I see somebody I know is in the polling place, it might be a poll watcher or a poll worker. Well, I'm gonna trust the person I know more than the person I don't know. So would you go in there and ask them and say, "Will you help me mark my ballot?" But you're not gonna change their mind. You're not gonna go in there and try to confuse them and say, "Don't vote for this, don't vote for that." You just want to give them the assistance of going to the marking and doing the ballot. That's all you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And can they do that?
So let me answer. What I'm doing is I think I'm helping you. You've referenced the handicap many times. So this is going to help in municipal elections. It's going to eliminate the written request requirement. And what we're doing on the other ones, if you have a friend, if they're a poll watcher, not a poll worker, if they're a poll watcher, in other words, they're there for a candidate or a political party, they will tell you, if you ask them, they'll say, I'm sorry, I can't assist you with your ballot. I'm here to make sure things are being done correctly. That's what if this passes, if you went and asked a friend and they were there as a poll watcher, they would not be allowed to assist you with your ballot. A poll worker can, and somebody who comes in with you can.
What can that person refer her? Well, say for instance, you come in, you don't know the everybody in the poll, but they know that poll watcher. Can they go to that poll watcher say, can you find somebody to help me?
Sure. I mean, the poll watcher just can't assist them, in doing their voting. So they've got to say, I'm sorry, I'm a poll watcher. You're going to need to speak to the poll worker.
But they can take it to the person for the help.
And the gentleman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. And the chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Representative Hall? You want to speak on this floor amendment? Well, you've introduced it. It's on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Would you tell me what your amendment does?
And I apologize for not having a copy early.
No, just tell me what you're doing.
Yes, ma'am. So this is, earlier, I was clarifying the word candidate.
Yes.
Only applied to a candidate who's up in that election cycle. And then Representative McCampbell asked me about, well, what if I'm a candidate
Sure.
in that election cycle, but I'm assisting my wife? And I thought he made a great point. So we redrew the amendment and included his addition, which is nothing in this section shall prohibit any individual from receiving or giving assistance to a voter who is an immediate family member.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I thought it did too.
That makes sense.
And one of these amendments came from another one of our colleagues, the first one.
The one that dealt with
The candidate.
The candidate, but you had some other things added to it.
Representative McCampbell, I added to the amendment that one of our good friends and colleagues suggested the First Amendment. And then Representative McCampbell did this, and I've made it all into one.
But that makes sense. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
All right, members, the question before us is going to be the adoption of the floor amendment that was offered by Representative Faulkner. He withdrew one, and then we had another floor amendment, and this is the amendment we're on now. If you're in favor of this amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 97 yeas, 3 nays, 0 abstentions. The floor amendment is adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Representative McCampbell, for catching that. I appreciate that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd move for final passage.
All right, members, we're on final passage of House Bill 239 as amended. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There's 79 yeas, 21 nays, 0 abstentions, and House Bill 239 is passed.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 118 by Representative Isbell relating to commerce.
And Representative Isbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Let me get my notes ready. Basically, this bill would require high-volume third-party sellers of certain consumer products on online marketplaces to make certain disclosures. This bill would also provide the Attorney General with authority to obtain certain civil remedies for violations. Basically, what's happening in the United States and around the world, organized crime and theft is tremendous, and on these platforms, things are being resold, and it has to be new or unused to be sold. So I'd like to ask for the BIR.
All right, I think that's the question before us. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. Opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 99 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Now we're back on the bill. Representative Isbell.
At this time, I'd like to offer a floor amendment. We worked with...
Clerk received the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 318 by Representative Isbell.
And Representative Isbell, explanation.
All right. Basically, we worked with the County Commission Association. They were concerned about the SSUT tax, and so we put language in there to protect that as much as possible. Then we also worked with a lot of different organizations from Amazon, Google, CVS, Home Depot, et cetera. So we've added additional language. If y'all would like to hear specifically what that is, I can provide that for you.
I think that'd be appropriate.
All right. On page 7, line 7, after messaging, insert the following, which may be provided by the online marketplace. And then the other, I've got about 4 parts of this amendment. And on page 10, line 25, after law, insert the following, provided that such remedy shall not include any remedy to enjoin or limit in any way an online marketplace participation in the state simplified use tax remittance program as defined under section 4023-191 Code of Alabama 1975. The other part for the SSUT is on page 10. After line 25, insert a new subsection B to read as follows and re-letter the remaining subsection accordingly. Nothing in this act shall be construed as imposing any requirement, qualification, or condition for an online marketplace to be eligible to participate in the state simplified use tax remittance program. And then the final insert or part of the amendment would be on page 11, lines 5 and 6, delete the first day of the 3rd month and insert in lieu thereof the following, January 1st, 2023.
All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the floor amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 100 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention, and the floor amendment is adopted. Representative Isbell.
At this time, I'd like to ask for final passage.
We're on final passage of House Bill 318 as amended, and the chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure I understood your amendment. If you would go to section 5 on page 10, I think you read this had an impact on the, you see where I am? Section 5, information or documents collected solely to comply with the requirements of this act shall not be used for any other purpose unless required by law. And then you indicated something else that related to.
This is, which was this the?
So the only information.
Probably.
Page 10. And 25. That's down here. Provided situation shall not include any. Not include. And so. Okay, all right.
Basically what this is doing, again, this has to do with the SSUT tax.
Right.
And the attorneys from the County Commission Association got with the folks that we've been dealing with, mainly Walmart, who's one of the lead on this because they're one of the biggest losers in this. And Mr. Brassfield just wanted protection on that SSUT tax.
Stop right there.
Yes,
So are you saying in the groups like Walmart, Amazon, and that, how they losing taxes?
Well, we just wanted to make sure that the SSUT tax, the 8% that we're being receiving,
Right.
Amazon's a big part of that,
Right.
that we do not risk Amazon pulling away from it. And
When you
these,
say pulling away from it, are you
well,
saying?
not paying it.
So, sounds like and so the loophole that's what you were correcting with that statement?
Yes, ma'am. And we didn't think it was an issue, but I will say that Mr. Brassfield worked about 3 or 4 years on this. He was part of the South. He went to see, I think, the Supreme Court decision on the South Dakota case that allowed states to start getting the SSUT tax. And we just wanted to make the county commission and really him, because and overall that the state would not risk putting the SSUT tax
At risk.
at risk. Yes, ma'am.
And that would be put at risk because?
Well, that was our question. But again, we had got the attorneys together, got LSA, the committee, the county commission association together, and worked these details out from a legal standpoint.
Oh, no, I'm missing something, but thank you.
Okay.
All right, members, the question before us now is going to be on final passage of House Bill 318 as amended. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions, and House Bill 318 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your work. Clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 13 of the calendar, House Bill number 47 by Representative Brown K, relating to the Funeral Service Board.
Representative Brown, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House members, passage of House Bill 47 would move the responsibility of overseeing pre-need funeral funds as well as endowment care from the Alabama Board or the Alabama Department of Insurance to the Alabama Board of Funeral Service. This move is heavily supported by the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Insurance, as well as the vast majority of the members of the Alabama Funeral Directors Association and the Alabama Morticians Association. Unfortunately, there have been multiple untruths told about this bill in an effort to kill it by a lobbyist hired by a couple of funeral homes. On a personal note, I want all of you to know that 12 years ago when I was elected, I came here with integrity, and I plan on leaving with integrity when we sine die in a few weeks. I do not lie or tell mistruths about bills in order to pass them. If I had to do that, I would not carry a bill. This bill would also establish fitness requirements to obtain a certificate of authority and a license as a pre-need sales agent. Background checks would be required on new applicants for a COA or a PSA. And at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer a floor substitute. I do have a couple of committee amendments to House Bill 47.
All right, and I think the first question will be adoption of the BIR, and the chair recognizes Leader Ledbetter from DeKalb County on the first person.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
First of all, let me say thank you for your service. You've been a great member, and we are going to miss you sorely. And certainly have been a true friend of mine, and I appreciate your friendship more than you know. You know, I had the people from my local funeral homes call me in support of your bill, and they think that they need a board of themselves and be separated from the insurance board, and that's actually what you're doing. But also in that, I think you will have a floor amendment that you will bring that will explain that when they separate, that they're willing to fund that for a period of 4 years. Am I correct by saying that?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I know you've worked a lot of hours on this bill, and I certainly respect you, and I know that your heart has been in this from day one. And I look forward to supporting you on this bill because my people want this to pass. And I think as a whole across the state, from what I've heard, that is the case.
Yes, sir.
They're looking forward to have their own board so they can cure their problems and issues too that has come up in the past. So I look forward to supporting you, and thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader.
And Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes a lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond. Second person speaking on the B hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman continue to yield?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Since, you talked to me about this bill actually a very, very long time ago. And since then, I have talked to a number of the funeral homes. Some I know very personally. This is something that happens to people at a very vulnerable time. So I wanted to stand here and say, because all of them say that this is a good bill and it should be passed. And it's a bill of integrity when people are in a very vulnerable position. So I want to thank you for your tenacity, because I've heard all of everything swirling around this particular piece of legislation. And this is one that is really for people who are going through a devastating time. So I thank you for that, and I am going to support this piece of legislation.
Thank you so much.
And the chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Farley. Third person speaking on the B hour.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Representative, you have had a time with this bill.
I have.
I know you spent a lot of hours on it, and you've had, like you mentioned, some unfortunate reactions from some people that that were hired to work against this bill. But you stood the course. I've had some funeral homes in Jefferson County call me, and they called me back a week or so ago when you first brought 47 up. And I think you took care of all of their issues. But there are three, I've got three questions for you that I think will clear up most of anything that my constituents be concerned with. First of all, it's that the Funeral Home Association itself, they have voted in favor of this. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Both associations.
Okay. All right. The substitute that we're talking about adopting, that substitute will remove the disposition fee that was the point of contention in the original 47.
It will.
So it's gone.
It will.
Now explain the database and how it comes into effect in regarding to pre-need funeral.
Okay. It was suggested in committee that we establish a database where if a family had lost a loved one, did not know if they had a prepaid funeral or not, they could go to that database and enter a certain amount of information and be able to attain if they did have or did not. Personal information and financial information would not be available there, and there would have to be like a code of something where they could go into that. But we think that's a great deal, and I thank Representative Bracey for suggesting that in committee.
So this not only helps the association, but it helps the individuals across our state that are in a time of need.
Yes.
To be helped.
Yeah, and you know, the Department of Insurance never wanted to oversee pre-need. This happened 20 years ago, and to a large extent, a lot of the pre-need, they still don't understand. They are there to regulate insurance, and their pre-needs are sometimes trusted. They can use a letter of credit or a surety bond, and that's kind of foreign to them. And we've had some issues, but they are very much behind this being moved, and they're very much in support of it.
How many years were you in the funeral home business and actually owned funeral homes?
46, I believe.
I appreciate you. Thank you for your integrity.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. Fourth person speaking on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I know it's very rare that I come up here and say that I'm in support of a bill, but I am. And part of it is because you worked with us in the committee to get this where it needed to be. One of my major concerns were that people were selling pre-need funeral services to families, and it was no database out there to list these pre-need services. And people would sell their funeral homes, and the new owner of the funeral home would come in and not even know about the pre-need services that were sold previously by the other person. And a lot of times they were not telling the family members, and people were actually paying for funerals twice. And this created a database that would allow for families, because only families would know that valuable, important, secret information, to be able to go in and go into these databases and see if this is already done. This is at a very vulnerable time in everybody's lives. Also, the fact that the insurance department don't want it. They don't even want this responsibility in the first place. And so we're saying, well, bring it over to funeral services, and we can put this under here, and we can create this operation, and we can make this thing work and make it better. Both associations supported it. Now, I understand people have stirred the pot, and they're trying to get this bill passed, but people really need to think about the people in their districts that's being victimized by funeral homes, by them not telling them that their loved one already have pre-need services, and they're forcing these people to pay more money.
Exactly.
In my district, we have a cemetery that's been in the news a lot over the last couple of years about not knowing where people are buried, burying them improperly. So it's been a lot of really bad situations going on surrounding this. And what people don't understand is the majority of funeral homes in Alabama are selling these pre-need services. How many of them actually have the authority to do it?
Yes, sir.
Right? It's not many. And what people don't understand is every one of them that's selling these pre-need services that don't have the authority to do it, they're all committing felony offenses in the state. So it's like the same people that are telling us right now, no, I'm not for that bill, a lot of times it's because they don't want to be in compliance.
Exactly.
Because they're operating illegally, and we know that just about everybody's doing it. And this is just bringing everybody in line. I thank you for listening to my concerns, because a lot of times you've been in boards and commissions a few times with bills. A lot of times I'm the only person that look like me on the committee sitting in there. But the fact that you took into consideration the things that the funeral home directors in my area felt like were important to just put these safeguards in place, just like this database, I appreciate that. And it's nothing better or safer than that database. It's not a database where just any random person can just go and look and see who has pre-need services. It'll be highly protected, password protected, And, I just want to thank you for it. And I support the bill today. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that amendment.
All right. Members, the question before us now is going to be on the adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 86 yeas, 9 nays, 4 abstentions. The BIR is adopted. And Representative Brown, we're back on the bill now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to lay the amendments on the table. These amendments are covered in the sub.
Okay.
So.
All right, then we're going to be voting on a tabling motion, and let's take them one at a time. The first committee amendment, we will vote for tabling of that motion. If you're in favor of the tabling motion, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Voting on a tabling motion for the first committee amendment. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention, and the first amendment from the committee is tabled. Now we're on the second committee amendment. And your motion there, Representative Brown, is to table. You want a tabling motion on the second committee amendment. If you're in favor of this tabling motion, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Table motion for the second committee amendment. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. And the second committee amendment has been tabled. All right. And Representative Brown, we're back on the bill now.
Mr. Speaker, I have a floor substitute I would like to offer.
All right. Clerk, receive the substitute.
Substitute to House Bill number 47 by Representative Brown K.
All right. And Representative Brown, if you'll give us explanation to your substitute.
Yes, sir. This substitute would establish fitness requirements to obtain a COA and a license as a pre-need sales agent. Background checks would be required on new applicants for a COA or a pre-need sales agent. You may recall this past week I sent out a copy of the floor substitute by email to each one of you with a cover letter explaining the changes. I also have copies of the red line version if any of you need it. The major difference in House Bill 47 and the substitute is the removal of the disposition fee that was somewhat controversial in House Bill 47. That you recall it was being called a death tax, and that has been completely removed from the bill. The bill adds a Section 6, which would allow DOA to transfer $300,000 per fiscal year for the next 4 years to the Alabama Board of Funeral Service, during which time the Board of Funeral Service will work to update the statute. Again, I've told you earlier, DOI, the Department of Insurance, is very much in favor of this bill, and they're willing to pay $300,000 a year for 4 years for us to make that move. This basically takes us back to the original intent of this legislation, which was to make the move of pre-need and endowment care from the Department of Insurance to the Alabama Board of Funeral Service. The sub also includes a language allowing the board to establish the database, which we have talked about earlier. If there are no questions, I move for the BIR.
No, we just need to vote on the sub. That's where we are.
Sorry.
Be on a vote to accept the substitute. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Representative Lee. We're on the substitute now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell you thank you. Kind of lived through this issue. I think in this sub it deals with some sort of background check or something with those that are doing this. I give you an example. I'm my only child. Both parents live close to be 90 years old, and they were most prepared people you've ever seen. They had both of their prepaid done. The person that they bought it from, there were some problems. We got to the point, actually, he ended up in prison because of it. And, but we got it taken care of because we had other funeral homes that were willing to take care of it. We were not the only one, there were several. There's several things that are a guarantee in life. One is death. And when people go to prepare and do everything they can to make it as easy for their children as they can, and then for somebody to take advantage of those type people, I have no tolerance for that. And we dealt with it. We got it taken care of, fortunately. Let me tell you, I appreciate what you're bringing, and I know that there will be others that will. And unfortunately, this has happened to a lot of other people in the state. And hopefully this will prevent that. So thank you. Another note, I've enjoyed serving with you since 2010. I know your time is running out. We've been here 12 years. We've been through a lot of late nights here, a lot of hard votes, and I appreciate you more than you know.
Thank you,
and your
Representative
friendship.
Lee. Appreciate that. Sure do.
Chair thanks the gentleman and the comments. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pike, Representative Allen, speaking on the floor sub.
Mr. Kale, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talk to me a little bit about, in the sub, about the audit fees. Is that taken out, or the limiting, the capping of the audit fees? Because I know your previous had it limited, right? But now it, clarify that for me.
47 had the fees in there, and they were capped at $50. That has been completely removed. The Department of Insurance is going to subsidize basically those fees to the Alabama Board of Funeral Service, $300,000 a year for 4 years. And within that 4 years, we will be able to work out, what we need to do. We'll be able to know a little bit more about, how many additional employees will need to be hired and that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Okay.
Right now, we're just trying to make a lateral move from DOI over to the Board of Funeral Service.
Okay. So if a funeral home has a pretty high audit bill, that'll be covered by that $300,000 in the first 4 years?
Well, once it's moved over, we do inspections. And funeral homes are inspected.
Okay.
And part of the auditing will be while they're inspecting. So I don't expect high audit fees now. With DOI, there are some very.
We've had some, because I've had a phone call or two.
Yeah, but when we move it over, I don't think it, unless there were to be an issue, and you had to, do like a forensic audit or something.
Well,
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jackson County, Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brown, you and I have been friends ever since we met. And,
We have.
And we've discussed this. I talked to you early on about it. I had some amendments, but the amendments don't go with the sub. So these amendments are out the door. But I got just a couple of questions, if you don't mind. When you talk about the insurance people that's handling it right now, and you're going to go to a board, isn't that right? Switch to a board?
Yes, sir. Alabama Board of Funeral Service.
Okay. Right now, the way I understand it, the money, if a person purchases a pre-needs policy with them,
Yes, sir.
they have to put 75% in a trust, is that right? To
That's
hold on to it?
Funeral merchandise, yes, sir.
That's current law, right?
A minimum of 75.
A minimum of
Yes, sir.
75? What?
When I was in business, I trusted 90%. And you can trust 100 if you want to, but 75 is what's required.
Well, that was my amendment, was to change everywhere it said 75 to 100.
Mhm. And you and I discussed why I didn't feel like that would work. These percentages have been in effect for 20 years, and we went through a lot of what I've been through the last few weeks to arrive at those numbers.
Right.
And one of the issues back then was a lot of your large funeral homes had a sales force that sold on commissions, sold the funeral merchandise on commission. And if you have to trust 100%, then there is no resource to pay those commissions. And that was the reason that it was not 100. But again, nothing keeps anyone from doing 100% if they want to do that. I didn't have a sales force, so, I did 90%. So.
Well, what, the 25%, what can a funeral home owner do with the other 25%? Where does that money go?
It can be, they can put it aside. They can do like a savings account if they want to do something like that, or, they can actually use it for operating expenses.
Really?
But,
so basically, they can use it for whatever they want to use it for.
Yeah.
I mean, they go buy a new boat or a new car, or it's theirs, right?
As long as they provide those services and everything for that family. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of incidents where funeral home been in business like you were for a long time? You sold out, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And you probably sold with that business several of these policies, went with it.
Many, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, have you ever heard of where a funeral home was sold out that had been there for many years, and then a few years later, a person comes and says, hey, my parents, they bought a policy here, gave $10,000 for it, and, one of them's passed away, and we're wanting to use that, and the funeral home says, well, I don't have any record of it. Have you ever heard of that happening?
I'm sure that's happened.
Well, what happens to that customer, so to speak, when that happens?
Well, a lot of times, funeral homes in the area step up to the plate and provide the services and the merchandise. We had a situation happen up in Marshall County, I guess maybe a year ago now, where that happened. And the director actually died, and they just padlocked the doors, and you had people that had paid for their prearrangements, and as it turned out, a lot of those had been sold, and he did not even have a certificate of authority to be selling them.
Right. Sort of like what Representative Lee was speaking about there a while ago.
And the money had not been trusted.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But that sort of leaves the customer out in the cold if the other funeral homes are not willing to pitch in and donate and help this family out.
Yes, sir.
They have to pay for another funeral, don't they?
You're right.
They do?
Yes, sir.
Well, I was going to ask, and I think I already know, but I'm going to ask. I haven't seen your sub. I hadn't had a chance to read it. I read the original bill, but I hadn't read the sub. What I'd like to do is have LRS right quick. If there's anywhere in that sub it says 75%, I would like to bring an amendment that would change it to 100%, where they have to put 100% in trust in order to prevent things like this from happening. If I have time to do it. I don't know if I have time or not, but I'd like to do that. Is that in your sub? 75%, is that mentioned anywhere in there? It was in the original bill.
That's in the law now.
It's current law.
It's current law, yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to.
And you and I talked about that.
Yes, we did.
And I, expressed to you why I didn't feel like it would work. First of all, the two associations that have voted in favor of this bill would not be in favor of 100%. There might be an individual or two in there that might be in favor of it, but the vast majority of them would not, because these percentages were set 20 years ago and have been in place and have worked pretty darn well. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I wanted to bring an interesting fact. I found this out a little while ago. You can tell me if you agree with it or not.
Okay.
But there was around 67,000 deaths in the state of Alabama last year, and about 22,000 of those had purchased pre-need policies, give or take, around 22,000. The insurance department last year only received 47 complaints out of 22,000. I think that's a fairly low number of complaints in relation to the amount of policies that were used up last year.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, that relates to about 0.33% is what that relates to as far as complaints. So why do they want to change this? Why would you want to go to a board if the way it is, the way it's set up right now, if it's working real well right now? I mean, and according to these statistics, it's working pretty good.
Well, number one, the Department of Insurance never wanted this. Back 20 years ago when it came into play, they tried to put it with the banking commission in Alabama, and they said absolutely no, we will not do it.
Okay.
And then they moved over to the Department of Insurance, and for whatever reason, they very reluctantly took it. Like I said earlier, they typically oversee insurance. Well, there are a number of different funding mechanisms for prearranged funerals. We do trust, we do surety bonds, we do a letter of credit with a bank, those kinds of things. And the Department of Insurance has never really understood the pre-need being what it is. They've tried a lot of times to regulate it like it's insurance, but funeral homes don't have rules like insurance companies do.
Okay.
And as far as the low percentage, that's a good thing, but if you're in that percentage, it's not a good thing. And I think when your peers oversee you, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny there. And if they got a bad apple, I know when I was in business, if you've got a bad person in business, it reflects on all of you. And I think this board will look a lot harder at some of these funeral homes and what they do or don't do. A lot harder than the Department of Insurance. And by them regulating licenses and everything, they can be penalties and things for those that do misbehave and are selling pre-needs without a certificate of authority to do so.
And the gentleman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Brown, I have a lot of respect for you, and you're going to be greatly missed in this body. I promise you are.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Covington, Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Brown, I wanted to say a few things with a smile.
Yeah.
One, couple of weeks ago, I met with the executive director for the Funeral Home Association. We probably met for 45 minutes to an hour, went over the original bill, and there were a number of technical issues, some of which date back to 2002 in the original code that we needed to correct. I want to first give some credit to that because your executive director is a very good professional, did a great job. He took notes on everything. He was very attentive to every issue, and I could tell that when I went back and looked at your floor sub. The other thing I want to say is this: I know you're leaving this body, and so am I. I can't tell you how much respect I've had for you these entire years because, frankly, you're the epitome of a good member. You've always been respectful to everybody on this floor. You've always been kind to everybody on this floor. You're probably the one on this floor that I protect the most because you're just that kind of personality. I feel myself almost like a son want to protect a dad sometimes, so I've always approached you that way. But I also want to say this. You could teach a class to every one of the freshman members on how to work a bill because you've done it perfectly every time you've worked a hard bill, and you've taken some extremely hard bills over the years. And some members in this floor may not know that because of years gone by, but you haven't just taken some easy bills, you've taken some extremely hard bills, and you work the bills. And if they don't pass the first year, you come back and you work them again. This is a bill that you could have easily let it go just a few weeks ago, but you worked the bill. And your team that you worked with worked the bill. And I want to say this. The reason I think you're going to be missed is members are not going to see your example on how to effectively get a bill to where it can pass. And you've done an incredible good job. And I've reviewed this at length as I do every one of these bills. And you've addressed every issue that I had a note on. So I just wanted to give you that credit. I'm going to miss your work and miss your approach to this job. And you deserve all the respect by this body. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, good comments. Members, I believe the question before us now is going to be the passage of the substitute. If you're in favor of the substitute, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 94 yeas, 5 nays, 1 abstention, and the substitute is adopted. Representative Brown, we're back on the bill now.
I've moved for final passage.
All right, we're on final passage of House Bill 47 as substituted. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 89 yeas, 5 nays, 4 abstentions, and House Bill 47 is passed.
Thank you, House
Good job.
members. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good work. All right, clerk, call next bill on special order.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 163 by Representative Greer relating to taxation.
Chairman Greer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 163 pertains to state income tax and the optional exemptions that families can get each year. These have not been increased in 15 years, and if we pass this bill, they will take effect January the 1st of 22, which will include this year. Now, the Senate passed this bill first couple weeks in February, and if we can get through this, Mr. Speaker, at the proper time, I would move to substitute the Senate bill for this bill.
Okay.
So we could move on.
All right, let's go ahead. We're addressing the BIR at this point, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gray, I've done this before, but I want to do it again. You've been a watchdog trying to help people in this state for quite a long while. This opportunity to do something for hardworking Alabamians is very meaningful, and I respect you and appreciate that. And I know you're not running for re-election. I'm very proud of the fact of having had a chance to learn things from you about things that need attention in our state as far as economics and policy that relates to finances. And I'm proud of the fact that you've got this bill where you've got it, and want to just speak to the positive aspect of it and join you in asking everybody to support it. Thank you so much, sir.
I appreciate that. And this bill, if we pass it, becomes law, it'll affect thousands and thousands of Alabamians when they pay their income tax each year.
There's no doubt about that. And after what we're going through right now with this situation, with inflation, with gas taxes and everything else, this is going to mean something to people, a great deal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, members, I believe the question before us now is going to be the adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and the BIR is adopted. Chairman Greer, we're back on the bill now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are 4 different categories. First of all, Alabama charges a state income tax to everybody who lives in the state each year that has income, and then people out of the state who get money from some source in Alabama. And like I said, there are 4 basic categories, and they're optional. And you can choose whether you want to come under this or not. But if you do, I'd be glad to go over some of the figures and show you how we are changing them. Like I said, it hasn't been changed since January the 1st of 2007, and that's 15 years that we've used these old figures. But let me tell you what the new figures are. The standard deduction for married taxpayers filing jointly with the joint incomes of less than $25,500, they'll receive they will receive a deduction of $8,500. Now that old figure was $20,000 a year and $7,500. Standard deduction for married taxpayers filing separate returns with adjusted gross income of less than $12,750 will receive $4,200. That old figure was $10,000, and the adjustment was $3,750 a year. Standard deduction for head of family taxpayers making $25,000, $500 shall be $5,200, and the old figures was $23,000, $4,700. And the final standard deduction for single taxpayers with Joseph's income of $25,500 shall be $3,000. And Mr. Speaker,
I think we're ready to make a substitute and go to the Senate vote.
Okay,
Bill,
I
so
agree
we
with
can
you.
move along here. But
Okay,
I do
at
have
this
a couple
time,
of
Mr.
lights
Speaker.
on.
If there's no question, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to substitute Senate Bill 19 on page 6 of the calendar.
All right, okay, all right. And, hold on.
Well, they've changed it now. We're not going to take it off the calendar.
My understanding is the same thing. It needs to originate from the House.
Yeah, we're not going to take a House bill, this one off the calendar. We're only going to pass the Senate first. Senate's awfully nervous.
We need to speak to HB.
After what?
We passed the HB. I know we'll but technically this is the right way around.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Chairman Gray.
The one smarter than me say we need to pass the House version.
Okay, okay, that way they'll be identical. Okay, all right. Tax bill. It's a tax bill. Yeah, it needs to come from the House. So we're going to stick with the House bill since this is a revenue bill. Okay, all right, good. All right, now I've got some lights on, so let's go ahead and honor those lights, and you can have discussion with the members. The gentleman from Lauderdale County, Representative Pettis, speaking on the final passage on the bill. So we're working towards final passage here.
Mr. Greer, will you yield?
Yes.
Reason I come down, I come in here 8 years ago. You were here. You took me under your wing. You really helped me. I just want to thank you for all you done for me while I was here.
Well, I appreciate it. Hope I haven't misled you.
You did a great, well, I'm still here, so thank you.
Thank you. But you see, there are folks smarter than me, Mr. Speaker, because they corrected what I was trying to do.
I fit
Bill's
in
got to
that
originate in the
category, too.
House, and we'll have to pass the House first.
Yeah, yeah. All right, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin County, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes.
Well, I'm here for the same reason that Representative Pettis just came. I don't know how many more times you'll be at the well with a bill this session, but it's your final session. And when you came to Montgomery in 1974, I doubt you ever thought that in 2022 you'd still be standing at the well. But I appreciate your years of service. Representative Greer and I talk about this a good bit. The year he came to Montgomery was the year that I was born. And so he has experienced a lot, he's seen a lot, and he remembers most of it. And so when I need to know something from way back, how something happened, Representative Greer knows how it happened. And I appreciate that knowledge, and we're going to miss your wealth of knowledge when you're gone.
I appreciate it, Representative Keel, but if you back up to 1974 and come forward, now I haven't been here all that time. I only served 6 terms, but that's quite a few years.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you for your service.
But I've enjoyed it. You know, I hate to leave now.
Right.
You know, the voter may have put me out this fall, but I hate to leave you fellas.
Yeah. You're welcome back.
All right, thank you, Representative Keel. Good comments. All right, members, I believe the question before us now is going to be on final passage of House Bill 163. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and House Bill 163 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's an unusual vote for one of my bills, but we've had requests for a co-sponsor, so I would ask if you open for co-sponsors.
All right, we can open the bill up for co-sponsors. If you wish to co-sponsor, just hit the yes button. If you wish to co-sponsor, just vote yes. Clerk will unlock the machine for co-sponsors. All the members voted for co-sponsorship. All right. Clerk will lock the machine and record all the co-sponsors. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Greer, thank you so much. All right, clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 252 by Representative Allman, relating to the Crime Victims Compensation Commission.
And Representative Allman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill I'm bringing on behalf of the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission, which was formed in 1984. They received their funding from court costs and fines and fees and things such as that. Their revenue has declined significantly in recent years, and so because of that, their staff has also declined, and they've gotten behind in approving their victims' claims. So they're trying to reorganize themselves. This bill does 2 things. First of all, it allows the executive director to approve or deny all claims, with the commission having the authority to affirm, deny, or modify. And the second thing it does is changes the committee meetings from monthly to quarterly. So that's the 2 main things this bill does. If there's no questions, I'll offer the BIR.
All right, and that's the question before us. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Voting on the BIR. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 100 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Now we are back on the bill. Representative Alderman.
Yes, sir. If there are no questions, I move for adoption of the bill.
All right, and do you intend to substitute this bill?
You may sub now?
Yeah, because this is not a revenue bill, so you can make that substitution if that's your choice.
Well, we had 3 lawyers working on this, so none of us got it right.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I do want to substitute. There's a Senate Companion Bill 126 that I wish to sub.
All right, then let's go ahead, Mr. Clerk, and see if we can make that substitution. Do I hear any objections to that? Hearing none, then we'll go ahead and move forward with that substitution.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 126 by Senator Watley, relating to Crime Victims Commission.
All right, and now we're back on Senate Bill 126, and we need to move forward with the BIR on that bill. And the chair recognizes the gentleman from Elmore. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and vote on the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR on Senate Bill 126, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, it's no. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 98 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Now we're back on the Senate bill on the floor. Representative Alderman.
And I move for adoption.
All right, we're on final passage. Senate Bill 126. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Elmore. Representative Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Almond, congratulations on another bill that you worked your way through down here. You and I worked together early on in this bill. We had a rough draft, and you graciously accepted the challenge of working this bill through. And I think you've done a great job. I think that the bill is sorely needed by the victims in our state. The pandemic was especially harmful to the process as well as the budgets. For the victims. We've had cases of people not getting reimbursed for funerals that had been approved for sometimes 12, 15 months. Right. And it's a real hardship on, and these are victims are everything from, assault all the way to first-degree murder. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, they've already been through a lot. And I am really pleased with the way this is coming out so that the victims are going to get the help they need in a timely fashion. So I think it's a great bill. You've done a good job. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate your help.
And Chair thanks the gentleman. All right, members, final passage. Senate Bill 126. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention, and Senate Bill 126 is passed.
Thank you. And I do move to indefinitely postpone House Bill 252.
All right, you've heard the motion before you. Any objections? Hearing none, that bill will be indefinitely postponed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your work. All right, Mr. Clerk, let's go to the next bill on special order.
On page 2 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 42 by Senator Elliott, relating to homeowners and condominium associations.
Representative South, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would provide that a homeowners association or a condominium association may not adopt or enforce any policy or enter into any agreement that would restrict or prevent the association from displaying the flag of the state of Alabama. And with that, I move for the BIR.
All right, the question before us is adoption of the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Floor amendment. 2 copies? Sorry. Can I get one from the back?
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 94 yeas, 1 nay, 5 abstentions. The BIR is adopted. And Representative South, we're back on the bill now.
I do have a floor amendment, and all this changes is the effective date.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 42 by Representative South.
Now, Representative South.
All it does is changes the effective date. Section 2 it says this act shall become effective immediately upon its passage and approval by the governor.
All right, members, you've heard explanation of the floor amendment offered by the sponsor. If you are in favor of this amendment, your vote is aye. If you opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Voting on the floor amendment for Senate Bill 42. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 yeas, 0 nays, 6 abstentions, and the amendment is adopted. Representative South.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage as amended.
All right, that's the question before us. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 90 yeas, 1 nay, 8 abstentions, and Senate Bill 42 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 38 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 72 by Senator Williams relating to public contracts.
Representative Wilcox, you're recognized.
Good evening. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. In the last year and a half, there was emergencies and disruptions in the supply chain, so this bill would allow local boards of education and any other public educational entity that provide meals under the Child Nutrition Program of the Alabama State Department of Education during an emergency or unanticipated event affecting public health or safety or causing supply chain disruptions to purchase goods or services related to the program without advertisement or bidding if recommended by the State Superintendent of Education and approved by the Department of Examiners of Public Accounts.
All right, you've heard the explanation of the bill. We're ready to vote on the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Voting on the BIR. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. The BIR is adopted. And Representative Wilcox, we're back on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to SB 72.
All right, floor amendment. Clerk receive that
Committee
amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 72 by Representative Wilcox.
All right, explain the amendment.
Well, she just took it away.
She got your amendment. Hold on, she's making you a copy.
The amendment was offered by Representative Rogers. On page 3, line 4, delete chapter and insert thereof the following. To the extent possible, purchases made under this section shall be executed to include representation of minority-owned business enterprises. On page 4, line 9, delete bidding and insert in lieu thereof the following. Bidding to the extent possible, purchases made under this section shall be executed to include representation of minority-owned business enterprises.
All right, you've heard explanation of the amendment, and seeing no questions, let's vote on the floor amendment. If you're in favor of that amendment, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention, and the floor amendment is adopted. Now we're back on the bill.
I'd like to move for final passage.
Okay, we're on final passage of Senate Bill 72 as amended. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 99 yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstentions, and Senate Bill 72 is passed.
Thank the body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 23 by Senator Melson relating to municipalities.
And Representative McCampbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is the Senate companion to the House bill we passed last week. Under existing law, a municipality may authorize law enforcement officers to issue a summons and complaint in lieu of custodial arrest for certain criminal offenses. So this is the same one that we had last week. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
All right, that's the question before us. If you're in favor of the BIR, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BIR is adopted. Representative McCampbell, we're back on the bill.
If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
All right, seeing none, we're on final passage of Senate Bill 23. And the gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
I'm sorry about that. I was trying to grab something off my table and try to look at the bill quick. Representative McCampbell, and I think this is the one that Representative England was working at one time.
Right.
And he and I spoke, and is Chris already gone? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's,
he and I spoke last time. We thought it was going to come up, and there was an amendment he and I discussed, and it references on page 6 of the bill. And on page 6, it says the judge or magistrate may not order cash-only bail for defendant's initial failure to appear on the summons and complaint. And so basically, it's taking away the cash bond on an FTA. So after they were given an order to be in court, but then they failed to appear in court, then the next thing that would typically happen is a judge would typically issue a warrant and also have a cash bond because they failed to come to court the first time. And I think that this was...
It's a friendly amendment.
Okay,
so.
and that's what I was going to say. So, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 23 by Representative Jones M.
All right, and Mr. Chairman, if you want to...
Oh, I know.
Just give a little explanation. We've heard this is a friendly amendment.
Yes, sir. So what it does, and the amendment says, beginning on page 6, line 27, and continuing through page 7, line 2, delete the language in its entirety and insert in lieu thereof the following summons and complaint. And so what it effectively does is it takes out that one clause we just discussed, because that is really the only effective way a judge has to get somebody to come to court. And so with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the amendment.
All right, that's the question before us, is adoption of the amendment offered by Chairman Jones. A friendly amendment. If you're in favor of this amendment, your vote is aye. If you're opposed, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Yeah, we had already put it on the other bill.
All the members voted.
We need to go on this.
All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The floor amendment is adopted. Now we're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had put it on the House bill, so I'm glad he remembered it.
Okay.
At this time, if no other questions, ask for final passage.
All right. I've got one question here. The lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General, your yielding really was for clarity of that amendment.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
y'all moved so quick.
Yes,
and I was
ma'am.
trying to read my notes, and I put my light on, but everything was in motion. And you know we can't stop nothing when white folks get in motion. So I needed some clarity because it said that the judge or magistrate may not order cash-only bail for defendant's initial failure to appear on the summons. What did his amendment do as it relates to that? They can do
Yes.
the order the cash?
Yes, ma'am. What it does is it takes, if we were to leave that sentence in there, then it takes the discretion of being able to allow the judge to let somebody out on some other reason.
Okay.
That's what this does. This one right here allows him to be able to issue it or allow the person to go on and get a bail.
Yeah, because by the time he read the amendment and explained, and I was looking at my notes, I turned my light on because then I didn't know how it impacted that part of the bill because it was happening so quickly
Yes, ma'am.
to get that clarity on what was happening there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you now.
All right, members, I believe now we're on final passage of Senate Bill 23 as amended. If you're in favor of this bill, your vote will be aye. If you oppose, your vote is no. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted? All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. There are 98 yeas, 1 nay, 0 abstentions, and Senate Bill 23 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Yes, sir. Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill on special order.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 159 by Senator Singleton relating to Alabama State University.
And Representative Bracey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Most of you remember a little earlier in the session, we were having some debate when we were dealing with a bill dealing with University of West Alabama and them being allowed to have virtual meetings. So this bill would, this is the bill for Alabama State University and also Alabama A&M University that we discussed. So if there's no questions, I move the BIR.
All right, I believe that's the question before us, adoption of the BIR on Senate Bill 159. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.